Hello, good morning, and welcome to SRIRAM's IAS. Today in this session, we will be discussing entire economy from beginning till end. But before we start economy, I would like to tell you a story. This story goes back to 1930s. Károly Sévas. This is someone, a Hungarian pistol shooter. Someone who had the grit, the resilience, the determination, the dedication, and the perseverance. He fought and trained for one single thing, that was the Olympics. That he will one day win the Olympics. From 1930s to 1940s, he was waiting for the Olympics, training in a cell. But due to some incident at a training ground, his right hand, the grenade the grenade blasted in the right hand. The hand which was the only thing he had. The only thing which he had in this entire world was that hand. Because it was that hand which would have helped him to make the history. He was only thinking about that thing, that I have this hand, I have to make it the best hand of this world. I have to shoot and I have to get the Olympics gold. But 1938 he lost that hand. Now his entire world is lost. He has lost everything. He doesn't have anything to offer now. He doesn't have anything to make history now. But tell me, will he lose it there? Will he just quit? Will he just surrender, retire, and sit in a cell and ask for that, okay, I need sympathies. I lost my hand. I need sympathies. I lost my hand. But who knows? 10 years later, in 1948, he pops up back into the Olympics field. No one knew him. He was gone. He was lost in a chapter in history. He was lost in such a way that no one even remembered that who was Károly. But when he again popped up, came into the stadium, he saw all the young people, they were coming and participating. They were coming and competing. There was competition with young people whose eyesight was very much fresh, who could saw an eagle 1,000 kilometers far away. He has turned old. People came and asked him, how are you? How are you doing? How's your life? But the problem was that no one knew he is there to compete with all those sharp-sighted people, all those sharp-sighted competitors. And no one knew that Károly is there to participate in Olympics. He is back again with the young born dream. He hasn't lost a sight. The dream was there in his eyes always. He never slept without that dream. He trained in silo. He just vanished from the world, but he was training. In silence, in a room, in a field, he was just training. But what was he training? He was training his left hand. That even though I lost my right, I will train my left hand. I will make this hand the best hand of the world. I will make myself the only thing I have is one hand. Now I will use this also. Come what so may, come whatever the destiny has offered me, I will still make sure that I will win, I will make the history, I will get the gold. Now the question is for all of you. Are you ready for that? Are you ready to lose everything? Are you ready to take every step? Are you ready to invest everything, whatever you have got? That is what this exam demands. And the results were that he got the gold and he is the only pistol shooter. He was only the pistol shooter in the history who got 2 times Olympics gold. Not only in that, but also after in 1952 and 1958 both. That too when he was old. So like Károly, we also need that grit, that resilience, that perseverance and that dedication to get through this exam, to mark our name in the list with golden words. Now, when the holy PDF is released in which your name is there, You can't imagine that happiness that you get when you see the name in that list. But then again, it takes a lot to get there. So if you are ready to do that, I am also ready with you standing right next to you to help you through. For that, what we need to do is today's session. Today's session is one of such sessions which I have curated very deeply. Now everything is planned. We will sit from this time till economy gets over. Now it will take midnight, it will take 12, it will take 10, whatever it takes, we need to cover entire economy in one single go. Now that is what you need actually to do with every subject. But yes, I am here to help with economy. If there is anything else, what I can do is, I am promising you one more thing. That is, I will do entire current affairs of Indian economy with you, for you. And I will also have, I already have completed economic survey this year. We also have completed budget this year. And there is also one more thing which I have to offer all of you before we go into the marathon. See, this is the link to the PYQs discussion which I conducted. This is for the static marathon which we are holding today. One more gift for you is these handouts which I have made myself. You can download them, or you can get them, or you can just directly ping me and I will share these to you. Now, before we go into the discussion, if you want, so you can just take a snapshot of this. It is the outline of the marathon, that how we are going to proceed in this marathon. We will start with microeconomics, then national income accounting, the developmental metrics, the indices which UPSC asks, and all the chapters will flow like that. Do you understand this? If yes, and if you are ready to do this with me, come on, write that in the comment section that yes sir, we are ready. If you are ready, write it in the comment section that yes, we are ready. We are ready to start the session. We will be starting this session. Come on, write it in the comment section that yes, we all are ready to start the session. And if you need anything, copy, pen, paper, I better say that you grab it right now. You need anything, you grab it right now, and then we will start the session. Chalo. So let's begin the topics one by one from microeconomics till everything. Now, all of those people who might have told you that microeconomics is not to be asked, UPSC never asks microeconomics. No, I will tell you one simple fact, that is that UPSC has asked multiple questions. Yes, we are ready. People are ready. UPSC has asked multiple questions from microeconomics. It was only when opportunity cost was asked that people started to teach the concept of the opportunity cost. But we cannot leave that thing. Microeconomics, it is unit level economics, or I would say that it is the study of individual economic units. My board is clear. Everyone can see it. Anyone who wants any clarity in this, I'm ready to do that. See, if we start good, we will end it, I guess, quickly. So microeconomics was developed and popularized by Adam Smith and Alfred Marshall. One more thing which I want to highlight over here is that if anyone of you needs this PPT, I will be sharing this PPT in the groups and multiple other platforms. You can directly ping me and I'll be sharing this PPT. Next is that microeconomics is also known as price theory. So we just need to revise facts. We just need to remember the facts. Microeconomics talks about four fundamental concepts of economy. Now, what are these four fundamental concepts? That there is a scarcity of resources. What do we mean by scarcity of resources? Scarcity of resources means that we have limited resources. That is all the things, whether it is fossil fuels, whether it is air, whether it is anything which we have. Fresh air is also limited. People in Delhi can correlate to it. All the people who live in Delhi, they can readily correlate to it that air is very limited in Delhi. Fresh air, though, it's not possible. Water is limited. All 85% of the cities of India are facing water crisis, drinking water crisis. 85% cities. Now, once we understand that there is scarcity of choices, scarcity of resources, but the people have unlimited wants. So therefore, in order to fulfill these unlimited wants with these scarce resources, what we need a science. Science to properly allocate these resources. Proper allocation will understand that there is efficiency and productivity, and we can get maximum output, and that is what economics offers. But there is a problem. The problem is then that when there are scarce resources and there is unlimited want, this means that we must choose wisely. It applies in life also. We must choose wisely. Every choice must be made on the basis of rationality. Understood? So when we choose wisely, that means that if we choose among three, I would say we have three options, we will choose only one, because we know that we have unlimited wants. We have three options, but we need to choose only one because there is scarcity of resources. We cannot have all the three. There are people who can have B, who can have C, but we only need one thing to choose. We have got only one thing to choose. There are four options in UPSC paper. We only need one option. In every question, you got four options. You cannot have all of them. You need to choose only one. So that is why you need to understand that the thing you chose, this brings you opportunity. But the thing you forgone costs you something. What is it costing actually? It is costing the thing which you lost is the second best alternative. And this second best alternative which is foregone comes with a cost. And that cost is known as opportunity cost. Do you understand? Now what does this mean? This means that, for example, if you had bread, leftover bread in your home, now you can do two things with this bread. You can either sell this bread in the morning, or you can offer this bread to cow. There are two examples to it. Either you can sell it or you can offer it to cow. Now, if you sell it, you may get 2 rupees or 3 rupees or 5 rupees or 10 rupees whatsoever. But if you offer it to cow, you will get a spiritual upliftment. Maybe you will get a spiritual satisfaction. Now, what does this mean? If you chose to sell it, you are leaving what? The spirituality which is there inside this act of doing this or offering this bread to a cow. But if you offer this, you are doing what? You are letting go the 2 rupees. So that is the cost which comes with it, economic cost. But then again, if you offer this bread free to a beggar, what you let go was these 2 rupees which you could have earned. The economic cost of it could have earned, the economic benefit of it could have earned 2 rupees, but you let it go. So the economic cost, the opportunity cost of this bread is on your own wallet. Do you understand? That is why when UPSC asked the question, they said that if you actually, if the government offers anything free of cost to the people, free of cost to the people, the opportunity cost of it is borne by whom? It is borne by the taxpayers. Because otherwise, this good could have been, it could have earned some revenue for the government, but we offered it free. So that is why when we offer it free, now we have got nothing to earn from it. Do you understand this? So let's move to the next topic. So therefore, opportunity cost in action, it says that if a lost bicycle, if a car producer allocates resources to cars, but he forgoes and he chooses that I will not produce bicycles. So therefore, the sale of bicycles decline. So that is why the revenue which he could have earned from bicycles is the cost. That is the opportunity cost. Because he now chose that he will earn profit from cars only. Do you understand? So the economic survey also notes that the time is money. Time is money. So therefore, the time which you lose, for example, the time which you use to spend on Instagram reels, the time which you use to spend on Netflix, the time which you use to spend with your friends chit chatting over calls or WhatsApp, that time comes with a cost. Do you understand? That time comes with a cost. The cost is what? It may cost you 2 or 3 numbers of loss in your exam. That is the problem. And that shouldn't be done. Do you understand that? Now, comes the next topic, that is opportunity cost ke baad, it is the production possibility curve. Now, this is one of the most critical topics in microeconomics which you must understand properly. I will be explaining it, but you just need to pay some attention to it because see, NCRT mentions production possibility curve right after. There is a box given in microeconomics on page number 4. On that box, it actually defines production possibility curve. And in the description of that production possibility curve, there is a mention of opportunity cost. And that is from where UPSC picked this question. And they asked this question of opportunity cost. Now the main topic is production possibility curve. That is yet to be asked. And that is why I am teaching it. Do you understand? That there are high chances that this topic may be asked. Chalo, let's understand. See, let's take the example of this, I would say, car owner only. He has factory in which there are machines, there are laborers, everything, every resource he has, he is utilizing it at the maximum efficiency. Efficiency is maximum. Do you understand this? Now, once he utilizes all the resources, say for example, he has got all the laborers, all the machines, every, I would say, electricity, whatever he gets, he uses it. Now he can produce either 10 bicycles and he can produce, I would say, 5 cars. That is the only thing which he can do. 10 bicycles, 5 cars. Or what he can do is he can reduce this number to 5 bicycles and 10 cars. Or what he can do is he can just switch to this mode that he will produce only 15 bicycles and no car at all. So therefore, or he can also do one more thing, that is 15 cars and no bicycle. So therefore, he has only 2 options left, or only 2 or 3 options left, which he must utilize. Either it is 10 bicycles and 5 cars, or it is 5 bicycles and 10 cars, or it is 15:0 or 0:15. Now, he has these options to do. Whichever option he picks up will earn him some profit. But whatever option he leaves may cost him something, that is the opportunity cost. Now, whenever a person utilizes all his resources, he will reach a level where all of his goods are met. For example, in a country, we are producing goods and services. Now we know that our goods, whatever goods we are producing, are worth, say for example, 20 lakh crore rupees, and services which we are producing are around worth 50 lakh crore rupees. Now that is the best we can do. Why? Because we have utilized all and every resource which we got in the country. Are all the people are on employment? That is, we have full employment. We have full efficiency. All the resources which we had, we utilized them at max. Now we cannot overdo this thing. If we overdo it or if we do less than that, now this is also known as that this will be the potential of the factory was to produce 10 cars, 5 bicycles, 5 cars, 10 bicycles. That's it. Production or potential of a country is to produce 20 lakh rupees of goods, 20 lakh crore rupees of goods and 50 lakh crore rupees of services. Understood? That is the potential, and that is why UPSC asked a question in mains on potential GDP. So this is the potential which we have. Do you understand? This is the potential which we could have achieved. But the problem is that we are not utilizing, our resources are not utilized at the maximum efficiency. When the efficiency is decreased, when the efficiency is declined, then there starts a problem. The problem is that we hereby are at a level where we are not producing enough. It is also said that India's potential GDP, we can achieve much more than where we currently are standing. Say for example, our GDP is currently standing that we are 4th largest economy of the world. In terms of PPP, we are the 3rd largest economy of the world. But we could be, our potential is that we can achieve much more than that. And now remember one more thing, that the potential was that we could have achieved 20 lakh crore rupees of goods and 50 lakh crore rupees of services. That is production possibility curve. That is the possibility of production which an economy got. The possibilities, all the possibilities of economy, which all the possibilities of production which an economy has. Do you remember this? That is where the potential stands. But when we do not produce that much, when we have red tapeism, when we have time inefficiency, when we have bureaucratic hurdles, when we have that we do not have skills, no skills at all. 41% of graduates do not have skills. That is why we are not utilizing all of these resources and our GDP is standing at this level. Do you understand this? But there is one more thing, that from here to here, what we need to do is we need to just increase the efficiency. But if we want to go beyond this, this is nearly impossible for the economy. Why is it impossible? Because we do not have resources to put in. But yes, this thing is where the exploitation of resources start. That if you have potential of this much, if you have potential of producing 20 and 50, you have potential of producing 20 and 50. The problem is that if you go beyond this, you need to impose, I would say, severe conditions on labor. How do we impose that? Laborers have to work now for 20 hours. Machines have to work for 20 hours. That is where your resources will get overutilized, and that is where your economy will get to degrade. You will face that problem of exploitation, over exploitation of labor, and that is what should not be done. So that is the simple concept of production possibility curve, that how much production possibility is there in an economy to work at its maximum possible potential. Do you understand this? Let's move to the next topic. Next topic is organization of economic activities. Now it's very simple, very simple. How is economic activity organized in a market? It is very simple. See, we have 3 types of economies. One is command and one is market economy. Market economy basically talks about free market economics, open competition, the ownership of resources. Ownership of resources is with the government itself, is with the market, sorry. Prices are determined by demand and supply only, nothing else is there. But when we talk about the command economy, it is that the market and all the market is planned and all the resources are owned by government. There is no such thing called as too much of competition. Prices are determined by government itself. Government defines the long-term policy and short-term policy of this command economy. Now let's understand that this market economy, or also known as capitalist economy, one of the most, I would say, practical or rational examples of this is USA, Australia, Canada. And when we talk about command economy, it is Cuba, North Korea, former Soviet Union, which somehow are still practicing the old communism or the old command economy. Do you understand this? Mixed economy. It is the model which India adopted. It has both the features of market economy and command economy. Very simple. Now, what are these features? That government and private players both will be participating in the market. Both will have their share in the market. Both will control the prices. There will be a good degree of competition. Government will act as facilitator of market and a regulator of market. Do you understand this? These are very basic, simple terms of, I would say, the organization of economy. Now then again comes the socialist economy. Socialist economy, everything is owned by the state itself. Command economy basically talks about that everything is planned and directed by the state. Socialism is total ownership of the state. Every resource is owned by the state. Do you understand? State is the countries or the government. So therefore, in the economic systems, at traditional level, we used to have an economic system where all the economic decisions were based on customs, traditions, and beliefs. That is the traditional economic system. Do remember this. There was no specialization of labor. Barter system was common, and all the resources were based on the needs. Do remember this term, that all the resources were based on needs. Further, there was limited economic growth and innovation, which means that all the economies were growing slowly. There was very less economic growth. But then again came the problem. That is the problem of market. Economic decisions were made by individuals and businesses, and every labor was specialized. Now, even if you see today, this specialization of labor has come to a point where you must understand that everything is specialized. Even you get a person who is doing a minute level job. Do you understand? A cog in a wheel. Like when the industrial revolution came, every person had one specific job. Just on the production line, he has only one thing to do, to tighten a nut or to tighten a screw. That is the specialization of job. Even in today's world, you will see that in software development, like there will be a person who will be just testing the software, another person writing the code of the software, another person compiling the software, another person testing the software, another person, I would say, reviewing the software, removing the errors of the software, designing the software, product management. Now there are around thousands and thousands of specializations of this labor only because of the market economics. Do you understand this? Prices are now predetermined only on the basis of, are determined on the basis of demand and supply. That if there is more demand, there is more price. If there is more price, there is more supply. Do you understand this? Sure. Private property rights are protected, and this private property rights came up with the libertarianism of Bentham and Mill, who talked about that there should be right to life, liberty, and property. That these three rights are the natural rights of people. These three rights are the natural rights of people, and they must be protected with everything. I am seriously disappointed that people are not sharing this session and people are not joining this session. I would request everyone to join the session and at least share this in your groups. Moving further, limited government intervention is also there. Command economy. Command economy, remember this, command economy where economic decisions are made by government. Little and no private property is there. Central planning determines everything, determines production, distribution. There is no competition. Limited consumer choice because they will have only limited goods which the government has planned to produce. Now you do not get a lot of choices because there won't be 10,000 or 100 or 1,000 people producing one simple soap of 10 rupees. Do you understand? If government has to produce a soap, there will be only one soap or two qualities of soap. One will be organic, another will be chemical, and it will be sold. Everyone will have choice either to buy this or to buy that. But in market economics, when the market is left free, there will be even a little bit of heterogeneous products. Very small differentiation between the products, like one soap, another soap, another soap. You will see all of or 10 different types of soaps of 10 rupees each. But then again, you will see this is sandalwood, this is rose, this is ebony, this is something else. This is organic, this is khadi, this is neem, this is something else. Why? Because all of them want to differentiate their products so that they can attract maximum customers. When they attract maximum customers, it means that they are attracting or they are generating more profit. Do you understand this? Sure. In the mixed economy, economic decisions are made by both the government and individuals. Property rights are protected. Government regulates certain industries and also provides the public goods and services. Market forces determine the prices and allocation of these resources. Some level of the government intervention is there to address the market failures. That is all about mixed economy. And if you talk about mixed economy, it has the features of both market economy and command economy. Do you understand this properly? Very good. Chalo. Market economy, ownership is by private sector, freedom to start the business, and the prices are regulated by demand and supply. So now let's understand India's welfare innovation, because India adopted this mixed model of economy. Very good. More people are joining. India's welfare innovation. Now remember this thing, that India adopted a welfare model of the state where state will work for the welfare of the people. So therefore, market in India actually wants to meet what? Welfare. So therefore, India uses a market style efficiency tools like direct benefit transfer and jam trinity to achieve social justice. See, this is something which no one else is going to tell you. These are such, I would say, things where you need to understand that people, that you need to link the current government schemes with the static portion. See, whenever it comes that why India adopted a mixed model of economic justice, or when we talk about social and economic justice, which is mentioned in the preamble, we should remember there that India has achieved this thing through DBT, through jam trinity, that now market is also working for the welfare of the people. Do you understand that? That is why we adopted a mixed economy. Now, it is not just that we will mention that India has mixed economy and mixed economy has these features. Now, you need to link it. You need to link it. And that is what UPSC will do in prelims also. They will link these things to different, I would say, aspects. Money flows straight to the beneficiaries without cutting all the middlemen, leakages, paperwork and everything. So this directly benefits and reduces the corruption in the market. Moving further, there is one clear chapter in economy which mentions or talks about theory of consumer behavior. It will hardly take us half an hour more to wind up microeconomics. Consumer behavior explores how individuals maximize their utility and budget constraints. Now remember, there are 3-4 conditions which we need to remember, which we need to understand in the theory of consumer behavior. Theory of consumer behavior actually talks about that how consumers make their decisions. Do you remember going to a shopping mall like this? Do you remember going to a mall like this? That when you go to this supermarket, you buy all those things which you never actually planned for. You actually thought that, okay, I need shampoo, I need soaps, I need, I would say, toothbrush, and I need to buy some snacks. That will just cost me around 300 to 400 rupees. You go to supermarket and you see yourself buying a big two thalas of, I would say, goods, which you never planned. Why? Because that is what consumerism does to you. That you do not know that how on this earth you purchased all of that goods. Why? because that is how the market strategies are done. That is how the consumer behaviors understood and then changed, because they will place the chocolates, the candies right at the counter where you are billing. They will keep some dry fruits over there. They will keep some little items which you might have otherwise never planned. They will keep all the necessary items at the last, so that you look for everything. Once you look for everything, you go, you check this thing also, you check this thing also, and then you reach the last. From till while reaching the last corner of that shop, you already have picked a lot of stuff. That is how the consumer behavior theory works. So consumer behavior theory talks about that, how consumers make their choice. How consumers make their choice? The choice is dependent on price, utility of the goods. Price and utility of the goods. So therefore, in understanding this, we need to remember that whenever a person consumes anything, it gives us satisfaction. For example, whenever we buy anything, for example, if I drink this water, drinking this water may give me some of the satisfaction. But if I eat this pizza, this may also give me satisfaction. If I go to eat somewhere else, some biryani or some rice or some naan, chapati, anything, that gives me satisfaction. But whenever I consume anything, the satisfaction is measured in utils. And whenever I consume anything, this overall satisfaction gained from all the units is the total utility. Simple. Now understand that if this pizza had all the slices uh, were there, and now remember that all the slices which were there on this pizza were, there was someone who ate this pizza. Once he consumed the first slice, he might have got 20 utils of satisfaction. Once he started to consume second, he got only 18 utils. Then he consumed the third one, he got only 15 utils. Fourth one, he got only 10 utils of satisfaction. Why? Now because his belly is full. He already tasted something which he was craving for. He already got that taste. His taste buds are now normal. He might now feel, after eating 4 or 5 or 6 slices, now he might feel that, okay, this there is I would say a saying in our language, that whenever you feel that, okay, mummy, the sabzi is too much salty, there is too much of salt in sabzi, the mummy will directly tell you that what, it's actually your belly which is full. So that is where the utility, or this total utility, the concept of total utility comes. That actually when you fill, when you get satisfied by consuming number of utils, by consuming number of units of that particular good, your utility to have that good, your utility which you get from consuming additional units of that same good gets decreased. But the law says that this marginal utility which you gain by every one more unit of the same good, by consuming one more unit of the same good, this keeps on diminishing. You get only a marginal utility from additional units. Say for example, from the first unit you will get 20 utils, from the second you will get 18, from the third you will get 15. That is the marginal utility gained by the additional unit. Now this marginal utility keeps on diminishing. This marginal utility keeps on diminishing. Why so? As just now I told you, that is why a lot of food goes to waste. That is why humanity is wasting billions and billions tons of waste every day, every year. Do you understand that? There is not that much of hunger in this planet, on this planet, as much as there is wastage of food. Do you understand that? So this law of diminishing marginal utility says that as more units are consumed, the marginal utility of each additional unit decreases. The first pizza slice brings higher satisfaction and the subsequent slices bring lower satisfaction. So that is why the total utility which you might have got is this much by consuming 10 units. Do you understand? Total utility is 490 utils you will get by consuming, or by consuming all the total 10 units. But the marginal utility will keep on diminishing. Marginal utility will keep on diminishing. That is first unit will give you 85, second unit 79. So that is why you need to remember that for UPSC prelims, for your prelims, you need to remember that the curve of total utility will decrease after a certain point. Once the maximum utility is achieved, once the utility goes to zero, once the utility goes to zero, for example, all the units, the total utility which you got was 490. After 10th unit, once you consume 11th unit, you will now get minus utility, negative utility, because now your belly is full. It is now just pressurizing yourself. It is now just punishing yourself by eating more. Eating more just to punish yourself. Or now this eating of the pizza will feel like punishment. One simple example, if a person consumes ice cream in winter days, the first one will taste very good. Second one may taste a bit good. Third one, he will start feeling cold. Fourth one, his mouth will say, okay, now don't eat, because he might be feeling that there is no sensation in his mouth. After fifth or sixth one, now he will be starting to shiver. He will be starting to freeze. And then the punishment starts. That is why that the marginal utility will keep on diminishing and the total utility will keep on diminishing after a certain point of time. And at one point, this will turn out into negative utility also. This will turn out into a punishment also. Do you understand this? Marginal utility will keep on always decreasing only. Do you remember? But total utility till a certain point of time, it will keep on increasing and then it will decrease. Do you remember? Chalo. Next. Now understand that two things determine the demand in the market. Two things determine the demand in the market. One is this utility, that how much good are people actually consuming? How much is the utility of that good? That determines the demand of this good. But there is one important factor of the demand. One most important factor of the demand, that is price. Now, law of demand talks about one thing only, that is price. Law of demand talks about one thing. All the other things remain ceteris paribus, remain as it is. All the other things remain as it is, talking about only one thing, that is demand. Now, talking about only one thing, that is price. Law of demand says that if smartphone price decreases, the consumer purchases more. Similar thing happens on Big Billion Days. Or similar things happen on, say, Independence Day sale, say Republic Day sale, say New Year sale. What do? They decrease the prices and all the supply, all the demand actually increases. If the price increases, the demand drops. So therefore, law of demand says simple one thing. If price increase, demand decrease. If price decrease, the demand will increase. Remember this. Once and for all. Simple, that's it, law of demand. Why is there exceptions in law of demand? What are the exceptions in law of demand? First is Giffen goods, Veblen goods. Do remember these two things, Giffen goods and Veblen goods. These are the two exceptions to the law of demand. Now, what are these exceptions to the law of demand? It says very simple. There are four types of goods. First is inferior good. What is inferior good? Inferior goods are those goods which are cheap, which are used by poor people. These are used by poor people. Say, for example, you all are living in a PG. So the food which PG is providing is the inferior good. And the food which a restaurant is providing is actually something which is I would say a better good, a better quality good. That is, if I tell you like, where did you eat? I ate in PGR. Okay, where did you eat? Arey, we went to this place and we had a good food. Now tell me one thing. Inferior good says that whenever the demand drops, whenever the income increases of a person, the demand of the inferior good will increase. Now, how will this happen? Say, for example, some other day your parents came. You live in a PG, you eat food every day. 30 days you're eating food in PG. Huh. Some other day your parents come and they, mummy silently gives you 2000 rupees, or some of your uncles come and he gives you 2000 rupees that go and enjoy for this. Now, your income has increased. From just receiving 15,000 from the family, your income has increased by 2,000 rupees. What will you go? What will you do? You will leave the 2 days of food from PG and you will go for 2 good meals at a restaurant. At a restaurant. At a good cafe. You might go and eat a pizza or a burger or a biryani, something like that. Why? Because your income has increased. So a person will change his nature of goods, will change his nature of consumption when his income increases. He will switch from inferior goods to better quality goods whenever his income increases. Do you understand this? Veblen goods. Veblen goods say that demand increases with price increase. The more the price increases, the more demand it has. A simple example with this or for Veblen goods is, say for example, there are some luxury goods. There is a brand named Balenciaga. Balenciaga. You just need to search, and once you search, you will get it. Balenciaga has made some of the goods like homeless jackets or homeless style jacket, homeless style shoes, homeless style jackets, and then there is one more thing which they have produced, that the scrub which we use now for the scrub which we use for washing utensils, that scrub influenced wristbands. Poly bag influenced wristbands. Dustbin poly bag influenced wristbands. So what they are selling in $1,000 and $500 are those things which actually homeless people buy or which homeless people have. Now they are just I would say labeling it with a brand named Balenciaga and then increasing its price to a level where no one will reach. Now keeping price of shoes which is already torn out from everywhere, a jacket which has sand, dust and everything in it torn out from one or two sides, that is being sold of 1,000 rupees or $1,000, say for example. That is true. I am not making this story. It is true. They're selling it. And that is how, just by consumption or just by feeling that I have this brand, I have shoes of, I have bag of Louis Vuitton. The bags of Louis Vuitton, they are being sold at 2 lakh rupees, 10 lakh rupees, 5 lakh rupees. Why? Because these are termed as luxury goods. These are the Veblen goods. Rolls Royce or Rolex, Rolls Royce cars, Rolex watches. These are such goods which are sold at only because their price increase determines their demand. Why? Because these are luxury goods. They come under the effect of Veblen or Veblen goods. Remember this. So next is substitute goods. These are those goods where the law of demand actually there is an exception to law of demand. What is the exception to law of demand? In substitute goods, that you can easily replace this substitute good with another thing. Like for example, if tomorrow the price of Coke, Pepsi and all the soft drinks, they went to around 100 or 200 or 300. Now I can easily replace them with cold water. I can easily replace them with cola water. I can replace them with say lemon water. Now if the price of coffee goes high, I can easily replace it with tea. That is why all the substitute goods, if the tea is costly, buyers may drink coffee. Complementary goods, it's like bread and jam, it's like car and petrol, tea and sugar. That if the price of one good increases, if the price of tea increases, if the price of sugar increases, the people will start drinking less sugar or people will start preferring sugarless tea. Do you understand? That is how the demand of this good will also change. If the price of petrol goes higher, people may switch to public transport. Do you understand? These are the exceptions to the law of demand. One more thing which we must understand, that is the types of goods. First is private goods, and common goods. Private goods are those which are your own goods, which you have a right that you will not share it with anyone else. Public goods are those goods which you cannot ask anyone that you are not allowed to have it, like public library, public grounds. Rival goods and non-rival goods. Club goods and public goods. Rival and non-rival goods. Private goods are rival goods. They are rival goods. And non-rival goods, like these are club goods. For example, telephone and electricity. These are non-rival. They come along with each other. For example, knowledge and patent. These are non-rival goods. For example, if you have knowledge, you will utilize it and convert it to patent. Public goods. If you have roads, bridges, dams, public information, pandemic preparedness, these all are public goods and they are non-rival. But talking about, for example, playgrounds, these are rival goods. These are rival goods. Clothes are rival goods. Cosmetics are rival goods. Do you understand? Chalo. So given goods, we already understood that they are low income, non-luxury goods, non-luxury products that defy the standard demand theory. Demand rises when the price rises and falls when the price falls. So therefore, here the law of demand, which otherwise is downward sloping, in given goods, it is upward sloping. Do you understand? Creates an upward sloping demand curve. Why? Because these are inferior goods and they have no substitute. Without substitutes. These are inferior goods with no substitutes. When the price rise or price increases, people cannot shift away from this. Rather, they eat only this good. Say tomorrow, if your PG owner was charging you 6,000 rupees and now he says that he will charge you 8,000 rupees. Now, even if your income increases, even if your money increases, even if your parents are giving you more money, more 2,000 rupees, you will still choose to eat PG food only. Do you understand? You will still choose to eat PG food only. Given goods. What is the logic behind given goods? Very simple. That I gave you the earlier example. Here the demand of the good decreased. From 30 days of food, the demand decreased to 28 days of food. That is only 28 meals. Why? Because your income increased. But when it comes to given goods, an increase in price will lead to increase in demand. Say till yesterday he was charging only 6,000 rupees for 30 days meal. That is why you were able to go to 2 days. For 2 days you were able to go to restaurant and have a good meal. But now his price has increased from 6,000 to 8,000 rupees. Now you cannot afford to go to restaurant. And the demand will increase from 28 days to 30 days. Do you understand this? Or another example of given goods is very simple. That if a person is consuming rice and wheat, he has got only 100 rupees of budget for his entire month's consumption. He can either eat 5 kgs of rice, or because he felt that rice is an inferior good, rice is a given good, or rice is an inferior good, so I will eat also 5 kgs of rice of 10 rupees each, and he will also eat say 3 kgs of wheat of say 15 rupees each. So he utilizes 45 rupees over here and 50 rupees over here. But now the condition is that he was utilizing wheat or he was consuming wheat because he thinks that it is a superior good. It's not an inferior good. Now, after some time, the price of rice increased to 20 rupees per kg. Now, what will he do? Will he switch over to wheat only? No, he cannot. Why? Because he needs in total 8 kgs of ration for whole month. So therefore what he will do is he will try to manage with this. He will leave wheat and will consume more rice. So therefore he will do what? He will at least have rice only. 20 rupees, so he will have to have 5 kgs of rice only. Or if it is 15 rupees, he will have around how many kgs? 6 kgs of rice, 6.5 kgs of rice. So that means that price increase of rice will increase its demand also. Do you understand this? Because he will have to manage his budget. He has to manage his budget. He has to manage his budget, and he has to switch his resources from the superior good to the inferior good, because he cannot compromise with quantity. Otherwise, if he continues with superior good only, he might be facing what? Hunger. He might not have food for rest of the month. His food might be over by just I would say 15 days of the month. So that is why in order to sustain for entire month, he has to switch from the superior good back to the inferior good. That is why the demand of the inferior goods will increase. That is what given good says. Understood? So there is a difference between given goods, Veblen goods and inferior goods. The difference is very simple. If there is increase or decrease in given goods price, the demand will also increase. Even if there is increase in given goods price, the demand will increase. Next, Veblen goods, the price increase means the demand will increase. Veblen goods, price increase, demand increase. Inferior goods, income increases, demand decreases. Do you remember? Income increase, demand decrease. Chalo. These are survival goods. They have no substitute. These are budget conscious people. These are budget conscious people. So Veblen good is Veblen good and given good is about status, while as the other one, that is the given good, or this inferior good, that is about the need based goods. Whatever is the need, they choose or they make their choices based on need. Do you understand this? Sure. Now we discussed demand curve. Demand curve says that the price and demand, quantity demanded of a good. If the price of a good increases, the demand of the good decreases. Say price was 10 rupees, 20 rupees and 30 rupees. Understand this, that when the price was 10 rupees, 30 goods were demanded. And when the price went to 20 rupees, only 20 goods were demanded in the market. And when the price went to 30 rupees, only 10 goods were demanded in the market. So therefore, there is a movement along the curve. There is a movement along the curve. But what if this price changes? What if this price remains constant? What if this price remains constant? Say for example, we have 20 rupees of price and the demand is continuously changing. What will happen? How will the demand change? Say for example, 20 rupees of price was there and the quantity of demanded goods was say 20 units. Remember this fact? Now what happened after some point of time? What happened was that this good is say banana, say it is tea. The price of coffee increased. So what will happen to the demand of tea? Demand of tea will increase from 20 to say for example the demand of the good increased to 40 units. Despite that there was no change in price, the demand changed. There was no change in price, the demand changed. The demand changed from this to this. So therefore, understand this, that increase in quantity demanded or decrease in quantity demanded at the same price, when the price remains same, this leads to shift in curve. This leads to shift in curve. Now this shift can be outward or inward. The price is constant, the price is same, price has never changed, but there can be increase in the demand, there can be decrease in the demand, and that will lead to rightward and leftward shift of the curve. Now remember this thing once and for all, that is the movement along the curve is different and shift of the curve is different. Chalo. Now coming to elasticity. Elasticity is a very simple concept. Very simple concept. That is, if you pull this, I would say, pen apart, and it is elastic in nature, so that means it will stretch. The more you pull, the more it will stretch. Now it depends that how much pull are you, how much force are you exerting on this product, on this good, and how much pressure is it creating, and how much elastic is the good. That is the elasticity of demand. Now we discussed that whenever there is change in price, there is change in demand. Now we need to understand that how much change in price should be there so that demand changes proportionally. How much change in the price of the good and how much change is there in the demand of the good. What is the proportionality between the two is elasticity of the two. Do you understand? Yes. I want you to answer. Do you understand? So elasticity is basically what? The responsiveness of quantity demanded of the price change, showing how much sensitive the consumers are to the price fluctuation. For example, I have, say, I have this pen, or all the pens which you are using. All of you, you might be using pens. Now, if tomorrow government comes up with a plan that all the pens will be sold, all the pens from tomorrow onwards will be sold at, say, 100 rupees. Till now, all your pens, whichever pen you got, was sold at 20 rupees. Now government comes up with a plan that from tomorrow onwards, all the pens will be sold at 100 rupees. Now what will be your option? What are you left out with? If there is a rise of 90% or 900% price rise in your just one thing, that is pen, from 10 to 100 rupees. Now understand this. The price has changed this much. The price has changed a lot. 900% or 9 times increase in the price. Do you understand? Or 10 times increase in the price. 10 times increase in the price means what? Now how much demand will it change? Pen is something which is totally necessity. You all cannot work without pens. You need pens to work. Now therefore you must understand that how much change will it cause in the demand of the pen. Will you all switch to pencils only? If there is change in price of the pens, how will it impact the demand of the pens? That is responsiveness. That is responsiveness, that is elasticity of demand. Very simple concept. Do you understand this? Chalo. So therefore, perfectly elastic means that whenever there is small change in price, whenever there is small change in price, there is infinite change in the demand. Relatively elastic means that whenever there is small change in price, there is a large change in quantity demanded. Understand this? Unitary elastic, that is, if the price decreases by 10%, the demand increases by 10%. That is, the change in price and the change in demand is unitary elastic, 1:1. Relatively inelastic means that small change in quantity despite there is large change in price. For example, price decreased by 100, not 100%, price decreased by 50% and demand increased by just 10%. Perfectly inelastic means that there is no quantity change regardless of price, which means that whatever you keep the price, the demand will be here only. Why? Because it happens with all the necessary goods like salt, sugar, like cancer causing drugs or cancer treating drugs, not causing drugs. Okay? So that is elasticity of demand. Next, this elasticity of demand curve, more than 1 means that elastic, less than 1 means inelastic, and equal to 1 means unitary elastic. Do you understand this? Chalo. Law of supply. Law of supply says whenever there is increase in price, there is increase in supply. Whenever there is increase in price, there is increase in supply. So supply curve will be always upward sloping. Do you understand this? Which means that if the coffee bean price increases, the farmers grow more coffee. That means that if the price increases, they will increase their supply. Quantity supplied will also increase. Chalo. Therefore, the supply curve will always be upward sloping. Do you understand this? Now, what are the determinants of this supply curve? First is the price of the given commodity. Second is the price of the factors of the production. Government policies, price of other goods, state of technology, and objectives of the firm. These are all the determinants of individual supply. That supply will be determined by all of these factors. Particularly, supply will be determined by factors of production. Factors of production, what are factors of production? Land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. What do they produce? Land produces rent, labor produces wages, capital produces profit, capital produces interest, and entrepreneurship produces profit. Okay? That is the factors of production. Chalo, understand this, that for example, if the price of other good increases, maybe the supply of this good will increase or decrease. Maybe they will increase or maybe they will decrease. If the state of technology increases, if the state of technology increases, it means that there will be increase in production. Now, UPSC asked the same question about that if the farmer changes his plow, which was wooden, to steel plow, what does this mean? This means capital augmentation, which means that he has increased his capital. If he increases his capital, it means his production will increase. If his production will increase, it means he will earn more. It means his supply will also increase. Do you understand this? Next, elasticity of supply. Elasticity of supply means that how much change in price will lead to how much change in supply. Very simple concept. Are you all with me? Come on, just hit the like button at least once. All those who are there with me, hit the like button. Yes. Chalo. Elasticity. There is relatively elastic demand, unitary elastic demand, or relatively inelastic demand. Understand this. Either relatively elastic demand, unitary elastic demand, or relatively inelastic demand. What does this mean? That if there is a proportional change in the supply, relatively elastic supply means that the change in price was 10% and change in supply was 20%. It means that it is relatively elastic. The change in price was 10%, that is price increased by 10%, and the supply increased by 10%. Unitary elastic. Relatively inelastic means that the change was less than proportional. Price was increased by 10%, the supply increased by only 5%. Simple? Chalo. Income elasticity says that if the income, how the quantity responds to the income changes. If the income of the people change, or if the income or the profit of the organization changes, it will change. If the income of the person changes, it will also change the supply. Cross elasticity means that how one good responds to the change of another good. That is, for example, if the price of tea increases, if the price of tea increases, maybe the demand of the coffee will also increase, the production of the coffee will also increase. Do you understand? That is cross elasticity. Chalo. So therefore, price elasticity says what? Inelastic supply means that the supply will change, will remain constant. There will be very less change in the supply even if you increase the price 3 times. From $1 to $3, the demand will only change by how much? 0.5. The supply changed by just 0.5% even after the price increased by 3 times. Next, unitary elastic means that, understand, unitary elastic means that the price increased from $1 to $3. The price increased from $1 to $3 and there was demand which also increased by the same number. That is, earlier at $1 the demand was 1.5 and now the demand is 4.5. That is 3 times growth in change. Not demand but supply. The supply also increased by 3 times. The price increased by 3 times, supply also increased by 3 times. That is why it is known as unitary elastic. And the price increased by from 1 to 3. The supply increased by more than that. there was an increase in price, 3 times increase in price, but the increase in supply was how much? From just 1.5 to 14 units. So it was around 14 times, around 10 times. It was around 10 times that this supply got increased just by an increase in price. 3 times increase in price will lead to 10 times increase in supply. That is how we define the elastic supply. Do you understand this? Do you understand this? So let's move forward. Understand the costs in production. See, there are short-term cost in production and long-term cost in production. Why do we need to understand this? Short-term costs are very much flexible. Why so? For example, a company has short-term cost like raw material. If a company is producing 100 goods for 1 year, 100 goods for 1 year, now if it increases its raw material by just, I would say 10%, maybe it will increase its production to 120 goods. Understand this. Or if it increases raw material by 20%, maybe its production will increase to 150 goods. Now these are short-run costs. These costs are short-run costs and company can do this. Even short-run costs are labor also. Long-run cost, all the costs are variable, allowing for economies of scale. That is which reduces the per unit cost as the production grows. Understand this. Long run cost means, for example, if a company had one machine which was producing 100 goods. Now, if company installs 2 machines, they may produce 200 goods, or they may produce 150 goods. Or if they upgrade this machine only, if they upgrade it, it may produce 150 goods. But the problem here is that the cost is long run cost. This cost is for next 10 years, 20 years, but this will directly increase the production. And the most important thing is that it will decrease the cost per unit of making. And once that happens, that is how companies achieve the economies of scale. So that is the difference between short run cost and long run cost. Chalo. One more thing which you need to understand, that why did we discuss actually short run and long run? Because there is a reason to it. The reason is that whenever a company incurs long run cost, or whenever a company introduces new capital, its output also increases. So which means that increase in capital or introduction of capital will lead to production. What do we need for production? The first thing we need for production is capital. Do you understand this? Labor can provide services, but labor must be having human capital. Entrepreneurship means that the person has capital. What kind of capital he has? He has entrepreneurial skills. Land is profitable only when it is put to use. That too is capital. Do you understand? Money, machinery, tools, they must be put to use, then only we can produce. So therefore, capital once introduced leads to production. So therefore, capital is a kind of input, and production is a kind of output. Now, every capital introduced into, I would say, into a system, into an economy, leads to production. Every capital introduced leads to production, and once this production increases, we need to understand that how much capital is needed to increase how much production. How much capital is needed to increase how much production, which means that capital output ratio. Which means that capital output ratio determines that how much capital is needed for how much output. And once we understand this, we also need to understand one more thing, that once we introduced this capital, now how is capital introduced in the economy? People or households, they start saving. Once they start saving with banks, financial institutions, they convert it into investment by giving loans. These loans are taken by entrepreneurs or enterprises they convert these loans into working capital and or they purchase fixed capital, say machines, loans, machines, tools, or other things. They build buildings and then they start producing. So therefore, UPSC also asked a question that despite of being a high saving economy, our production has not increased that much. Why? Because our capital output ratio is high. That is, we need a lot of capital to increase our output. That is the problem. Do you understand this? So incremental capital output ratio says that ICOR measures additional capital which is required to produce one additional unit of output, which is reflecting the capital efficiency. Do you understand this? So therefore, a lower ICOR indicates higher efficiency, which means that now once you have capital, once you have capital in your economy is producing 100 goods per year. How much more capital is required to increase this production by 101, to increase the production by one additional good? This is known as incremental capital output ratio. Do you understand that how much incremental capital is actually required to increase the output? Done. That is incremental capital output ratio. Now you might have read the structure of market at multiple places. Market structure actually talks about the perfect competition and monopolistic competition. Perfect competition is when there are too many buyers, when there are too many sellers, all the products are homogeneous. Like for example in agriculture. In agriculture, everyone is producing wheat. Every wheat is similar. Every wheat has same quality, same quantity. Nothing is there which is differentiating the wheat. So therefore, everyone who is in this market, every buyer or every seller in this market, they have no choice. They have a uniform choice. They have a uniform product. And due to this, the firms, the farmers, they are actually price takers. There is perfect competition which is there. There is perfect competition which is actually happening over there. Now the competition is about what? If you produce more, you earn more. Simple. Because whatever you are producing, it is normal only. Now the competition is in what? Production. That is where the economy actually proceeds. But what is actually happening? Happening is that we are monopolizing this wheat. There is only one farmer who is trying to monopolize all the wheat because he wants to control all the supply of the wheat. There is only one person who wants to control all the supply of airlines. There is only one person who wants to control all the supply of telecommunication services, the mobile cards, SIM cards, internet services. Now that is where the problem happens, because they now control the supply, they control the prices. If they control prices, they control everything in the market. Because controlling a price gives you a market power, and that market power must be utilized properly, and government must always ensure that there is perfect competition in the market. Do you understand this? Chalo, monopoly is when there is only one seller, he controls all the prices. Oligopoly is when there are few large companies. For example, in airlines, if you see, there are only very few large companies. Like there is Vistara, which is now international. It's not working in domestic. In domestic airlines, we have only Indigo, SpiceJet. We have Air Akasa, which is recent most. We have, I guess, Air India. Now these are the 3 or 4. These are the large firms. They dominate the market. In oil market also, crude oil market, we have only few large companies. Like there is Aramco. There is Saudi Arabia, which is producing this oil. There are only 3 to 4 countries which are producing this oil. And in these 3 to 4 countries, there are 4 to 5 only, I guess around 10 to 20 companies only who are producing this oil. And now all of these companies, they sit on a table, they discuss that we will decide how much production and how much price are we keeping for the rest of the year. Now this defines that how the cartel system actually works. And this oil cartel of OPEC countries is the world's largest cartel. And this cartel system is banned in India. Do you understand? Why? Because they exploit the market power which they have. Monopolistic competition is when firms sell differentiated products, allowing firms to have some sort of price setting power. Now, these notes are very short, made just to understand, just to make sure that you understand only one line from each concept. That is why these notes have been made very short. So there are multiple types of market. First is monopoly, another is oligopoly. No clarity on number of firms. Huh. Perfect competition, monopolistic competition, we already discussed. One more term which you need to remember is oligopsony. That is when there is big buyers, a couple of big buyers. This gives them the power to buy over vendors. That is, there are sellers, but there is only one buyer or two buyers. For example, defense products. In India, all the people might be producing defense or ammunitions or bullets. Who is buying? Only one, that is government. No other one is buying. There is only one buyer in the market and rest of all are sellers. Monopsony. Monopsony is just one buyer. Oligopsony, there are only few buyers. Only few buyers. That is 4 to 5 buyers. Monopsony is one buyer only. Do you understand? Chalo. Market. For example, railways currently. Chalo. Now the last thing which we need to discuss is market equilibrium. Now what is market equilibrium? When market equilibrium says one simple concept, that is, in market the demand and supply must meet each other, must balance out each other. For example, in this graph which you are seeing over here, it is very simply written. It is written that, for example, price of a good is 10 rupees or is say 50 rupees, and this price was increased to 75 rupees. What will happen? What will happen to this good if the price was increased to 75 rupees? What will happen? The demand will decrease. The demand will decrease from 50 goods, or I will like to make this over here. See, the price was 50 and the demand was 50. Price was 50 rupees and the demand was 50 goods. Quantity demanded, price. Very simple. Now what happened was that the price of this good was increased. Was increased to what? Was increased to 75 rupees. What will happen to demand? Demand will decrease. Demand will decrease to just 30 goods. Do you understand? What will happen to supply? Supply will increase. Supply will increase to say 60 goods. Do you understand this? So therefore there will be excess supply in the market. There will be excess supply in the market. This excess supply in the market will create a downward pressure on price, and that is why this price will come down from 75 to 50 rupees. Again, if this price was earlier decreased, if this price was decreased from 50 to 30, was decreased from 50 to 30 rupees. Now tell me what will happen if this price has been decreased from 50 to 30 rupees. The demand will increase. Demand will increase, say it will go to 70. The quantity demanded goes to 70 goods. What will happen to price? What will happen to supply? The supply will also decrease. Demand will increase, supply will decrease. Supply will decrease by how much? Earlier they used to sell 50 goods. Now they will sell only 30 goods or say 40 goods. So therefore, again, there is excess demand in the market, and this excess demand will create upward pressure on the price and this price will again go from 30 rupees to 50 rupees. Now that is how the forces of demand and supply actually maintain the market. That is how forces of demand and supply actually maintain the market, and that is how an equilibrium price is actually maintained in the market always. So that was about market equilibrium. Do you understand this? So, moving further, what are the factors which actually affect this market equilibrium? First, it is change in demand. Second, change in supply. Government intervention can also change this, I would say, demand and supply of a product. For example, if government starts to procure some of the goods, for example, government starts to procure, say, wheat, MSP, wheat at MSP, it increases the MSP of wheat by 100%. Now, what does this mean? That the demand of the wheat will increase heavily, the price of the wheat will increase heavily. External factors are also important. What if people imported, I would say, massive rainfall or hailstorm in that region and all of this wheat got destroyed, or there came a locust attack and all of the wheat got destroyed. So this will also hamper the demand and supply of the good, and that will also hamper the equilibrium of the good, because if the supply decreases, the price is also hampered. If the demand increases, the price is also hampered. Do you understand this? So, moving further, every good which is produced in the market, for example, if I am producing bread in the market, I earned an educational institution. I am providing people with good quality of education. Say, for example, I am providing people with good quality of coaching for UPSC. Now, I am taking money out of them. For example, 2 lakh or 3 lakh rupees fees is there. But what I am doing is I am producing good quality officers which will help in good governance. Do you understand this? This good governance will help the entire country to grow faster. Everyone will be benefited by this good governance. Do you understand this? Now, this is the social good. This hunger elimination is a social good, and that is what Adam Smith called as invisible hand. Invisible hand in the market. That just the commercial operations, just the forces of demand and supply, just the profit and utility, which producers are earning profit and utility is the consumption of people, the satisfaction of people. These forces will also have an invisible hand in the market. This invisible hand will create the social good in the market, and all of the rest of the nature will fall aligned. Everything will fall aligned and everything will be perfectly aligned with this market equilibrium and with this invisible hand. That is one thing. Now understand that producing this bread or giving good quality education have two things which are positive in nature. These two things are positive in nature, and that is why it is known as positive externality. This is positive externality to the function which I am doing. I am doing a commercial activity, but it is creating a positive impact on the society. Do you understand this? That is the positive externality of it. Now, say I am producing a good, I am producing tobacco, I am producing alcohol, I am earning, say, profit out of it, good quality profit. Even state is earning excise duty on it. State is earning a lot of tax on it. Do you understand? Highest source of revenue, alcohol. But this is creating negative externality. What kind of negative externality is there? For example, सबसे पहले people are getting ill, they are getting cancer, and government has to treat them. And all the costs of treatment in government hospital is, I would say, funded or subsidized just because of the taxpayers' money, which otherwise could have been used for development of infrastructure and other things, which otherwise could have been used to provide free education or to eliminate hunger from the society. Now, these all are the negative externalities of it. So, therefore, we should do what? We should subsidize We should subsidize all that has positive externality. We should promote all the production which has positive externality. We should penalize all which has negative externality. This should be imposed upon it. A specific kind of penalty should be imposed upon these. So that is why all that has indirect cost or negative externality is penalized, and all that has positive externality is benefited as incentivized. For example, if you build a cold storage, huh, cold storage. Have you watched Panchayat? Anyone? If you have watched Panchayat, you will get to know that there was an initiative that we will impose tax on that Panchayat, on Fulera Panchayat, and then we will collect the money, tax money, and we will build a cold storage for onion and potato. If you build a cold storage, this will help farmers to increase the prices and to get more prices of their goods, to increase their income. And if this happens, all the farmers will have better sources of income, and their students or their kids will be educated, and they will be a good human capital for the society, for the country. And that is how they will achieve a high, or I would say that is how India will be achieved, or India will achieve the goal of developed economy by 2047. So all this cold storage development, government is promoting and giving 65% subsidy. 65% subsidy on the total overall cost of these cold storages. Government is providing around 90% subsidy on the nurseries. If you build a nursery of hybrid plantation or high density plantation, there is 90% subsidy. Do you understand that all that has positive externality is given subsidy? So what is positive externality? Simple. For example, gentrification. If one rich person or one influential person moves out into a society which is usually, I would say, backward society. For example, if there is a highly influential, if tomorrow, just imagine this thing. If tomorrow Ambani ji moves his Antilla or moves his house from Antilla to Dharavi, if he shifts from Antilla to Dharavi, and now he builds his own home or rents out another home which was left out in Dharavi and starts living there. Now what will happen? He will first employ around his home. They will get paid. Once they will get paid, they will also have this influence that we also need to grow. Our kids also need to grow like this. He may also help the entire society to build a school for education. He will also try to have one such thing due to which people will start renovating, they will get money, he will start an enterprise, and then everything will change. That is how gentrification works. And that is how, if one influential person moves out into our, I would say, old left out society, all the prices of all the around the land which is around this area, the prices of that land gets increased. That is what happens when an airport is announced. When an airport is announced in any of the areas, the prices of the land get increased. Do you understand? If you give free vaccines to all the people, this will help in developing herd immunity for all the people. If you promote beekeeping, if you have a beekeeping culture at your home, this will help all the nearby plants to get pollinated. That is the positive externality of this. Do you understand? Negative externalities we already discussed, that if you produce, for example, if you use fossil fuels, there will be climate change. If you use too much of honking on the road, there will be noise pollution. Habitat destruction also can be there. Do you understand this? That is negative externalities. So all the particulate matter, polluted air, household waste, noise pollution, air pollution, from just what? From whatever activities we are doing. That's it. Traffic congestion. These are the negative externalities which we are currently facing because of the production. Do you understand this? UPSC already has asked a question on this. And to, I would say, very simply, lastly, I will conclude this. To penalize all of these negative externalities, we impose Pigouvian tax. This was given by Thomas Pigou. Pigouvian tax is a tax which government creates to disincentivize the negative externalities. Chalo. Are you with me till here? So marginal private benefits are there, marginal social cost is there, and all those things which have negative externalities, their private benefit, marginal private benefit, is more than their social benefit. Huh. Or I would say the revenue by these products, or the profit by these products in the overall economy, in the marginal private benefit, is more than the social cost which is imposed on the society. That is why Pigouvian tax or sin tax is imposed on goods like cigarettes, alcohol, all of these goods. Do you understand this? Till here, I would like to congratulate you all on completing the microeconomics. Now, hereby we complete the microeconomics, and now we will start macroeconomics after a break of 15 minutes. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly. I will be answering them after 15 minutes of break. After this, we will start macroeconomics. So guys, welcome back. We are back here in the session. How is the जोश for macroeconomics? कौन कौन है अभी लाइव जो macroeconomics में जुड़ना चाहता है? And before we start macroeconomics, I would like to highlight that आप सबको, all of you, may you all find success in your life. And if you need my guidance at any point of time in your life, you can directly contact me. You don't have to worry about anything. You can directly contact me. And let's start with the macroeconomics. Now, the first thing which we will be discussing in macroeconomics is national income accounting. Now, national income accounting is such a chapter which we must understand first, and then only we can proceed in this. What are the three words saying us? It is national income accounting, which means that we need to account the income at national level. How do we account something? Like the way you account your budget for the month. The way you assign your limited resources for 1 month. For example, I will tell you, very simple example. If a person receives 15,000 rupees for a month, he knows 6,000 rupees is for food, 3,000 rupees is for outside food, or I would say 6,000 rupees is for 3,000 rupees I will spend on my other things, and 6,000 rupees is my rent. Very simple. Now, in these 3,000 rupees, sometime he might be buying an earphone which will last him, or which will last for around 1 year. So that is kind of an investment for 1 year for him. Consumables he is achieving. Or he might be also saving. If he is a good candidate, if he is a good student, he might be saving 1,000 rupees each month so that he can use them later on. Do you understand? That is how we do budgeting. But what does this mean? National income accounting. National income accounting is very simple concept. National means we need to talk about economic geography, or we need to talk about the economic territory. Economic territory of the nation. Now tell me, what is the economic territory of the nation? Economic territory of the nation is that area wherever the country has sovereign rights to produce. There are two things which you must remember. The first thing is that if an economy is there, if you have sovereignty to publish laws somewhere, you have the. Do you understand this? Chalo, the first topic to understand in national income is how did the birth of macroeconomics actually happen. The birth of macroeconomics happened because of John Maynard Keynes. John Maynard Keynes published the General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money in 1936. Remember? John Maynard Keynes, the theory was born out of the Great Depression of 1930s. It focuses on aggregate economic variables and how different the sectors of an economy interact in a circular flow. Before we read about John Maynard Keynes, I would like to tell you a story about an economist who developed a Moniac machine. Now, what is this Moniac machine about? I have not introduced that concept over here. Moniac machine was developed by William B. Phillips. He was an economist who actually developed a machine. A machine, say for example, this is the machine. This machine had a large tank of clean water. Then it had a small containers over here. Some small containers, different containers. Say for example, pitchers or 1 liter containers. Every container had a different colored water. and every container was connected through pipes to another container, and then all the containers were connected to the tank through different pipes. Now, once he started to show the world that all the economies of the world, whether it is Russia, whether it is Japan, whether it is China, whether it is India, USA, Europe, every economy is connected to each other. And this tank represents the international economy. It represents the international currency. It represents the international economy, the economy at the international level. And if this money started to flow through trade, through economic relations, through any other, through loans, through investments, through savings, this will turn out that all the color, all the water will be of one single color. All the transactions in the world happen in this manner. And that is where the birth of macroeconomics, or the birth at circular flow of economy, actually happened. Now, in order to understand all of this, we need to understand smaller concepts first. Once we understand the smaller concepts first, then we will develop the theory at the larger level. Understood? Simple? Chalo, let's start with this. The first thing, what are the main economic players in an economy? First, it is household sector. Another, it is firms. And third thing, it is government. The fourth player is financial institutions like banks, NBFCs, or any other all India financial institutions, developmental banks, SEBI, RBI, regulators, whatever it is. The fifth player of the economy is the external sector, where we import and export. But the actual main two pillars of an economy are households and firms. Because if you imagine, macroeconomics or economy per se started with these two only, households and firms. There was a person who started to produce, and there was another person who started to consume. That is what we discussed in microeconomics. That economics actually started with these two things: production, consumption, production, consumption. That's it. Then in order to regulate this production and consumption, government came in place. Now, because there are too many needs, too much need for profit, too much need for goods, that is why the fifth player, that is import and export. All the goods which were not produced in the domestic economy will be produced outside economy, and they will be brought in to the economy from outside, imported. Or all the goods which are excess in supply will be supplied outside, they will be exported. Now, the fourth player, that is financial sector or banking sector, financial institutions. All these households and firms used to work interchangeably. Like, very simple, I will explain it. That these households and these firms, households will pay firms, they will give money to firms, and firms will give goods and services to households. Households will supply labor to firms, and firms will pay wages to these households. Now, all the earnings of these households, they will use these wages to purchase goods and services, and they will save some of it. These firms also, all the goods they will produce, they will earn a revenue, plus they will earn profit out of this, and out of this profit they will save some of it. And whenever they require, they may require additional loans also. So all these savings of corporate and all these savings of households must be channeled, and these savings must go to the financial institutions, and they will convert these savings into investment by providing loans. To whom? To these firms. Do you understand? That is how these sectors will work. But later on, we will discuss this after a while. Before that, we need to discuss that what all are the economic players in an economy. So what are the basic macroeconomic concepts? Very simple concepts. First is the final good. What is the final good? Final good is that good which is the ultimately used for consumption. For example, I will tell you what is final good. Say this board, this board, this board, if you use this for your own entertainment at your own house, and you are using it for your entertainment, you're watching Netflix, you're watching, I would say, any movies, whatever. This is Android board, this supports internet also, this supports everything. So you can utilize this board in whatsoever manner you want. That is the final consumption of this board. One thing. But what if this board, I am using that? I am providing something else. I am not providing this board. I am not selling this board. This board is an intermediate good for me because I am providing services, educational services. My final good is my services. This camera which is recording me, the screen on which I am recording, the laptop which I am using, the iPad which I am using, all of these are intermediate goods. The final good which I am providing is the service. Do you understand this? That is the final good. Or say, for example, if I purchased wheat, sugar, some added, I would say, additives, or some, I would say, salts. Then I made biscuits, got them packed, and then sold them. These all are intermediate goods. This is the final good. So therefore, in economy, we measure only the final goods. We do not measure intermediate goods. Do you remember this? And money is the measuring rod in the economy. To measure everything, to calculate everything. If you go to, for example, say Calcutta, you have to measure that how much distance is there between Delhi and Calcutta, between Hyderabad and Calcutta, between Kerala and Calcutta. The concept of variables. What are variables in the economy? Variables are those things. Variables are numbers. Variables are when we measure something. When we measure money, when we measure goods, when we measure number of goods, when we measure number of final goods, when we measure number of intermediate goods. Do you understand this? When we measure the GDP of the economy, the national income of the people, the personal income of yours. If I ask you what is your personal income, what is your annual income? That is the measurement. That is the measurement which you tell me. For example, if I tell you, ask you, how much is your wealth and how much is your income? You will say, sir, if I calculate all my wealth, my ancestral property which I have or which I will be getting maybe around 30 CR. Do you understand this? I have recently published a book. Which may earn me royalty or which may give me royalty of around say 10 CR. Or I have an IP on my own, I would say some goods. I have an intellectual property on that. I have a trademark. I have a patent on some goods. That is all my intellectual wealth or my total physical wealth. My income per year is just say, for example, 20 lakh rupees per year. Now, this wealth was calculated at a particular point of time that currently I have this much wealth. That in my property I have 30 crores, in my bank I have 10 crores, in my IPs I have 10 crores, and that means I have 50 CR of wealth total right now. Tomorrow it will change. Day after tomorrow it will change. Right now I have this much of wealth. That is why it is known as stock. That how much stock do you have? If I ask you, how much stock of pens do you have for your prelims? How much stock of, I would say, prelims papers do you have? That means you currently have that much. Flow is over a period of time. It is a variable, it's an aggregate, it's a sum, or it represents the measurement of quantities over a period of time. That is flow. That for 1 year my income was 10 lakh rupees. Was it in 1 month? No. It was continuously over a year. I accumulated all of it. My yearly income is 1 lakh, 10 lakh, 20 lakh. That means for 1 year my income is that much. It is a flow of income. Do you understand? So remember these two. One more thing which you need to remember, gross capital formation. What does gross capital formation means? It means it is the aggregate of gross addition to the fixed assets. that how much assets have you purchased. Last year I had only car, this year I have bike also, next year I will be having helicopter also. Okay, maybe I do not have bike or car yet, but yes, maybe I will be having sooner, or day after that I will be having an airplane, or I will be having a house. That is the number of assets I am creating. But hereby it represents the change in stock. It represents change in stock of the company. Capital goods like machinery are stocks. Changes in capital goods over the time are flow, which means changes in capital goods over time. Last year I had only car. So my stock of goods was how much? Say for example it was 10 lakh rupees. Now I have bike also, so it is say for example 12 lakh rupees. Now I have helicopter also, maybe it is 12 CR now. So do you remember that? Remember the definitions, because UPSC has asked them as it is. Okay, gross capital formation and change in this capital formation. So high stock value means stocks like capital assets, and flows are quantities over a period of time. And remember one more thing, in stocks you get periodic additions or reductions, while as in flow, for example the inventory levels, they are calculated at the end of the period, or the total number of assets you have, that is the inventory, and inventory is a stock variable. That is what UPSC asked last time. Understood? So next is capital. Capital can be of different types. For example, there can be intellectual capital, human capital like IPs, intellectual property, human capital like skills, manufacturing capital like you have machinery, social and relationship capital. This is one such thing which you must understand. Social and relationship capital, or social capital. Natural capital, for example, resources, critical minerals, fossil fuels. Financial capital. Financial capital means the financial worth you have. Financial capital is money, or a message, or CFO's message. That is the financial base for the business transformation with a view to medium term. This is financial capital. That is the money which you have. Do you understand? Sure. What is physical capital? Physical capital, which UPSC asked, is tangible in nature. These are tools, these are machines, buildings, raw materials which you use. Physical capital can be of two types. It can be either fixed capital, or it can be working capital. Working capital is usually consumed within 1 year. For example, it is raw material, money which you have, cash in hand, we call it, fuel and intermediate goods. Then fixed capital. What is fixed capital? Like machines, tools, buildings and vehicles, computers and the equipments. These are fixed capital. Why? Because they are used for a longer period of time. Now UPSC also asked about computers, farmer's plow, yarn used by weaver. And yarn used by weaver is a working capital, not a fixed capital. Petrol used by cars, that is working capital, not fixed capital. What is intangible capital? Intangible capital is very simple. These are non-physical assets. Non-physical assets means patents, trademarks, copyrights, human capital. They derive the productivity and growth in an economy. Do you understand this? Next, what are the investments in an economy? Investment means that whatever has been invested into the economy. For example, last year I started a factory, or I started this factory in 2020. I first built a building, then the fence of the building, then I brought machinery. Understand this properly. This is investment, actually investment. Now next year in 2021, I brought in some more goods. Like for example, I purchased a software. In 2021, not only a software, but also I installed a production chain. In 2022, I started the production itself by building the packaging units, by making the printing of packaging material. And in 2023, I started my transport of these goods, for which I purchased 4 vehicles. Now tell me, every year I am adding capital to my factory, to my net worth, to my company. This is the addition of capital. This addition of capital is not just in my factory, it is the addition of capital in the country also. It is the addition of capital in my GDP also. Do you understand this? Do you understand? It is the domestic production which is happening actually. This packaging unit, this machine, this transport, this vehicle might have been produced somewhere. I am just adding this capital into my own economy, into my own factory. Now remember one more thing. This building which was worth 10 lakh in the initial year, this would it be same in this 2023? Or was it just an expenditure of only 2020? Is it not an expenditure which is helping me to produce in 2023? This building is helping me all along the years. This building will be there for next 50 years. This 10 lakh rupees is an expense of next 10 lakh years, 10 years or 20 years or 50 years. That is why I need to calculate this expense for next 50 years. Do you understand? That whatever is the expenditure of this building is for next 50 years. Whatever is the expenditure of this production chain or this production unit or this packaging unit or the packaging material, this is the capital. This has a longer term. Now there is increase in capital, there is increase in investment, but remember that every year if I purchased, for example, the 3 things, building, fence and machinery, it was of 1 CR. Next year, I also added, I would say 20 lakhs more. This year, I added 2 CR more. This year, I added, say, 1 CR more. Now tell me what is the gross capital I have? It is 4 CR and 20 lakhs. But tell me, does the building have equal price? Does the building have same value in 2021 also? Does it have the same value in 2022 also? No. The value is continuously depreciating at 10% rate. In 2021, this is 90 lakhs only. In 2022, it is 90 lakhs plus 20 lakhs, that is 110 lakhs minus 10%, that is coming back again to how much? 109 or 1 CR and 9 lakhs. Why? Because I have to give the effect of 10% depreciation, that is at the minimum. Do you understand? So the value of this building, value of the software, value of the packaging unit, value of this, everything will keep on depreciating. Do you understand this? Do you understand this? So gross investment is the total investment which I made. Depreciation is the annual allowance of wear and tear which we do. And net investment is gross minus depreciation. Remember the concept? Net investment is gross minus depreciation. So therefore, whatever savings have there been in economy, I saved all of this in banks, and then it went to banks, mobilization of the savings, money was obtained for investment, and then this money was used in machinery, plants were built, vehicles were used, JCB was used, and all of this is capital goods. And this leads to what? Capital formation in an economy. Do you understand this? Capital formation in an economy. So these were some of the concepts which we must understand. What is consumption and what is investment? Consumption is spending on goods and services for immediate use, like food, clothing, housing. That is why our consumption surveys are different and investment survey is different. What is investment? It is spending on the capital goods for future. Capital goods are production, machinery, equipment, buildings, infrastructure. Do you understand this? What is capital efficiency ratios? We already discussed this, capital output ratio and incremental capital output ratio. UPSC also has asked a question on this. Now, That is why you need to understand that GDP is just a measure of production. That is how much are you producing right now. But ICOR is something which defines the future productivity, or how much stock of capital we currently have, and if we need only 1 unit increase, or how much faster can we achieve this production, how much faster can we achieve our potential GDP. That is defined by ICOR. Is India growing actually more efficiently? The efficiency of growth will be defined by investment rate and real GDP. It is said that if India wants to achieve a developed nation status by 2047, we need to maintain an investment rate of 30%. We need to maintain a growth rate of 8%. Do you understand? Chalo. And our ICOR should be around 3.5 minimum. So now let's understand what is the circular flow of income. We already discussed that there are two primary actors in the economy, that is households and firms. These households supply labor and pay for their consumption. Simple. These firms will give wages and will supply goods and services to the households. Now this is the start, this is the basic model of circular flow. Now next is that in this circular flow we have one more player, that is the government, which will either impose taxes or will provide subsidies. Taxes will be imposed on all those goods and all those income which is earned. Usually we discussed till now that taxes will be imposed on all those goods which have negative externalities, wherever people are earning profit, and subsidies will be there, or government will provide subsidies for those which have positive externality. All those goods which have positive externality, government will give subsidies for that. One more element or one more player in this macroeconomy or the circular flow of economy is the financial institutions. Now these financial institutions will take away all the savings from this model and will supply back all the loans and investments, because these are banks. Banks will accept all the savings and all the saving deposits. They will accept these deposits and they will convert them into loans and supply them back into the economy. Do you understand this? And also there will be one more factor or one more player in this economy, that is imports and exports. Imports and exports of the external sector. Now what is happening actually in this is basically the leakage and injections. Now imagine if there was whole money, all of the money of households and firms was limited into this basic structure only. Polity के जैसा यहाँ पे भी it's a basic structure, it's the basic model of economy. If it was limited between households and firms, all the money would have been available with the firms, all the labor would have been available with the households, there would have been quick transfers between households and firms, and it was easy to grow this economy because the money was easily accessible to the firms. But the problem was there that whatever households used to save, they were not earning any interest on this. Whenever firms needed a loan, they were not having that loan available quickly to them at lower interest rates, because no one was ready to lend them money, because everyone was saving for their pension, for their retirement. So now understand this thing, that all these savings have to be channeled. But the problem is that we are taking away these savings. The money is being taken away from the basic model. That is why it is known as leakage. And all the money which is injected back into the circular flow by these financial institutions is known as injections. Do you understand? That is why all the taxes, all the savings and all the imports are actually what? These are leakages, and all the subsidies, all the loans, and all the exports, these are what? These are injections into the economy. And that is why you must understand that these two factors are most important factors in the circular flow of income. Do you understand this? Huh. And if you understand this circular flow of income, then only you will be able to understand the GDP and GNP and all the other concepts. So this circular flow of income, it represents what? Huh. It is very simple, that government will do transfers and will collect taxes. Government will purchase goods from firms. Government will borrow money from financial institutions. Government is equally participating into this. Do you understand? Government is equally participating into this. Chalo. One more thing. When we talk about rest of the world we will import from the rest of the world, we will export to rest of the world. Not only this, we will bring loans from outside. So thereby the total income equals to total production, and this total production of the economy equals to the GDP of this economy. Now if you understand this, it is very simple concept. It is very simple concept. All the expenditure, all the consumption, all the savings, all the subsidies, all the taxes which is done by government, either government, households, financial institutions, firms, rest of the world, wherever, export, import, external sector, everything is connected to each other. And all of this collectively sums up to what? National income. Do you understand this? Do you understand this? Chalo. So what is national income accounting? CAPEX, I have skipped this CAPEX. We will discuss it later. We will come back to this. So what is now national income accounting? National income accounting is basically very simple concept. National is the economic territory of a nation. Income is whatever has been earned by Indians in India or outside India. We need to account this as per the accounting principles of System of National Accounts 2008. That is the simplest formula or simplest definition of all of this. Now, what is national, or who are nationals? What is economic territory? Now, this economic territory is different for GDP and different for GNP, because it does not talk about territory, it talks about the citizens of India. So national income accounting is actually the method of measure to analyze overall economic activity of a nation, providing ways to calculate total income, production value, and resource allocation. Do you understand this? What is GDP? GDP is basically the total market value of all the final goods and services produced within a country's borders, including the output of foreign companies. So therefore, GDP has what? All what has been produced. Produced in where? Produced in the domestic territory. What is domestic territory? What is domestic territory of India? Just, I am not good with map. Chalo. See, my pen is not working properly. And I also accepted this, that I am not good with map. So leave it aside. Domestic territories. First, it is the political territory of the nation. Second, it is the territorial waters. 12 nautical miles, and then 12 nautical miles, which is the territorial waters of the nation, and then total 200 nautical miles, which encompasses the exclusive economic zone of the nation. Exclusive economic zone, EEZ, 200 nautical miles from baseline. Whatever refineries we have in the waters or in the high seas, embassies of India, all of the production which happens in these areas is the production which is calculated as our GDP. It is the production which is calculated as our GDP. Then what is national income? National income, as I said, it is the total income which is earned by the residents and businesses regardless of their location. So wherever they are located, even if they are located in India or they are located outside India, that is why I said that it is all the income which is earned by Indians in India or outside India. Do you understand this? Very simple concept. For example, an American company is earning 500 CR in India, contributes to India's GDP but not to the national income because it's not earned by our individuals. It's not our company. It is American company. It's not Indian company. An Indian company earning 300 crores in USA contributes to India's national income because it is Indian company. It is not US company. It's not American company. It's our company. Just the fact that it is located in USA does not mean that we will not calculate it in our GNP. It will be calculated in our GNP, gross national product. Do you understand this? So therefore, what is an economic territory? Remember this. Economic territory is the geographical territory which is administered by government, including the territorial waters and airspace. Remember the term? It is the geographical territory which is administered by government, including the territorial waters and airspace. Do remember this. Foreign establishments, embassies, consulates, military bases which are located abroad. All of these are the economic territory, are included in the economic territory. Mobile assets like ships of India, aircrafts of India, which are operated by the residents of the country, like Air India's international services. These are also included in the economic territory of India. Extraction rights. For example, if we get extraction rights of fishing vessels, oil rigs, and the platforms in international waters with exclusive operations like the operations in our EEZ, exclusive economic zone. These are all known as the economic territory of the nation. Do remember this. Next, who are the residents? Who are normal residents and who are Indian citizens? Normal residents are those persons who ordinarily reside in a country with their center of interest or with their center of economic interest in the country. Remember this, that these are those people who are residing in India or their economic interest resides in India, which means that their majority of the economic decisions are taken in India, who are living in India for more than 182 days. That is the basic definition of this, that these are known as normal residents. Citizens are all Indian nationals who are living both within India and outside India, even the NRIs also. The legal concept is distinct from the economic residency. Economic residency is basically about this, that their center of economic interest is in India. And that is why they will be calculated as India's nationals, and they will be calculated in the India's national income. Do you understand this? Chalo. It includes both nationals and foreigners. Remember this? Chalo. Moving next, what is the difference between GDP and GNP? GDP is about the residency. GDP is the economic concept where we actually talk about the persons or institutions whose center of economic interest lies in the economic territory of the country. That is, they are producing in our economic territory, regardless of the fact that who they are. They are just producing here whatever, it does not matter who they are. While as citizens, these are those people who we calculate in GNP. This is the legal concept which basically defines the nationality. That these are Indians. These are Indians, regardless of their economic activity. Wherever they are producing in the world, we will calculate them in our own GNP, not in GDP. They are calculated in GNP. GDP calculations talk about all the residents, while as GNP calculations talk about all the citizens. Do not forget the concepts. Do not get confused into the concepts. We already have discussed final goods. Second-hand goods will not be calculated in GDP. Self-consumption goods, those goods which include non-marketed but produced for self-consumption. Goods which are not marketed but produced for self-consumption. Unsold inventory, goods which are remained or unsold for the next year. Will they be calculated or not? Inventory will not be calculated, or will be calculated unsold inventory. So therefore, we will calculate all the goods which are there in self-consumption and all the inventory which has been produced. Inventory means that these are final goods. These are not intermediate goods. These are final goods only. Chalo. Services. What all services are included into GDP? All the services which are produced within the country are covered in national income calculations. What is excluded? Non-marketable services, such as the services of household chores, cares of elderly are not included. That is why this year the time use survey, it also highlighted that majority part of unpaid care is given by women, not by men. The key exception is that imputed rent, the rent which you have of your own house. The imputed rent of your own house which is foregone is also calculated. Remember this. Buildings which are owned and occupied by the owners themselves have their rental value, and we include this rental value into the GDP calculations. Remember this. Chalo. One more thing which we need to remember, that is the transfer payments. What are transfer payments? Factor incomes. When we calculate national income, we calculate only the factor incomes. Factor incomes only are calculated in national income, and transfer payments are excluded. Transfer payments include pensions, education grants, unemployment benefits, gifts. These are not included in GDP. Why? Because these are not actually produced. They are already produced by someone else. We are just transferring them from one account to another account. Remittances are also not accounted in GDP. Remember this fact. Why are they not? Why remittances are not included in GDP? Because they already have been included in what? BOP, balance of payment. They already have been included in GNP. All the income of the nationals, has been already included in GNP. So we do not need to include remittances twice. Now remember one more concept. Some of the concepts which we need to remember before we discuss GDP. First is production and product taxes. As we discussed that GDP is the market value of final goods. Now what is the market value and what are the final goods? Final goods, though we know that these are not intermediate goods. These are ready for consumption. Do you understand this? These are ready for consumption. Now what is market value? Market value or market price has in itself what? First, it has factor cost. Now remember this once and for all. It has factor cost. It has indirect taxes. These indirect taxes can be either production tax or production tax or product tax. It has subsidies also. These subsidies can be production subsidies or these can be product subsidies. This also has the market price, also has one more thing, that is inflation, which actually hampers the market price. So all of these things collectively make market price. Now, in order to differentiate between them, in order to understand the reality of the market, we need to remove these. We need to calculate GDP at factor cost separately. We need to calculate GDP at market price separately. We need to calculate the real GDP and nominal GDP. That is how much GDP has increased just because of inflation and how much actually GDP has increased because of production. Do you remember this? Chalo. So what are production taxes? Examples: land revenue, stamp duty, registration fee, professional fee. GST, excise duty and custom duty is the product tax because it is applied per product. Production subsidies are, for example, railway subsidy, farmer, small scale industries, they are provided with subsidy. For example, 65% subsidy is provided for cold storage. Product subsidy, for example, food, LPG, kerosene, fertilizers are provided with food subsidies. Now remember one more thing. What is factor cost? What is basic price? And what is market price? Three things. Factor cost includes the cost of factors of production like land, that is rent, labor, that is wages, capital, that is interest. Basic price includes factor cost plus the taxes, remember, plus the taxes minus the subsidies. But who? Production only. Production taxes, those taxes which are imposed just because a particular person is producing this thing. It is not imposed on the product. Say, for example, if I am producing plastic bottles, I will be imposed with 10 lakh rupees of production tax. Why? Because I am generating plastic waste into the economy. Do you understand? That is production tax. Now, if I am producing one bottle of plastic, on every bottle I have to pay 10% of GST or 5% of GST, 18% of GST or 10% of excise duty, 5% of say sales tax. Do you understand this? Now this is the indirect tax. And this indirect tax is actually what? Product tax. On each product I have to pay the tax. Remember this? Market price includes basic price, product tax and product subsidies. Remember this once and for all. So therefore, GDP at market price equals to GDP at factor cost plus indirect taxes minus subsidies. Or we can say it includes GDP at factor cost plus net indirect taxes. Done? Methods of calculation of GDP. There are three methods of calculation of GDP. First is expenditure method. Expenditure method is actually about C plus G plus I, X minus M. What does this mean? Consumption. Either it is private consumption. Do you remember circular flow of money? We discussed there that this consumption can be by private players, can be by government players, can be by anyone else. Private final consumption, government final consumption, and gross capital formation. Now understand what is gross capital formation. Do you remember that we discussed this capital formation? What is capital formation? It was very simple thing. Fixed capital, change in stocks, change in inventory and increase in the valuables. That the number of capital which I am increasing every year, that is the gross capital which I am creating. Government is investing in capital assets. Private players are investing in capital assets. Private players are buying machinery. Government is also buying machinery. Government is building roads. That is the stock of capital in an economy is increasing. And this stock of capital is increasing because of what? Because of capital expenditure. That is why CAPEX has been important. It was highlighted by Economic Survey 2022-2023. Understood? Exports and imports. That how much goods did we export, because that will bring us injections of the money, and how much goods did we import, because that will lead to leakages of money from the economy. Do you understand this? Chalo. Expenditure method is C plus G plus I into plus X minus M. That is total consumption by private players, total consumption by government, total investment or total gross capital formation, gross capital formation, and imports, exports minus imports. Remember this. Chalo. Next, gross capital formation, or are the components of gross capital formation, how capital is formed: construction, maintenance, railways, roads, housing societies, machinery and equipment, intellectual property, cultivated biological sources like livestock, plantation. All of this is gross capital formation. Next is GDP by income method. Now, what is income method of GDP? How is GDP calculated by income method? First thing, it actually calculates or sums up income by all the factors. That is rent plus wages plus interest plus profit. Once you add up all of this, that is the GDP by income method. But we represent it as the compensation given to employees, that is wages, total remuneration given, operating surplus, that is all the profit which companies have earned, which means either retained earnings, that is they earned the profit and kept it as a reserve, dividends which it paid to the people or shareholders. Dividend is that all the profit which we earned and then we paid a share of it to the dividend to the shareholders. Interest on capital, the interest which was paid on the capital, that is here. Mixed income can also be there. For example, what is mixed income? Say I am a person. Why am I mentioning this? Because UPSC asked a question on this. I am a person. I have two things, or I am running a factory. This factory is my sole proprietorship. It is my factory. It is my factory. First, though, I am getting a salary of 20,000 rupees. Second, I am also getting the net profit which the factory will earn at the year end, because that too is my profit only. So this mixed income is earned by all those people who are directly in what? Self-employment. Consumption of fixed assets like rent on land, buildings and other structures. Wherever is the consumption of that, it will generate what? Rent. So remember this. Gross value addition at basic price equals to what? First, it is compensation to employees. Second, it is operating surplus and mixed income. And third, it is consumption of fixed assets plus production taxes minus production subsidies. GDP equals to gross value addition, GDP at GVA, basic prices plus product taxes minus product subsidies. Remember this formula once and for all. You do not need to get confused again and again. Next, GDP by production method. Production method. Production method is very simple. Core formula of the production method includes, for example, GVA equals to value of output minus value of intermediate consumption. That is, gross value addition equals to final output minus intermediate goods. Total output or gross output minus intermediate goods equals to the GDP by production method, which means that what is the net production of goods which we have achieved. So therefore, the method calculates the value addition at each stage. Value addition. What does the term value addition mean? Value addition means the value which has been added by labors, machines, production lines, all of that. For example, a good like wheat from farmer to a mill to a factory or to a bakery. where it gets converted from wheat to biscuits, everyone has added value to it. Everyone has added value to it. Earlier, it might have been of 50 rupees per kg wheat. Now the biscuits might be 5,000 rupees per kg of biscuits. Understood? So everyone has added value. Now all of the value added, the summation of value added equals to gross value addition of the economy. Now, do you understand this? It is a very simple concept. Now we need to understand what is the difference between nominal GDP and real GDP. Nominal GDP is basically the GDP at current prices, and real GDP is basically the GDP at base price. Now what is the difference? Current prices, current years or present prices. It reflects the current price level, the price level which you get outside the market. So this is basically derived on what? The consumer price index. And real GDP, this is on the basis of constant prices. What are constant prices? It is the price of base year. Now what is a base year? It is a year in history, year in past. Now what is so special about this year? This year was so much stable in nature. All the economic activities, they were stable in nature. Like, for example, I will tell you, there was no high inflation. The nominal GDP did not exceed the real GDP. During this year, there was normal year, no excessive prices, no famine, no agricultural drought, no unstable year, no loss of prices of farmers. Nothing was there. The year was stable in nature. There was moderate growth rate in this year. So in this year, we consider that the prices are genuine. They are not influenced by demand. They are not influenced by cost push or demand pull factors. So that is why we take the prices of this year as a I would say barometer to measure the prices or to measure the levels of inflation in the present year. Do you understand? That is the nominal and real GDP. Now, understanding the difference between GDP and GNP, we already have discussed it. GNP equals to GDP plus NFIA. NFIA means net factor income from abroad. NFIA means income earned by Indians abroad minus income earned by foreigners in India or from India. That is net factor income from abroad. So GDP is the domestic production, the total of domestic production. Income by Indians means all the incomes which they have earned abroad. Income by foreigners means all the income which foreigners have earned from India. Understood? So the difference or the relationship between the two is that GNP actually talks about the income which is earned by Indians. Understood? So therefore, what are the recent most changes which we brought in the estimation of GDP? First of all, we changed the methodology to calculate GDP. There was a question on this which was asked by UPSC in recently 2018. First of all, we have updated the base year of our GDP from 2004-5 to 2011-12, where we have now more current references, which means that our recent base year was for GDP calculation. Was pricing methods. The pricing has been shifted from GDP to factor cost. The pricing has shifted from GDP at factor cost to GDP at market price. Now currently we are calculating GDP at market price, not at factor cost. Further, we also incorporated a change in database. That is, earlier we used to consider the annual survey of industries, which had only few industries, or I would say 20,000 industries only, whose data was to be calculated. But currently we have MCA 21 database, that is the Ministry of Corporate Affairs database. MCA 21 Ministry of Corporate Affairs database, which has around 5 lakh industries or 5 lakh companies whose data is taken from their own balance sheets. Understood? So thereby the recent changes were brought in to increase the organized sector estimation, and the problem with data is that we actually use the organized sector data to extrapolate it for unorganized sector also. And because we are not able to calculate the whole data of unorganized sector, we calculate the data of organized sector and then extrapolate the data, and we estimate that okay, this much of production might be there in unorganized sector also. Understood? Chalo. So therefore, data innovation, methodological change and coverage has improved also. Coverage has improved. Like manufacturing share has increased from 15% to 11.9% to 15.8%. The agriculture, I would say calculations, the agriculture share also increased from, the share of agriculture increased from 16.8% to 17.2%. Further, we also adopted the system of national accounts. These are the accounting principles. These principles were given by United Nations Statistical Commission. United Nations Statistical Commission. The purpose is to provide complete set of accounts, enabling the international comparison of all the significant economic activities. Implementation countries use these as a guide for constructing their national income accounting database. Understood? India's adoption, India adopted this in recently 2015 when we changed the parameters. Understood? Now understand what is the difference between gross and net. The main difference between gross and net is depreciation. We already have discussed the concept of depreciation. Now what is GDP at factor cost? This is the total measure at factor cost. Factor cost means the cost of rent, wages, interest and profit. Market price already discussed, that is factor cost plus production tax minus production subsidies. NDP at factor cost, net domestic product, that is GDP at factor cost minus depreciation. NDP at market price is GDP at market price minus depreciation. Understood? Chalo. Gross national product, we already have discussed it. No worries, nothing to discuss. Net national product, that is GNP minus depreciation equals to net national product. Remember this. So we already discussed everything. GDP at market price, this is the total final value of, or total market value of all the final goods and services produced in an economy in a year. Net domestic product, we decrease or we depreciate or we subtract the depreciation. Gross domestic product at factor cost, this is GDP at market price minus net indirect taxes. NDP at factor cost, that is GDP at factor cost minus depreciation. Next, GNP at market price, again all the income earned by citizens, that is GDP at market price minus or plus net factor income from abroad. Net national product at market price already discussed, that is GNP at market price minus depreciation. GNP at factor cost already discussed, that GNP at market price minus net indirect taxes. Chalo. Done. Now the last thing which I will give you is these. You can just take a snapshot, and these are the shortest notes which you will ever find about the national income accounting. Take a snapshot and it will be done. No worries, there are only 4 slides which you need to remember. Per capita income is the net national product at factor cost divided by total population, that is nominal per capita income. Now I will also make sure that you understand that what is net national income, net national product at factor cost. GDP at market price, GDP at factor cost, this all has been discussed. And now we need to understand that what is GDP deflator. Nominal GDP divided by real GDP into 100, which means that nominal and real gives us a difference of inflation. So therefore nominal GDP is at present year prices, real GDP is at constant prices. and the difference between the two, or the difference between the nominal price and real price, uh, gives us the actual effect of inflation. Done? So, what is national income? Now, let me explain it first, then only you will understand it. See, we discussed that gross domestic product. Gross domestic product is production by anyone in India. But GNP is production by Indians. So therefore, when we talk about national income, it should be income of Indians. So we consider GNP to be better measure for national income. So that is why we will calculate what? GNP. But GNP is what? Gross national product at market price. So therefore, in order to convert it into net national product, because gross will not define the income, it is the net which will define the income, and market price will not define the income, it is the factor cost which will define the income, the real income which the labor has received, which the profit has been earned, the rent has been accrued. Net national product at factor cost defines the actual income of Indians, because it is the income earned by Indians in India and income earned by Indians outside India. All the income which Indians have earned, actual income is factor cost, and that is what defines the national income, net national product at factor cost. Understood? Done? So how do we define it? It is net national product at market price minus net indirect taxes. So what is personal income? Personal income is national income earned by firms and enterprises, and then we subtract what has been retained, what has been paid to government, and what is the net interest payment of a firm, and then we will see that how much transfers we have received out of the government or from government or pensions and scholarships. That defines the personal income of a person. That how much personal income do you have, how much money are you earning, or how much money are you getting or receiving in your account, whether it is a transfer payment or whether it is the income which you have earned. Now understand, that defines the personal income of a person, but personal disposable income is different, because it is the income which you have minus all the tax liabilities which you have to pay, minus all the deductions. So therefore, personal income minus personal tax payments which you have to pay, and non-tax payments like the interest amount which you have to pay, that is the personal disposable income. Disposable income is actually what? The income, the money which a person can use for consumption. So if the disposable income of a people is increasing, it means their actual purchasing power is increasing. Remember the fact. Increase in personal disposable income means increase in purchasing power. Chalo. That's it for national income accounting. What is included in GDP and what is not included in GDP must be remembered. All the domestically produced final goods and services, new construction of structures and change in inventory is included in GDP. Intermediate goods, inputs, used goods, that is second-hand goods, financial assets, stocks and bonds, shares are not included in GDP. Foreign goods or foreign produced goods and services are not included. Underground or black market activities are not included. Remember this. Now let's understand what is GDP deflator. We already discussed it, but GDP deflator actually is an index which gives us the difference between the real GDP and nominal GDP. That what has been, if the GDP in 2020 was say $3 trillion of India, GDP of India was $3 trillion. In 2021, it increased to $4 trillion. But in 2020, we produced around 2 billion goods only. And in 2021, we have just produced 2.1 billion. But the GDP has increased by $1 trillion. It means that there has been increase in prices only. From 2020 to 2021, there has been a massive increase in prices, which has led to such increase in, I would say, I would say the GDP itself has inflated because of the inflation. Do you understand this? There are problems with GDP. What are the problems? It ignores the externalities. It ignores the non-monetary exchanges. It ignores the income distribution inequality. It is hardly a measure of national level production. Do you understand? Invisible hand, we already have discussed it. GDP coverage, it does not cover black money, informal sector, care economy and barter economy. We already have discussed it. Also, you need to remember that why we still use GDP, because it is simple to calculate. It enables global comparison. It provides consistent measurement and is widely understood and accepted measure. It was Simon Kuznets who actually developed this methodology of national income accounting. In India, we calculate the data is calculated by NSO under the National Accounts Statistics, NSA, or National Accounts Standards, or 2000 and this system of national accounting 2008. They compile the data. There are state level directorates which actually compile the data at state level. Data is released annually and quarterly. The GDP estimates are given at GVA for consumption, savings, capital formation and per capita income. Remember that all of these parameters are released by NSO itself. What first? They release GDP estimates annually and quarterly. Second, they release created by merging two earlier offices. First was Statistical Office, that is CSO, Central Statistical Office, and another was the NSSO. And we built the NSO. Clear? Key responsibilities of NSO are that it publishes the GDP. It gives us surveys on health, education, households, social and economic indicators for reports. It was National Statistical Commission was actually established in 2006. Now currently we have a structure in which the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation was established in 1999 as an independent ministry. And the rest, it has all the members. Even the implementation wing is separate. National Statistical Commission is also separate, and National Statistical Institute of national importance was created by an act of parliament. Understood? So this is the entire structure of statistics and data in India. So now understand that every year GDP data is released, and this data, the first advanced estimate of the data is released in 7 to 8 months of frequency, and after that comes the second advance, which incorporates the data of quarter third of the present year. It means if the data was released in 2025, it was released in the first 7 to 8 months of this year. That is, it will have the data of first two quarters. Then in the second advance estimate, it will have data of third quarter, and in the provisional estimates, these will be provided by the end of the May 2026. And this is after the fiscal year ends. So this will be a provisional estimate of the past year. Then there will be first revised estimates of this year of 2025. First revised estimate will be released on January 2027. Do you understand? And then second and third revised estimate will be provided on subsequent Januaries 27 and 28, and after 3 years the final estimation, that is in 2028, the final estimation of 2025 will be released. Understood? Chalo. Why multiple GDP revisions are there? Because it helps us to refine the data and bring actual final consumption, actual final data in the picture. There is one more thing which I would like to highlight over here is that recently in 2026, government created the Surjit Bhalla panel. This is the first household income survey. It was conducted in 2026. It is a major methodological shift was there, because in past households used to highlight that we have X amount of income, for example 500 rupees income, and our expenditure is 700 rupees. Why? Because people were not able or were not too much open to show their data about incomes. If you talk to sectoral contributions of economy, primary sector has been the major provider or major contributor, and then secondary sector and tertiary sector. Remember that agriculture, forestry, fishing, crops, livestock, lodging, fishing and aquaculture, these are examples of primary sector. Secondary sector, industry, mining, quarrying, manufacturing, and this is the only I would say exception that India calculates mining and quarrying, which otherwise is a primary sector activity, it calculates it in secondary sector. Tertiary sector, there are services like hotels, which are actually there is no consumption of goods, it is just the services. They are rent out, like the hotel is rent, the cold storage is rent, the transport vehicles are rent for some period of time, and that is why it is known as tertiary sector. Remember, after tertiary and tertiary sector, there is quaternary and quinary sector of the economy. Knowledge-based economy, research and development, IT, education, consulting, Anusandhan Research Foundation was recently brought in. In quinary sector, there is only one category of people, which is the top level decision making people. Huh. Understood? India's economy, if you talk about sectoral contributions, service sector dominates around more than half of the GDP. Huh. More than half of the GDP is provided by service sector itself. Secondary sector 27% and primary sector only 18%, which remains crucial for food security. Chalo. And if you see in past 75 years, agriculture, the share of agriculture has decreased from 60% to 18%. The share of secondary sector has decreased from or has increased from 13% to 27%. So it has doubled, nearly doubled, remember this. And the share of tertiary sector has also increased from 28% to 55%. So therefore, remember it, that the share of agriculture has decreased or is now currently 1/3. It was 60% and now it is 18%. It has got to 1/3, and secondary sector has doubled. So therefore, what question they will ask is that the share of secondary sector has doubled and the share of agriculture or primary sector has been or reduced to 1/3 of what it was at the time of independence. Just remember the fact. Chalo. Here we conclude the national income accounting. National income accounting is done. Now the next theme would be development and development indices. We will discuss human development index, inequality adjusted human development index, green GDP, social progress. Every index will be discussed. This will take half an hour, and after that we will take monetary policy and money supply. There will be a break of 10 minutes. So it is 1:12. We will resume at 1:22. And please share the session with more such students who are waiting for the session. How's the Josh, guys? Are you all doing good? कोई दिक्कत तकलीफ? If anyone has any issues like fatigue or has got drained of the energy, I would like to tell you that जब तक दर्द नहीं होगा तब तक ये भी रियलाइज नहीं होगा कि फेलियर के बाद जो पेन होगा वो कितना कठिन होगा. It is said that failure usually brings the most sweetest uh, feeling of your life, and failure is a realization, a feeling which nothing else, even the wonderful, the most tastiest, the most delicious, best feeling of this world, nothing in this world will taste better than a failure. But the problem is that we all do not understand that these failures which we go through usually are hard to face. And all those people who face this failure and then stand back, remember that if you have failed, it's okay. Fail again, but fail better. We are not here to fail. We are here to realize that what if I failed? What if I took this pain so that I can avoid that pain? That is okay. If you have faced a failure, that is okay. But if you haven't, remember that it's very painful. I told you it's the sweetest thing. And दर्द का हद से गुजर जाना ही है दर्द का दवा होना. Now all those who understand this, I welcome you. If you do not understand, I cannot translate it. It is when the pain exceeds its limits, it becomes the cure. And if you understand it, then it is. So let's start. Back. Now we have 5 to 6 more themes which we will be discussing. The first theme is the development and developmental indices. And after that, we will move on to other themes. So let's understand what all we have got to understand in this. First is when we go beyond GDP, the journey is not simple, because beyond GDP, we need to understand that there are other parameters of development. Growth is quantitative in nature, and it was in 1930s to 1940s that GDP it was from 1930s to 1940s GDP introduced as primary economic measure. As I said, that it was Simon Kuznets who developed this metrics, that how to measure the national income of a country by developing the metrics of GDP and GNP, by developing the metric of national income, per capita income, nominal real GDP, factor cost, and whatnot, market price, factor cost, basic price, production, taxes, everything was developed. But in 1990s, it was realized that we need to measure human development. Rather than going for only growth, rather than going for only the numbers, we need to see, are humans actually developing? Are they actually educating? Is their life index increasing or not? Why? Because this was the time when we saw that industrial revolution has actually caused a destruction of humanity. There was a wide scale movement that we need to go back to the pre-industrial levels. In 2008 to 9, it was realized that this GDP and GNP and the metrics of growth are actually not that much efficient. There came this Stiglitz Commission because there was a global financial crisis in 2008-9. Stiglitz Commission criticized GDP. They said that we need to stop we need to stop this monetization. We need to stop the commercialization of labor, of everything. And we need to think and rethink about the financial ways which we are adopting. In 2010, inequality was, I would say, brought in, and inequality adjusted human development index was brought in. In 2010, it was discussed that human development is okay. People, we have been developing human development, we have been focusing on human development for past 20 years, from 1990 to 2010. But still there is inequality. So that is why we need to develop IHDI. Further, Bhutan also introduced the Gross National Happiness Index. And in 2020, there are new such parameters. Like at COP30, India introduced, not 30, before COP30, I guess it was COP27, India introduced the life economics. We introduced the planetary pressures adjusted human development index. New methods of developing, new methods of understanding the development have happened. Kate Raworth gives the concept of donut economy and embedded economy. Which mentions that this earth, the economy is actually embedded inside the earth, inside the whole ecosystem. And if we remain on the donut ring, if we just fulfill our needs, if we just fulfill our needs and try to survive, we do not need to expand too much, because there it is destruction and there is exploitation of resources. So there is a comfort zone where humans need to live, where we are not forcing earth on overshooting. Do you understand this? Now, moving further, beyond GDP, we need to discuss all of these indices which are there on your screen. And there are other alternate methods also, like green GDP, genuine progress index. We will be discussing all of them, starting with human development index. Why? Because GDP says that how is economy doing, while as human development index says how are people doing. Are people actually doing good? Three pillars of human development index. Remember these three pillars. One is long and healthy life, knowledge, and standard of living. Last year, 2025, UPSC asked a question in mains that what is inequality adjusted human development index. Now they can ask any other parameter also from this index. Understood? They already have asked questions on human development index, that who developed this index. So it was Professor Amartya Sen and Professor Mehboobul Haq who developed this human development index. Now remember, this was a part of United Nations Development Program. Now, how does this index actually measure growth or development? Does it measure growth? No, it measures development only. Now, how does it measure development? First, it discusses about long and healthy life. How does it discuss long and healthy life? By measuring the life expectancy at birth. That in India, if it is 70 years, if it is 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 70 years, 60 years, whatever it is. Then once we discuss this, we will develop a life expectancy index of all the countries. We will see it is India, China, Japan, South Korea, North Korea, all of these countries in an index, which will determine that which country has better life expectancy. Do you understand this? Further, we will also check knowledge. Knowledge means we will see how much is the expected years of schooling in this country. How much are the people who are less than of 25 years age, or how many people at the birth or at the time of 5 years of age are they expecting, that how many years will they spend in the school? Mean years of schooling. How many years of schooling have we already done? That is the mean years of schooling. This will develop the education index. Living standard will be defined by gross national income. Now remember, it is gross national income, not the net national income. It is gross national income at purchasing power parity basis. Now we need to understand what is purchasing power parity and what is market exchange rate. That we will discuss a bit later. Once we derive these three indices, all of them are derived on the basis of weighted average. Done. And after this, all these indices are merged together and then is formed the Human Development Index. Understood? A score of around 0.55 or a score of around 0.55 defines low development. From 0.55 to 0.699, it defines medium human development. And 0.70 to 799 is high human development, and very high is 0.800. Understood? India stands in the medium human development index. Understood? Sure. India's journey has been very much progressive. India has brought in AI and shaped human development through AI. If you see, India's score is 0.685 in the report which was released in 2025. India rose from 130th place, which we earlier had, out of 193 countries. Currently, we have 130th rank. Done? Human Development Index value increased from 0.67 to 0.68, approaching the high development threshold of 0.70. Understood? One more thing which you need to remember, that Iceland, which leads or is at the rank 1, has a score of more than 8, 0.8. It has a score of 0.972. India's score is basically driven because our education, per capita income and life expectancy has increased. We have focused on quality education, universal healthcare and women-led development. And this all fuels the inclusive growth in India. That is why India has remained, or India remains in the medium human development category, but is steadily approaching the threshold for high human development. So soon we will be in high human development. When we compare ourselves with the region, we can see that countries which are ranking above India are China, Sri Lanka and Bhutan. Countries which are ranking below India are Nepal, Myanmar and Pakistan. Bangladesh also has a same rank as India, that is 11. That is 130th rank. Moving further, life expectancy is at a remarkable rise. Life expectancy has been increased from 58 to 72 years currently. India has increased its life expectancy to 72 years post-pandemic recovery. Health programs which have driven the, I would say, this life expectancy, it has increased only because of the health programs like National Health Mission, Ayushman Bharat, Janani Suraksha Yojana and Poshan Abhiyan. One more thing which you need to remember, that when we talk about the education, in 1990s our education was at 8.2 years. Expected years of schooling was 8.2. That is, only 8.2 years would be spent in school. However, with the National Education Policy, with Right to Education Act, this has increased to 13 years. And all of these initiatives like Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan have led to a quality education in India. Further, economic growth. When we talk about the poverty reduction and economic growth, India's per capita, GNI per capita has increased from $2,000 to $9,000. Per capita gross national income has increased from $2,167 to $9,046. Also, recently we have escaped, or we have, I would say, uplifted 135 million poors out of poverty, and India's GNI and poverty has increased. Not poverty has decreased and GNI has increased. Sorry. Next is Inequality Adjusted Human Development Index. What is Inequality Adjusted Human Development Index? This accounts for inequalities in income. Basically, it actually discounts the Human Development Index according to the inequality which is there in the nations. Say, for example, in Africa, the life expectancy is 72. In India, not 72, it is say 52, and in India, life expectancy is 72, which we just read. Now, how to see inequality in this? In Africa, most of the people, there will be upper class, lower class and lowest class. Now see, their life expectancy would be 62. There it is, say 52. And their life expectancy, the lowest class, is just 32. Which means we need to calculate this also, the inequality which is there in a nation in the basis of the life expectancy. So this inequality, once adjusted, derives the inequality adjusted human development index. So after after factoring in the inequality adjustments, we first release, first the three indices are released, that is inequality adjusted life expectancy index, then inequality adjusted education index, then inequality adjusted gross national index. And then all the three are given weighted average, and then inequality adjusted human development index is released. Do remember this? Chalo, that was inequality adjustment. Now let's understand inequality adjusted human development index. If you see, there has been a massive change. It is actually the summary measurement of key dimensions of the human development: a long and healthy life, good education, and decent standard of living, which is adjusted for inequalities in these dimensions. Understood? So thereby Burundi, Niger, if you see the inequality in Niger, it is, see, these dots represent the inequality in Niger. These dots represent the inequality in Ethiopia. Do you understand this? Chalo. So the data sources, remember this, the data sources for this report, United Nations Human Development or Inequality Adjusted Human Development Index, the data sources for this are considered. And this is the important part. The data sources are first UNDP ka report, second Human Development Report, which is normal report, Eurostat, OECD, IMF, and World Bank. The data is calculated by these organizations, and all the data is used to develop the inequality adjusted human development index. Remember this once and for all. Okay? This is the final revision for prelims. We will be revising economy after this only on our own. This is the last revision we are doing for prelims. Now remember, there is one more index which UPSC has not referred to yet, and no one is teaching it. That is wealth adjusted human development index. It mentions that if there is comprehensive wealth with a nation, for example, nations like Europe, North America, and Australia, they have good natural capital, they have good produced capital, they have good human capital. That is why their human development index is also high. Their capital is good, their human development is good. Do you understand? Due to this capital, they have been able to do their health, education, and income. All of the three parameters are very at the higher levels in these economies. Remember this? And if you see, natural capital, produced capital, and human capital is lower in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Asia, and that is why their human development is also lower. Therefore, this wealth adjusted human development index talks about what? That how much wealth of a nation has and how much does this wealth translate into the human development. Do you understand this? One more thing which you need to remember, that is planetary pressures adjusted human development index. This mentions about Anthropocene era, that since the time humans have evolved and humans have came into this world, they have started to change the geological history, the Earth's geology. And due to this geology, the planetary pressures have increased. And if you see, for example, if I am producing, or if my human development is at, say, for example, rank 130, it is because I am not imposing too much pressure on the planet. I am not imposing too much pressure on the planet. What does this mean? This means very simple, that I am utilizing less fossil fuels, forests. I am not destroying too much forests. I am using only very less of natural capital. Do you understand this? That is why my human development is causing less pressure on the planet. Most of the countries which were adjusted for planetary pressures human development index, their rank fell by around 10 to 20 points. Why? India, if you see, has been very much proactive in reducing its planetary pressures, and India's achievements has exceeds or planetary pressure adjusted human development index exceeds the human development index, which demonstrates that our moderating climate change impacts have caused a lot of success. Do you understand this? So therefore, this is PHDI is created only after adjusting two things. One, CO2 emissions and material footprint. Material footprint per capita index and CO2 emissions per capita index. Remember these two things, and they are adjusted with human development index, and then only we derive the PHDI. Remember this once and for all. ठीक है? चलो. What is gross national happiness? Anyone in the comment section can tell me what is gross national happiness? Chalo, gross national happiness is basically, it talks about the happiness of the people. Now, how do we define happiness of people? It is a term which was coined by Bhutan's former king Jigme Singye Wangchuk. He defines that gross national happiness is actually in the quality of life. It is in the sustainable development, it is in the cultural values, good governance and environment, the conservation of natural resources, promotion of traditions, socio-economic progress and transparent and effective leadership. This index basically talks about 9 domains. 9 domains means how much psychological well-being is there in the society, time use, health, community vitality, cultural diversity, ecological resilience, education, good governance and living standards. If they ask anything from this index, remember, if they ask anything from this index, they will ask 2 to 3 things. One is the domains, 9 domains. Second is who was the founder of this. Jigme Singye Wangchuk, Bhutan's king. That's it. First developed in 2010. So, moving further. Gross national happiness or national happiness index. This uses an Alkire-Foster method. Now, what is Alkire-Foster method? This methodology is used to measure poverty beyond income. Poverty beyond income. How do we measure poverty beyond income? Usually when we say that, is that person poor? Yes. Why? Because he does not have an income of more than 10,000 rupees or 1,000 rupees for a year. That is why he is poor. But there are other parameters also of poverty. Like, what are the parameters of poverty? Health, education, living standards. If you do not have access to good quality water, you are poor. If you do not have access to good quality healthcare, you are poor. That is why Alkire-Foster method talks about find what people lack. What is not there with people? Do they have clean water? Do they have food? Do they have shelter? Count the deprivations. How many deprivations are there? For example, if we have say 20 parameters, out of 20 parameters, we will discuss clean water, no. Food, no. Shelter, no. Income, no. Is there anything else? They have electricity, no. Floor, it is kacha only. Roof, it is pakka only. Then what kind of facilities do they have? What kind of facilities do they do not have? Add up all these deprivations each person has and then set a poverty line based on these deprivations and then calculate the index. That is Alkire-Foster method. Now, moving further, women or this World Happiness Report. This was inspired by Bhutan's Gross National Happiness Report and it uses global survey data where the respondents rate their happiness from 0 to 10. That is, it will ask you that how much happy are you in your life? How much happy are you in your country? Based on what? It actually takes care of 150 countries. It asks everyone about their per capita income, life expectancy, freedom to make life choices, trust and social governance, generosity, perception of corruption. Now remember that these 6 parameters are more important than gross national happiness of Bhutan. World Happiness Report is more important. Who releases this World Happiness Report? It is the Sustainable Solutions Sustainable Development Solutions Network, SDSN. So, as per the world's happiest countries, Finland continuously dominates the rank one from past 9 years. Denmark has strong social support. Iceland has community focus, while as the Sweden is best in personal freedom. So these are the Nordic countries. Which you must learn about. World Happiness Report. 8th consecutive year, Finland is on the top. Second is Denmark, Iceland, and Sweden. If you talk about our South Asian rankings, Nepal has 92 rank, Pakistan 109, Myanmar 126, Sri Lanka 133, Bangladesh 134. India's rank has improved to 118. Bhutan India is 118, and from the bottom if you see, Afghanistan is at the last, that is 147th rank for 4th consecutive year. 2025, the World Happiness Report, the theme of the World Happiness Report was caring and sharing. I will also suggest that आप भी इस session को share करो, which means that you care for two things. You care for your people who are preparing with you, and you care for us also, because I am taking too much pain here to explain everything to you, to summarize all the economy in one session, and we all will be happy one day, and we will celebrate World Happiness Day on 20th of March. Understood? Chalo. This will help you to recall and remember. So true happiness, how can we define true happiness? It is through trust, freedom, generosity, social connections, shared meals, and communal kindness. Communal kindness is something which we lack in India. The World Happiness Report reveals that the trust, social connections, shared meals, and communal kindness plays a crucial role in happiness, often overweighing the wealth. Rankings are based on 3-year average of life evaluations. This uses 6 key indicators that are highlighted above. One is GDP per capita, social support, life expectancy, freedom, generosity, and perception of corruption. Do remember this. 6 indicators, remember the 6 indicators. Now moving further, India's happiness challenge. If you talk about India, India has improved to 118th rank. Currently we have 118 rank. But we still are behind the conflict-based regions, like we still are less than in rank in terms of Palestine and Ukraine, Nepal and Pakistan. They are better than us in rank. So despite the economic progress of India, we still lack. What do we lack? First is social support. Second is mental health. Third is perception of corruption. There is too much of corruption perception in India. Everyone thinks that no one will work if we do not give them corruption. There have been some states which have taken some of the initiatives, like Madhya Pradesh was the first state which established Anand department. Andhra Pradesh established the same department following Madhya Pradesh. Anand clubs have been established in other areas also. Even Delhi government lately introduced happiness classes for students. So we need to remember these initiatives. Social Progress Index. What is Social Progress Index? This is released by EAC PM, and it is the SPI measures, or this Social Progress Index measures the well-being through 12 components like basic human needs, foundation of well-being, and opportunity. So basically this Social Progress Index talks about what? High GDP does not always equal to social progress. It talks about that states like Goa, Puducherry, and Lakshadweep outperform larger economies in social outcomes. That is, their social progress is better than the larger economies of Mumbai. Like their health, education, and environment is better than others. The Social Progress Index is basically about what? Basic human needs, foundation of well-being, and opportunity cost. And the opportunity, not cost. So remember this. Once and for all, it was based on the writings of Amartya Sen and Joseph Stiglitz. Do you remember Joseph Stiglitz, the one who was there in 2008, who criticized the 2008 financial crisis? Do remember that? Basic human needs are like nutrition, medical care, water, sanitation, shelter, and personal safety. Foundation of well-being are education, access to knowledge, information, communication, healthcare, and environmental quality. Opportunity, personal rights, freedom, inclusiveness, access to advanced study, education. These are some of the measures which are to be taken care while we discuss social progress index. ये याद रखना है. Do remember the social progress index. So therefore, it measures what? It measures outcomes, not the outputs, which means it does not measure number of doctors. It measures the health outcomes. How many lives have been saved? That is what it measures. It does not see how many hospitals have been built. It sees that how much better is the quality of life. So in India also, we here in India, it is Institute of Competitiveness, Institute of Competitiveness and Social Progress Imperative SPI of United States, which release this social progress index, and it is released and submitted to Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. Do remember this. This is very much important. 6 progress tiers are there, 49 district indicators are there, and 89 state indicators, which actually discuss the social progress of every state, every district, and every tier of the economy. Chalo. Moving further, genuine progress index. What does this mean? It actually measures the well-being through comprehensive assessment of economic, social, and environmental development for the sustainable planning. It looks that when the pollution occurs, GDP increases twice. Once during the generation of the production of pollution and another during the cleanup of the pollution. For example, there was a ship which was traveling and transferring oil from Saudi Arabia to India. First we generated this oil. That is the first generation of GDP, say 10 CR. Then this oil was shipped to India, shipping charges, say 1 CR. So therefore GDP is 11 CR. Okay? Once this was traveling, it was attacked and this whole oil got lost in the sea. Now this oil spilled and we spent around 2 CR to use azotobacter, to use oil zappers, to use different algae and bacteria so that we clean up this oil. GDP is 11, 12 and 13 CR. Now did we actually produce something or did we actually use something? Nothing at all. Even we created pollution and we destroyed the nature. So it is not progress actually. It is not the genuine progress. We are just increasing the numbers. So that is why genuine progress index actually deducts environmental costs and social costs from the GDP. And then only we will see that actual genuine progress, how much is the actual genuine progress. OECD also publishes a Better Life Index. What is Better Life Index? OECD started this index in 2011 and this index was based on the recommendation from the Commission on Measurement of Economic Performance and Social Progress. Now OECD said that we will measure what is the level of housing, how much income are the people earning, jobs, community, environment and education. How much income is there? What is the level of these parameters? And after that, OECD, or it also includes some of the more dimensions like civic engagement, participation of people in democratic, I would say elections, physical and mental well-being, overall happiness levels in the economy, murder and assault rates in the economy, which in India have been increasing lately, work-life balance, which we know that it is totally, I would say, crooked. Maybe you will not understand, but I do. So that is why OECD Better Life Index. Better Life Index is published by OECD. It was published in 2011. Its indicators are 6 over here and then 5 over here. 11 indicators which you need to remember for prelims. Then comes the green GDP. It actually removes the ecological degradation from GDP. The cost of ecological degradation from GDP. It was basically derived after the consultations and recommendations by Das Gupta review panel Das Gupta committee was established by UK government, British government, and Das Gupta panel highlighted that countries around the world, they are giving $6 trillion of subsidies, and these subsidies are used to damage the natural ecosystem of the earth. And due to this damage, natural capital is getting destroyed, and it is not given due place due to by economists, and these economists are responsible for eroding almost the planet, and there is no return on this degradation. That is how Das Gupta actually highlighted that most governments, they prioritize unsustainable economic activities. They pay less attention. The review calls for that we all should rethink about this. And that is why UK government has recently started to check for natural capital accounting, and India also has adopted natural capital accounting. What is natural capital accounting? That we discuss the natural resources. Also, there is a question for you, for all who are watching this, for all who will watch it later. What is the tropical forest facility? Huh. It was recently discussed in one of the COPs. Which COP is it? How much is this tropical forest facility? A trumpet forest facility. How much is it? And who all are there in this facility? Who all are providing this facility? Huh. Now, moving further, the biodiversity, soil, water, and air are natural capital. They support one another. They should have the same importance as man-made capital in accounting. That is why we should account for green accounting. We should take care of green accounting, natural accounting. How do we take care of green accounting and natural accounting? In 2008, India adopted the National Biodiversity Action Plan. And under this plan, after 2008, in 2010, at Nagoya Biodiversity Summit, India declared that we will adopt the natural resource accounting, so that United Nations will decide on the global partnership to mainstream this national accounting, natural accounting into the economic planning. Why? Because we have been focusing on what? We have been focusing on saving the economy, saving the ecosystem. Do you remember planetary pressures adjusted human development index? India's PHDI is more than its human development index. Why? Because we have been investing into nature a lot. Thereby, the expert group, which was headed by Partha Das Gupta, which was convened to examine the prospects of developing green economy, green national accounts in India. In 2013, they submitted their report, and this report talked about India's green growth. And India wants Viksit Bharat by 2047. In order to achieve that, we should have net zero emissions, and one is developed India, another is net zero index or net zero emissions by 2070. Developed India is by 2047. Net zero emissions is by 2070. These are the two targets which we must remember. And why? Because this necessitates that we should focus on what? Renewable energy, green hydrogen, and green steel. That is greener technologies, and that is how we will develop the green GDP. Understood? Chalo. Life economies, United Nations Summit for Future 2024. It highlighted the crucial shift, and life economies and future of development was discussed over here. India also discussed that human development, social progress, regenerative economy, planetary boundaries, impact economy, and well-being economy. All of this must be understood. And one more thing which I want to highlight over here is impact washing. UPSC asked washing. UPSC asked a question on greenwashing. There is one more term which is popping up in news, that is impact washing. What is it? Do remember and do try to recall it. Alternative economic frameworks, we have discussed all of it. Purchasing power parity. What is purchasing power parity? Purchasing power means how much power is my money having to how much power does it have to purchase commodities. So therefore, money's purchasing power is calculated in terms of the number of commodities it can purchase. For example, if rupees are used to purchase a burger and if dollars are used to purchase the same burger. Now, how many rupees do we need? Say, for example, we need 200 rupees. And how many dollars do we need? Say, for example, we need $5. Or we need 5 or $4, say $4. What does this mean? This means that $4 equals to 200 rupees because the burger is same, it is of same quality, same quantity, everything is same, everywhere it is same, and therefore $4 equals to 200 rupees, which means that $1 equals to 50 rupees. This is the purchasing power parity. But if we check this purchasing power parity with market exchange rate of dollar, market exchange rate of dollar is currently it is 90 rupees and some paisa, 90.1 something per dollar. Now what is the difference between the two? Here we are only checking the purchasing power of a particular currency. Here we are seeing that how many dollars can be exchanged with how many rupees. Directly rupee and dollar exchange in the open market. Now here it is on the basis of demand and supply of dollar. Do you understand that? Sure. Moving ahead. So purchasing power, it corrects the distortions in market exchange rate. Market exchange rate is totally different by comparing purchasing power of the economies with a basket of tradable goods. So therefore, it will not be just one burger. We will have one basket of goods in which we have, I guess, around 350 or 400 goods and services. Now this market rates are influenced by capital flows. How much capital is flowing into this? What market rates? Dollar is to rupee. That is 1:90. This is influenced by capital flow. That how many dollars are flowing into our economy, how much FDI we are receiving, how much forex reserves we have currently, around $723 billion. Growth prospects, our economy, how much growth will we achieve? Say, for example, 7%. And geopolitics, that represents the market rates. Understood? And these market rates do not directly mean the purchasing power parity of economy will increase or decrease because of these market rates. So therefore, true comparison of this currencies is because of these purchasing power parity or because of PPP. And in terms of PPP, China is the largest economy of the world. United States is the second largest economy of the world and India is the third largest economy of the world, already asked by UPSC in one of its PYQs. Prelims में ही पूछा था. Now currency confidence gap, this is something which talks about that how much US dollars, that GDP which is higher by market rate than purchasing power parity. USA has its GDP which is higher in terms of market exchange rate than in terms of purchasing power parity. If you see its purchasing power parity, it is $29 trillion only. But if you see in terms of market exchange rate, it is multi-folds of that, 5 times more than that. While as if you see Chinese yuan and Indian rupee, both their GDP is lower than the purchasing power parity. It means our currencies, our purchasing power is good than the market exchange rate. Why? Because we are too much dependent on dollar. We need more and more dollar to purchase imports, to have import of crude oil, to have import of other goods. We need dollar. Do you understand? We pursue dollar. And that is why in order to understand this market exchange rate, there was a Big Mac index which was developed by the Economist magazine. And this Big Mac index actually compares the prices of McD's Big Mac Maharaja burger across different currencies. And that is how they define this purchasing power parity. Understood? Kate Raworth, I already discussed that he developed the donut economy or the embedded economy. He gave us the concept that if you see, these are the essentials, food, water, healthcare, these are the essentials of humanity. If we stick over there, our whole earth will prosper. The ecosystem will prosper. But if we go beyond this, we may reach safe limits. But after these safe limits, there is no coming back. Why? Because after these safe limits, there will be pollution, degradation, climate change, everything will happen. Thereby, we must meet the needs with planetary boundaries. We must set ourselves within the boundaries and let the planet flourish. The Earth overshoot day is one such example where we need to understand that this donut economy, this whole economy is embedded in the ecosystem of the earth, and we need to respect that ecosystem. Understood? World Bank classifies countries, or at the international level, countries are classified on developed, developing, and emerging markets. Now, what are these emerging markets? These are those markets where there is rapid growth. Transitioning economies are, they are transitioning into faster developed economies, and they have higher potential. Emerging markets, what are these emerging markets? India is an emerging market. India is the, I would say, fastest growing emerging economy, which the budget speech and economic survey both highlighted. So thereby, countries which experience rapid economic growth and industrialization, they transition from developing to developed economies. There is low to middle per capita income. There is increasing productivity, growing middle class, improved infrastructure, attracting foreign investment, volatility due to political risks and currency fluctuations. For example, emerging markets are BRICS nations like Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Southeast Asian, East European, Latin and Middle East Africa. IMF also classified countries, and it says that about 40 economies have been classified based on the higher or high per capita income, diversified exports, greater integration into global financial systems. It says that emerging markets or emerging market and developing economies are all those economies which are other than these 40 economies. All the 40 big economies, all the 40 big countries where there is higher per capita income, where there is higher diversified exports, they are dependent on exports, and they are greater, or they have totally integrated into world economy. The globalization is at peak in these countries. Those are advanced economies. Rest all of the economies are emerging markets. Do you understand? World Bank classifies high income countries, those countries where per capita income is more than $14,000. Upper middle income, lower middle income, and low income countries. Just remember the definitions and remember the numbers. It is 1145, it is 4515, then 14,005, and more than 14,005. Sure. What is middle income trap? This is where the country's economic growth is stalled. That is, it reaches a middle income level. Middle income level is this. Either it is upper middle income or lower middle income. It is hard for this economy to transition into high income. Why? Why is it hard? Because it is usually said for personal growth also that do not get stuck into the middle income trap. Why is it hard to break this trap? Because this economy has traditional and innovation gap is there. First, their drivers of the economy are traditional only. That is, they are dependent on past cheap labor, resource exploitation, and this is no longer sufficient. Why? Because there is no innovation. What kind of innovation is needed? There is no market. High value market is not there. Research and development, they are not investing in research and development. Further, the human capital deficit is there. They have human capital deficit. Weak education is there. Skills are lacking. They do not have developmental skills. That is why, because of the traditional dependence, no new innovation and no human development or human capital. This is the main reason that this economy cannot transition out of this middle income trap. Do you understand? So for India, we do have middle income challenges like gainful employment, research and development, education and skills, and infrastructure. These are some of the sectors where India should focus on. Now, what are least developed countries? This is normal only, where the income is less than $1,088, weak human assets and high vulnerability. These least developed countries or least developed countries, who is the least developed countries whose per capita income is 1306. Human assets, significant improvement and economic resilience is there. And currently 44 countries are classified as indices, and they receive international support, they receive technical assistance, market access, aid, and the criteria is revised every 3 years of these countries. With this, we come to a conclusion of development and developed indices, development indices and development. Growth is done, development is done, national income accounting is done, microeconomics is done. Now we are left with money and banking, and we will start money and banking after 10 minutes. It is 0 to 13. We will again resume at 0 to 23, 28. A 15-minute break, which is much needed for lunch. Chalo. Only 15 minutes. I want all of you back after 15 minutes here on this table. I am here, you are here. If I am sitting here for 12 hours to teach you, you should also study for 12 hours at least with me for the entire economics. back, everyone. Had lunch or something else? कुछ खा लिया किसी ने? Everything fine. So now, starting again with the story. You all might have heard about Game of Thrones. If you had, so it's okay. If you didn't, that too is okay. No worries about that. And there are two stories which I would like to share from Game of Thrones. One is that, do you know how White Walkers actually were created? Because there was a conflict between the children of the earth and the men, the old men who believed in the old gods. And who were those children of the men, or children of the earth, or children of the forest? Those were those kids or small species who were totally dependent on forest. And what we did was the exploitation of this earth by creating one such evil, and that evil is money. All what is happening today is only because of this money, and all good which is happening in this world is because of this money. But for this money, there is only one thing which actually is creating money in the world. That is the debt, the loan, the money which is lent. And that is why they say that Lannisters never forget their debt. Lannister always pays their debt. Do you remember that? Yes, that's it. So just leave that aside, Lannisters and all. We will understand that in economics, how money and how debt actually works, how loans, how borrowing and lending of money actually works, how money and banking works, and how banking was actually created. Even it is just 3 to 4 days ago that we have appointed Rothschild. Now, what is Rothschild? Rothschilds have been appointed in India as one of the, I would say, advisors in economic advisor or India's economic advisors. Now, who are Rothschild? This is such generation or such family. Rothschild family is such family which controls the whole banking. These were 5 kids of Rothschild. He sent them to 5 continents and said that earn money and lend that money. Give that money on loans and controls the whole economy of the world. They currently have a lot of families. There are around 300 plus families who actually control, I would say, around 70% of the finances of this world. That was about Rothschild. Now, leaving that aside, we will start money and banking for our UPSC Prelims 2026. Chalo, this marathon will last till 9 in the night. What is money and what are the functions of money? It is basically a medium of exchange due to which it actually eliminates the need for double coincidence of want, and this need was there because of barter system. We had this need that there should be double coincidence of want, and this double coincidence of want was there because we had barter system. If you want wheat, the other person must want what you have. If you have rice, he must want rice and you must want wheat. This double coincidence of want must be there. In order to eliminate that, we developed a medium of exchange. This was just a medium of exchange, which currently we have totally forgot about. It is a unit of account, a standard measure to set price and value and goods or value of goods and services. It was to store value. It was to store and retain worth, enabling the future wealth also, so that we can store wealth somewhere in the form of this money. Money was developed so that it has universal acceptability, that everyone should accept it. But it was developed mainly because there was barter system and there was double coincidence of want in this barter system. I want all of you to comment at least money and banking. Comment once, M and B, money and banking. All those people who are with me, just comment money and banking. And I want all of you to talk in the comment section. If you talk, then only I will be able to connect to you. Otherwise, it's just me, this room and this camera to which I am talking. I want all of you to talk about life, talk about prelims, talk about your preparation, talk about economics, ask me doubts, and then it will be a fun kind of discussion. So next, double coincidence of want was there. In a barter system, goods are directly exchanged. Goods are directly exchanged without money, but that is what led to the need. That is what led to the development of money, so that we can agree on selling price and buying price, and these goods can be exchanged, and there was no need for double coincidence of want. This requirement of barter system, that was double coincidence of want, made the barter system inviable, or it made this barter system inefficient. That is why we had to develop money. So money, there are different types of money. There are different forms of money. The first one is fiat money. What is fiat money? It is the paper note and the coins which are authorized by government. It has no intrinsic value. Remember, it has no intrinsic value. Remember, it has no intrinsic value, but it is accepted as a legal tender. Intrinsic value means the value of commodity which is used for the currency. For example, if we from tomorrow onwards, we all, currently there are 30 plus students, yes, 40 students around. If we from tomorrow onwards make a group of 40 students, and me, and we start using this remote, we start using it as a currency, what do you think? Does this remote have an intrinsic value? Yes. If I write just 1,000 rupees over here, 1,000 number over here somewhere on this remote, this will start acting as a currency of 1,000 rupees. But does it have an intrinsic value? Yes, maybe it will be sold in 10 rupees to a plastic vendor or someone's scrap dealer. But when it comes to paper currency, this fiat money, this is paper note and coin, which is authorized by government, which is supported or authorized by government, which has the power of it has the power of the sovereign behind it. That helps it to gain the legal tender, but is accepted as legal tender. So therefore, it cannot be refused for transactions, and that is what the statement UPSC asked. UPSC directly asked that legal tender money means that money which cannot be refused in terms of payment and settlement. What is legal tender money? These are currency notes and they are zero interest notes. Remember, these are zero interest currency notes. The notes which you carry in your pocket, the notes which you carry in your wallet, they are zero interest notes. You do not earn any interest on that. Anonymous bearer bonds. Remember, anonymous bearer bond. Remember the word. Why is anonymous bearer bond that important? Because it is to be redeemed by those who have it, who carry it. They do not have any name on it. Do you remember? Do you understand? These are anonymous bearer bonds. They must be accepted by any citizen for the settlement. Further, we also need to remember that there is Coinage Act of 2011 which empowers government to issue coins up to $1,000 rupees. A coin of 1,000 rupees can be issued by the government. The currently circulated coins which government currently is circulating is 50 paisa, 1, 2, 5, 10 rupees. These are the currently circulated denominations of coins which government is circulating. Higher denominations are there for commemorative purposes only, not more than that. Now, currency issuance in India. Who issues the currency? It is the government which issues coins and 1 rupee note. So therefore, 1 rupee note is technically a coin. RBI issues all the other currency notes. All the notes are issued by RBI. Collaborative role, both manage the money supply and seigniorage. Now understand what is seigniorage. This was asked by UPSC in 2025. Although they do not directly ask it, but they ask that printing of currency earns a profit or helps RBI to earn surplus income. What is seigniorage? It is the value of currency and the printing cost of producing it. This represents the profit which is earned by government from printing the money. Say for example, a note of 500 rupees was print and it took only rupees 10 to print it, and the note is sold in the market of rupees 500. It has the value of 500. 490 is the profit of the government. That is called as seigniorage. Further, rupee 1 is a note, but an exception that acts like a coin. This coin is issued by Ministry of Finance. It is signed by Finance Secretary. It falls under the Coinage Act of 2011. Do remember this. And why are you not sharing this session with your students, with your peers, with your groups? The government and RBI works together to manage India's currency supply and maintain the monetary stability. So all those people who have been telling you that it is only government, it is only RBI who manages money supply, that is not the case. Both RBI and government, they both together manage what? Money supply. Understood? Chalo. Beyond cash, if you go to that, what is there beyond cash in which we transact? So there is checks and there is check truncation system. This too was asked by UPSC. What are checks? Check is an instruction as a paper instruction to the bank, so that bank pays the money from an account, from a particular account to a particular person who is carrying that check or who has been issued that check. That is the check. This check works on the basis of the trust. That if you accept this check, it is okay. If you do not accept it, I cannot force you to accept this check. So therefore, it is not a legal tender money. Do you understand? It is not a legal tender money. Check truncation system is what? It is an online system in which if you issue a check to the bank, what bank does is they will take a photocopy of it and upload the photocopy. So that, for example, this account which is mentioned on check, one is in SBI and another is in ICICI Bank. Two accounts in two different banks. Now this check must be settled between the two banks. So they will upload it to a system known as check truncation system, in which both of them will agree, and then the money will be deducted from one account and transferred into another account. It eliminates the physical check movement. It was operated, or it is operated as check processing center. NPCI operates it, and RBI manages the clearing house and settlement systems through its National Automated House Clearing House, NACH. National Automated Clearing House is under RBI. Understood? To manage the clearance of payments between the banks. Now remember one more thing. What is cryptocurrency then? Cryptocurrency, it is the digital currency which is used or which uses cryptography for security purpose. It operates on a decentralized, I would say, blockchain. Now what is blockchain? Very simple. What is crypto or what is cryptocurrency? This cryptocurrency is a code which is written in particularly Bitcoin. If you talk about Bitcoin, it is also a cryptocurrency. The code of Bitcoin was written in C++ language. Now what is code? Code is a set of instructions. Code is a set of instructions, a set of a language, a program code. It's kind of a software, but it's locked and managed in such a way that now a currency is formed out of it, and then this currency is traded. This currency is traded on a blockchain. Where on a blockchain? On a decentralized ledger. What is blockchain? Blockchain is a decentralized ledger. It is just the similar way. See, if you want to understand it, have you played a cricket match earlier in your, I would say, in the initial days of yours, like when you were kids? You might have played a cricket match. In this cricket match, there used to be a scoreboard. There used to be a scoreboard. On this scoreboard, one person was assigned a duty to write down the scores. That if this team increased the runs or if this team decreased the runs, how many runs did this player one actually did? How many runs did he played? How many boundaries? How many sixes did he hit? So this scoreboard is kind of a ledger of two teams. It is maintained by one person only. Do you understand this? It is a ledger which is maintained by one person only. This is not decentralized. It is centralized under the guidance of this one only. The transactions on this are open. Everyone can see this. But when it comes to decentralized blockchain, it means that anyone can come and write down his transactions on this board. And there is one more person or two more people along with that who will sign this board that, okay, we are signing this board that this transaction is correct. That is the decentralized form. Now, there is no control of one single person on this board. That is the decentralized ledger, that everyone is coming and putting their entries into this. Now, if you understand it, if you can relate to it, of that scoreboard of your cricket match back then it is easy for you, it will be easy for you to understand cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrencies are actually digital currencies. They use a specific kind of technology known as cryptography to code that thing, to use a code, to form a code, and that code is the currency. That code is the coin, and that coin is traded on another platform, which is the blockchain technology. That is, that it is traded from one person to another. It is sold and purchased by one person and by another person on a platform, and that platform is supported by another technology, that is the decentralized technology. That is the decentralized technology known as blockchain technology. Do you understand? That is cryptocurrency. Very simple. There are different examples of it: Bitcoin, Litecoin, Monero, Dogecoin. Now, if you talk about India, currently India's cryptocurrency stance, the legal status that India has not classified the cryptocurrency as illegal, but we have not recognized it as legal tender. So therefore, in India, cryptocurrency is not legal tender currency. However, it is allowed. Trading and investing is allowed. Anyone can trade and invest, but is not authorized to use this as a currency. So you cannot use this as a currency, you can trade in it. And also remember one more thing, there is 30% tax on every gain. So therefore, every transaction where there is cryptocurrency involved, or wherever you gain in cryptocurrencies, you will have to pay 30% of capital gains tax. Kitna? Capital gains tax. Understood? 1% of TDS on every transaction. Every transaction means that whenever there is loss or I would say profit, every time whenever the money is transferred from your account to yes, I gave already breaks. Multiple breaks have been given. We have taken 3 breaks of 10 minutes each since morning. I know it is, it might be tiring for you to sit for such long hours, but it's okay. It's okay. We can do it. We have that grit and resilience. We have that dedication. We know we can do it. I am here. I'm here with you till 9 in the night. You have any doubts, you can ask me. Chalo now, Bitcoin anonymity. Bitcoin is not tied to banks or governments. Therefore, it is easy, it is decentralized. Users can send and receive the payments anonymously using Bitcoins. They can address, or Bitcoins can be sent from one address, one person's address to another person's address, using Bitcoin addresses without revealing the names of the person. That is the question which UPSC asked. UPSC asked that Bitcoins can be transferred from one person to another person just by knowing the address of that person. Yes, correct. Now, understand what is NFT, non-fungible tokens. Non-fungible token. What is non-fungible token? Chalo, fungibility is also known as divisibility. Okay. Fungible assets are those assets which are interchangeable with another of the same type. For example, I will tell you, if I have a note of 200 rupees, I do not have, sorry. If I have a note of 500 rupees, I can get it interchanged with 100 or 500 rupee notes, or 10 50 rupee notes, or 50 10 rupee notes. Do you understand? 25 20 rupee notes. Now I can get it interchanged. Do you understand? Of a similar note. But that is the fungibility of the asset. That is the fungibility of rupee 10, or that is the fungibility of currency. Commodities like gold or oil are fungible. because you can interchange them. Gold and oil, they are fungible. These are commodities. But then again comes non-fungible assets. What are these non-fungible assets? These are unique items with a distinct characteristics. For example, real estate, collectibles, NFTs that cannot be exchanged to one. For example, a person who has digitally created a cat which can transform itself into dog. Now this is a program. A cat digitally can transform itself into a dog. Now this is a picture. If you see it in this way, it is cat. If you see it in this way, it is dog. Now this is a digital picture. It was created because of a code, or because of cryptocurrency, or because of any other digital code. Now if you convert these assets into these non-fungible tokens, that is, now they are not exchangeable with any other thing. They are unique. They have one simple identity, one simple unique identity, and that is why they are known as non-fungible tokens. These tokens can be cryptographic assets, for example, anything which is created because of cryptography. That code is used to create any of the digital assets. That is non-fungible asset. Physical asset storage. You can convert your physical assets. For example, this asset, I have this remote. This is my asset. I can convert it into non-fungible token. How? By using, we will use this physical asset and we will represent it with another asset. For example, I will represent this with the receipt, the bill of this asset. That okay, I have this asset now. If you want to buy this asset, take this bill. This bill is tradable now. Do you understand? So therefore, we can store ownership documents, house, boards, physical paintings and more in terms of these non-fungible tokens. For example, my house is located at street 10, village Kapadapura, district, whatever the district is, ABCD district, and state Tamil Nadu. This is not my correct address. I am just mentioning it. And 190021. This is my pin code. Now this is my house and these are the documents of my house. I can convert all of this into one single digital asset, which may look like this, a shape which I created. This shape is unique in its nature. This shape represents my house. This represents the address of my house. And now I am trading the shape. I am selling this shape. And once I sell this shape, it means that I am selling my house. Do you understand this? And this shape is not divided. So therefore, there will not be any individual subunits. And it cannot be exchanged. Do you understand? The values differ based on the buyer's preference. Simple. Chalo. Next, these are NFTs. Next is e-rupee and digital rupee, or I would say e-rupee versus e-rupee. See, e-rupee was launched by RBI. E-rupee or central bank digital currency was launched by RBI, and e-rupee has a digital wallet, and everyone has the digital wallet on mobile phones. You can directly do either person to person or person to merchant transactions via QR codes, directly scanning the QR codes. The main, I would say, the main feature of this CBDC is that it is exactly what? Equal to money. It is the money you have. You are just converting this money into digital currency. It is the money which we have converted into digital. Digital currency. It is legal tender also, but no interest, as the cash is zero interest. So this digital currency e-rupee is also zero interest. It is convertible to bank deposits. You can directly convert it into and transfer it into bank. These are legal tender when fully operational. Abhi it is currently operational but on pilot basis, not fully operational. E-rupee or digital voucher. This was issued by NPCI. Srihas, if there is anyone else who wants break, you can mention it, no worries. Anyone else who wants break? We just took a break of, I guess, 10-20 minutes. I don't think we need more breaks. Digital card and SMS code is there. Shared by SMS and QR codes. These e-rupees, it is a digital voucher. It is just like the Amazon voucher. It is just like the Paytm voucher. It is just like the discount coupon you get on Swiggy. These are vouchers given by NPCI, issued by NPCI. These vouchers can be in the form of codes, QR codes, SMS codes, and can be used. For example, you too get a coupon code on Myntra XYZ123. This is the coupon code. If you apply it, you will get 50% discount. That is e-rupee. Do you understand? That is e-rupee. So this is tool to use money, not the currency itself. But CBDC is a currency. It is a currency. It is a digital currency. Remember it. Now, what is National Payments Corporation of India? It is an umbrella organization which operates the retail payments and settlements in India. All the facts, all the points which I have taken over here, very, very much important for prelims. Highly important topics. And you might also feel that I am taking topics somewhere from here and there. The reason is that I have taken topics only those which are highly important. I have not taken like everything in the session. I have taken only those topics which are important actually and which we must know at the last minute revision. We must know them and then only we should go to prelims. Do you understand this? Next, NPCI. It is the umbrella organization for operating retail payments and settlement systems in India. The initiatives of RBI and India's Bank Association. So therefore, NPCI was created by two people. One was RBI and there was an association of banks in India. These two created this NPCI under the Payments and Settlement Act 2007. Remember this? Payment and Settlement Act 2007. It is not for profit company under Section 8 of Companies Act 2013. Unified Payment Interface. What is UPI? UPI means Unified Payment Interface. One single platform, one single interface where all the banks and bank accounts are connected. And this helps interbank, merchant to merchant, person to person transaction easily. So therefore, it is using instant real-time payments. What is it using? Instant real-time payments. It was developed by NPCI in 2016. UPI enables seamless fund transfer. Remember it. Chalo. UPI is available 24/7. Last year, UPSC asked about RTGS and NEFT. It is available 24/7 and UPSC asked that RTGS is available on particular days only. But that is not the case. RTGS is available 24/7, 365 days. No bank details is needed for UPI. No, that is not correct. At least some of the bank details are needed. But you can directly have access to mobile phone, mobile number only, UPI only, UPI details. So bank details are not required. If you are using UPI, you only require UPI ID or UPI phone number. It is accepted globally now. Not every country is not using, accepting it. Shivam. Who is Shivam? Maybe I might be knowing him. Shivam sir. Where does he teach, Shivam sir? Global acceptance. Not every country has not accepted it yet, but UAE, France, Singapore have accepted it. For you, the task is to search which all countries have accepted it. Although the question was asked by UPSC last year. Last year, UPSC asked this question that how many countries have accepted UPI? NPCI developed more other I would say forms of payment. First, it developed BHIM. It was based on UPI for e-payments directly through banks, interoperable with other UPI applications. Bharat Mobile Interface, BHIM. Second, it also developed Aadhaar-enabled payment system in which micro ATMs are used, or here people go to ATM and they use micro ATM. Like either they use Aadhaar card or they use fingerprint or they use iris scan and they withdraw their money without even having debit cards, credit cards or bank details. NETS, it is the National Electronic Toll Collection. If you have traveled for longer routes on highways, you will have witnessed this thing, that on every toll now cars do slow down and then move on. And the money is deducted automatically by using these FASTags. Further, there is NACH. What is NACH? This is the automated clearing house. What does that mean? All the high volume, low value, repetitive electronic transactions, which means all your transactions like your Amazon subscription, Prime subscription, your 100 rupees recharge of mobile phone, which is repetitively every month you have to do that. It is high volume, that every bank has to process around 100,000 such transactions every month. Because if they have 1,000 people, everyone might be having 10 such transactions, so it means 10,000 transactions. These are high volume transactions but low value. 100 rupees, 200 rupees, 100 rupees, 200 rupees. These are processed through NACH, automated transfer. So that the work of bank gets eased. IMPS, it is immediate payment system. It is available 24/7 from 1 lakh to 5 lakhs. Remember this, it is from 1 lakh to 5 lakhs only. Bharat bill payment system, it is for to pay the bills, bills of what? Electricity, water, gas, telephone, etc. These all have been developed by NPCI only. Next is RuPay digital card. RuPay payment card, you might have heard this, RuPay card. What is RuPay card? Chalo, tell me jaldi RuPay card. Come on, I want all of you to share this session, yaar. This is not going to work like this. I want everyone to participate in the comment section. It is rupee plus payment. Shivam, you were asking me about, sir. आप शिवम सर को जानते हो? कौन है शिवम सर? I might be knowing him. RuPay means rupee plus payment. It's a card just like Visa card, just like MasterCard, just like the other cards of China or China's Union Pay card, MasterCard. These cards operate for ATM withdrawals, point of sale machines, the smaller machines in which you swipe your card, and online portals. These support debit, credit and prepaid cards by Indian banks. So why do we need this Indian payment system? It is indigenously developed. It was developed in India itself. Why do we need this? Because the data was taken by these intermediaries, these merchants. They used to take this data out of India, and now we are processing this data inside India only. The data is not leaving us. Next, the payment systems, the transfer payment systems, RTGS and NEFT. What is RTGS? It is real-time gross settlement. What is NEFT? It is National Electronic Fund Transfer. What is the difference between the two? See, RTGS minimum transaction should be more than 2 lakh rupees. NEFT, there is no minimum limit. There is no minimum limit. RTGS, there is real settlement, but in NEFT, the settlement is in batches. This is PYQ. It was asked last year. The settlement is in batches, which means it may take 30 minutes to 2.5 hours to settle this transaction, because these transactions are of small value. They are of small value transactions, so therefore there might be lower fees also, which is applicable on NEFT. One more thing which you need to remember, RTGS, these are large payments, huge sum payments, which actually business people do in crores of rupees. Therefore, higher fees is applicable on RTGS. Now remember both that whenever NEFT or RTGS is used, for example, from account A, we are transferring money into account B. We are transferring money from account A to account B. It means the charges will apply on account A, not on account B. Do you remember? Do you understand? The charges will apply on account A, not account B. And that is what UPSC asked last year. UPSC asked that the charges will apply on account B. That was the statement wrong. Next, ATM network in India. Chalo, write down this. No, I am not in class. I am in YouTube. You don't need to write. You just need to learn. ATM network in India. I somehow forget that I am on YouTube. I thought I am in class, teaching in class. National Financial Switch. What is National Financial Switch? This is the operating system. This is the mechanism which actually is supporting the all network of ATMs in whole of the India. So NPCI operates the NFS, that is National Financial Switch. National Financial Switch is operated by NPCI. NPCI is India's largest shared ATM network. It enables interoperable cash transfers, card-to-card transfer, and cash deposits. So whenever you go to an ATM, you can have all the three things. You can withdraw your money, you can transfer money from one card to another card, you can also deposit money into the ATM machines. Do you understand this? ATMs are of three types: bank ATM, brown label ATM, and white label ATM. There are green ATMs also, there are orange ATMs also, there are pink ATMs also. Not that much important. Pink ATM is for women, green ATM is for agricultural or I would say agriculture related transactions. What is brown label ATM? These are owned by banks. What is white label ATM? These are owned and operated by non-banking firms. That is, they are third party. They are third party. No bank logo is displayed on white label ATM. Chalo. Understood? Then comes the merchant discount rate. What is merchant discount rate? Merchant discount rate. It is the fee charged on per card sale. Whenever you use a card, whenever you use a debit card, credit card, or any other card, the payment is processed. The payment processed is between the card network. For example, if you are using MasterCard, if you are having the acquiring bank, the issuing bank is different. The payment processor is different. The merchant who is paying this is different. So therefore, MDR is the rate which is charged, the fees, the charges which you pay on every transaction. The charges which you pay on every transaction. So, for example, if the charges which you pay on every transaction of card payment, if it is increased, it means you will not use cards. It means you will use cash only. So if you use cash only, it means there will be less impact on digital economy. You will not be going for digital economy. So that is why government had this major challenge to decrease this merchant discount rate. That was the main thing to be done. So therefore, this merchant discount rate, it actually hurts the merchant's profit margins and discourages adoption of point of sale terminals, which means that all those people, now remember, all those people who are merchants, for example, me, I am a shopkeeper. I have this POS machine. If I ask people to use this POS machine and pay me digitally, I am being charged on every transaction. Why? Because that POS is given to me by a merchant. The merchant is charging me on every transaction. So why should I allow people? I will ask them directly, pay me cash. Why will I pay charges to this merchant? Why? What incentive do I have to go for digital transactions? So this merchant discount rate, if it is increased, the digital economy will suffer. There will be less digital transfer or less digital transition of the economy. Understood? Therefore, for the cashless revolution in India, we have used Jan Dhan accounts, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, Aadhaar payments, e-wallets and UPI dominance. They have been the most favorable four pillars of cashless payments in India. Now, what is money supply and banking systems in India? How do they work? First, let's understand what is velocity of money. Velocity of money is the number of times money changes hands. For example, it is 100 rupees. Now this was with A, it went to B, it went to C, D, E, F. Now tell me one thing. The more faster this money changes hands, it means the more people get involved into this money. And remember one more thing. If you have money, for example, if you have money in your wallet, you can make more money out of it. That is the only beauty of this money. That if you have 100 rupees, you can utilize this and make 120. For example, you will purchase this remote of 100 rupees and sell it in 110 to the person who is ready to buy it in 110. So you made 10 rupees just because you had 100 rupees. That is why, remember this thing, always remember this thing. That is why velocity of money is most important in an economy to work. So in order to increase this velocity of money, we are switching towards what? Digital money, digital transactions, digital economy. Why? Because there the velocity of money will increase. There the velocity of money will increase. So number of times a unit of money changes hands during a unit period. Therefore, money supply in the economy is M. Say for example, there are 100 rupees. Total money in the economy, total money supply in the economy is 100 rupees. And price level of goods and services. And price of a good, say remote, is 50 rupees. Now we need to understand what is the aggregate income or aggregate output of the economy. Say aggregate output, total remotes produced in an economy were 2. What is the velocity of the money circulation? Money in circulation. What is the velocity of the money in circulation? So therefore it will be what? 50 into 2 divided by how much? Divided by money, that is 100. That is 100 divided by 100, which is 1. So velocity of the money will be 1, or money, that is 100 into 1, money into velocity, equals to price into output, that is 2. That is 100 equals to 100. Do you understand? That is velocity of money. That if money is traveling faster, if money is traveling at the fastest speed, then the production and the sale of it will be quicker. And therefore there will be easy transition of money in the economy. Do you understand? Remember the formula. One more thing which you need to remember is liquidity trap. When an economy gets stuck, stuck in what? Stuck in cash. When an economy gets stuck in cash, what does that mean? That means people are not ready to invest in high yielding bonds. People do not want to invest in banks. People do not want to keep fixed deposits. People do not want to invest in bonds. People do not want to purchase shares, bonds, anything. Rather, they say that it is better to keep my cash idle. I will not invest it anywhere. Why? Because even after I invest, I am not earning anything on this. So they feel that it is better that I keep my currency in liquidity only. And that is where the currency gets stuck in liquidity trap. And if this liquidity trap happens, people start losing the differentiation between bonds and cash, because both of them provide zero interest. At this situation, the central bank loses the control over interest rates. Now central bank can do nothing, because all the control which central bank has on liquidity is through interest rates. If it increases interest rate or it decreases interest rate, that is where it actually changes the liquidity which is present in the market. So if this kind of a situation happens, central bank will lose what? The control over interest rates. So therefore it will not be able to stimulate economy anymore. Understood? Now moving to money supply components. What are the components of money supply? First is aggregate money supply. Aggregate money supply means what? The total amount of money which is there present in the Total amount of money which is present in, or the aggregates of money supply are the total amount of money which is present in different forms in the economy. What are these forms in which money is present in the economy? First is aggregate money supply, says the total currency with the public plus the demand deposits of the public with the banks. So first is total currency with public. Currency which is with the public. For example, currency which you have, currency which banks have, currency with the public plus demand deposits. It is important to note that withdrawing cash from your bank account does not change the money supply. Why? Because it was a demand deposit. It was a demand deposit. You took this demand deposit and submitted it here. It is the currency with the public. The total of this is always money supply. Money supply equals the total of currency with public and demand deposit. So it hardly changes anything. Do you understand this? It hardly changes anything by withdrawing your cash from the bank. Chalo, moving forward. Now understand, there are 4 to 5 parameters of money supply. First is M0, M1, M2, M3 and M4. What is M0? It is high powered money. It is that money, the currency which is in circulation, and currency with public. These are two different things. Currency in circulation is currency with public minus the currency with banks. It is bankers' deposits with RBI. The deposits which RBI has, which RBI took from the banks. The other deposits with RBI, the deposits which RBI has taken. Deposits which are with the RBI, the money which RBI is keeping as deposits with itself. These deposits have come from different banks, from any institution, from NPCI, from government itself. These are the deposits which RBI has. This has the highest liquidity. Why? Tell me why it has the highest liquidity. Because RBI can supply this at any point of time into the market. Do you understand this? Chalo. That is money supply. That is M0. Sorry, that is not money supply. That is high powered money. M1 is narrow money. What is narrow money? Narrow money is currency with the public. All the money which is there with the public plus demand deposits. Which demand deposit? Which we have created with the banks. Not time deposit. Not time deposit. Remember this. Plus other deposits with RBI. Currency with public, that is currency which public have. Demand deposits are those deposits which we are keeping with the banks, and some of the deposits which people have carried or which are there with the RBI. Other deposits which are with the RBI. Now this has high liquidity for short term. M2 is, it includes M1 plus the postal savings with the post offices. Now why are we actually segregating these? M2, M1, M0? Because they have liquidity differences. If our money is less liquid, if any asset is less in liquid, if asset has lesser liquidity, it means that it is hard to convert this asset into currency. It is hard to get this asset liquidated. It is hard to get this asset running in the money flow, money supply. Which means that if there are more assets which have lesser liquidity, that is a problem. If there is less liquidity in the money, if there is lesser liquidity in the supply, for example, if everyone created or if everyone started to invest in gold only, or if someone kept time deposits, say for example, people are now keeping only time deposits for 10 years, 20 years. Now, is it more liquid or less liquid? Time deposits. See here, money supply, time deposits with the banks. This is moderately having low liquidity. Time deposits have low liquidity, while as demand deposits are highly liquid. They are high liquidity. M1 is demand deposits. Why do we need to differentiate between them? Because it shows us that how much money is actually flowing in the market. And if more money is flowing into the market, it means that we can create more money in the market. If more money is creating in the market, it means the growth is possible. The velocity of money can be increased frequently, can be increased easily. Or this liquidity trap situation can be evaded away. Now, broadest form of the money supply is M3 plus total post office deposits also. Done. Now, let's move to the Reserve Bank of India. This is the most crucial topic which we usually discuss in UPSC. Reserve Bank of India. This is the central bank. It's playing a crucial role in economic stability and monetary policy. Most crucial part of our preparation. First is, what are the core functions of RBI? It issues currency. It is responsible for issuing and managing the current country's currency under the minimum reserve system. What is minimum reserve system which RBI has adopted? That banks will create a minimum reserve whenever there is, banks will create a minimum reserve. Banks will create a minimum reserve whenever there is a deposit with the banks. Do you understand this? Chalo. 1/3 is done. We are left with 2/3 only. 222 pages are done, slides out of 660 slides. What is monetary control? Monetary control, it actually manages money supply in the market. It is the banker to the government. It actually acts as the banker, agent and debt manager of the government. So therefore it provides for debt to the government. Whenever government needs a loan, it gives the loan to the government. It actually does banking regulation, which means that it regulates commercial banks, ensures liquidity, oversees managers and branch expansion also. It is the lender of the last resort. What does that mean? That means that RBI actually is the lender of the last resort. What does that mean? That whenever a bank has emergency, it goes to RBI and asks for loan. When no one is lending the bank, RBI will lend to the bank. Forex consultation, it manages and safeguards India's foreign exchange reserves. RBI governors, RBI governor is appointed by a financial sector regulatory appointment search committee. So that is FSRASC. This is a financial sector regulatory appointment search committee which is headed by cabinet secretary. This committee actually gives the recommendation to appoint the governor of RBI, and then governor of RBI is appointed by Government of India. His tenure is 3 years, and as per section 80 clause 4 of the RBI Act, he is eligible for reappointment also. Remember, these terms are very much crucial. And RBI governor can be removed by central government. There is no parliamentary intervention into it. There is no constitution here. No constitution intervention. UPSC last time asked a question that RBI can be instructed. Constitution mentions that government can give instructions to RBI. It was a statement asked by UPSC that Constitution mentions RBI can give instructions to RBI. This was a wrong statement. However, section 7 of RBI Act 1934 says that central government can issue directions to RBI after consulting the governor in public interest. Do you understand this? Now, how does RBI earn money? This was a question asked by UPSC in 2024. RBI's revenue sources and reserves. First is government bonds. RBI buys and sells the government's bonds, government securities. GSEC operations RBI does, or open market operations RBI does. RBI sells the government securities, RBI buys the government securities, and RBI earns interest on this. Currency operations, RBI prints the money, earns the seigniorage, RBI distributes the currency notes. In that distribution, RBI also earns profit. Further, RBI maintains a forex exchange. RBI maintains forex exchange, that is reserve of foreign currencies, currently which is around $723.8 billion. RBI maintains this reserve. Remember one more thing, under the minimum reserve system, RBI maintains 200 rupees crore of minimum reserves, out of which 115 crore must be in gold and bullion, and 85 crores in foreign currencies. The remaining is backed by government securities. Do you understand this? So, moving further, RBI publishes some of the most crucial records, some of the most crucial, I would say, reports which you must all remember. First, a report on the trend and progress of banking in India, financial stability report, monetary policy report, a report on foreign exchange reserves. These are the reports which RBI publishes half yearly. RBI publishes policy statement bi-monthly, that is after every 2 months policy statement is released. RBI publishes two things after every 3 months, that is industrial outlook survey of manufacturing sector and consumer confidence survey. Other reports which RBI usually publishes are a report on the financial review. These reports should be at least considered, that we should at least know that what kind of reports RBI publishes. It's not usually to remember the, I would say, after how many time does it publish. Chalo. Are you enjoying the topic or not? I guess मुझे ऐसा, like what I feel is that people are there in the session, but they are a bit late. Like if I am currently on recommendations, they might be 10 to 20 slides back. That is why people are responding late. Huh. They might have took a break. Advantages of being a student is that you can take break at any point of time. Key committee recommendations. Usha Thorat committee was established in 2004. It recommended that RBI should maintain an 18% of total assets as reserves. That whatever RBI assets are there, out of these assets, RBI should keep 18% of the assets as reserves and rest transfer the rest of it to the government. Post that, in 2013, Malegaon committee came. It suggested that we should transfer entire net profit from RBI to government. But that is something which was not accepted later on. However, then came the most practical decision by Vimal Janan committee in 2019. And it said that surplus distribution policy should be adopted. Under this surplus distribution policy, the total realized equity, remember this, total realized equity of RBI, surplus transferable only if the realized equity exceeds 5 to 6%. If this total realized equity is more than 5.5% to 6.5%, then you can transfer the surplus. It means out of surplus, at least keep this much of reserves and then transfer the rest of the amount to government. One thing which you need to remember is deposit insurance. Deposit insurance, credit guarantee corporation. Depositors insurance. Whosoever deposit money into the banks, all the deposits in the banks which are up to 5 lakh rupees per depositor are insured. All the money up to 5 lakh rupees per depositor is insured with the banks, and the insurance is provided by the DICGC, that is Depositors Insurance Credit Guarantee Corporation, and this is established under the DIGC Act. RBI as the RBI's subsidiary, so therefore it is the insurance providing agency is also subsidiary of RBI. Do you understand this? The coverage or the covered deposits which are there in this are first saving, fixed, current, recurring deposits. These deposits are covered. Remember this, these deposits are covered under the insurance scheme. All the scheduled commercial banks, local area banks, foreign banks and corporate banks, they do provide this deposit insurance credit guarantee scheme. Further, foreign government deposits are not covered. Central and state government deposits are not covered. Interbank deposits are not covered. Deposits received outside India are not covered. Note that the premium for this insurance is paid by the banks, not by the depositors. Now, one thing which UPSC asked last year was BRSR mandate. So this is actually the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report. This report is submitted by top 1000 listed companies to SEBI, not to RBI. The key areas of this report were to focus on environmental impact and sustainability, social responsibility and stakeholder engagement, and governance practices and transparency, that are they maintained in a company or not. So this was about SEBI. We will discuss it later in the topic of stock market and capital market. Now talking about the banks in India. Monetary policy is done. Banking? No, we will discuss monetary policy more. Quantitative and qualitative tools of monetary policy are yet to be discussed. Classification of banks. Banks in India are classified into two main categories. And these categories are, two main categories. One is scheduled bank, another is non-scheduled bank. Simple. And this inclusion is as per the RBI Act 1934. The classification determines their regulatory status, access to RBI facilities. Chalo, scheduled banks. What are the benefits of having a scheduled bank? First, scheduled bank must have at least 5 lakh rupees of paid up capital. Minimum capital paid by scheduled bank is 5 lakh rupees. And then it will obtain the operation permission by RBI. And the operations of this bank should not be detrimental to depositors' interest. Second, these banks are, all the banks are at least mentioned in the Schedule 2nd of RBI Act 1934. Moving further, what are the benefits of scheduled status? First, they can go and borrow with RBI. So all the scheduled commercial banks can go and borrow with RBI. Bill rediscounting means that the eligibility to rediscount the first class exchange bills with RBI. They can go and discount bills with RBI, like commercial bills, commercial papers. Clearing house. All these banks have automatic membership to clearing houses. That is, there is efficient settlement of interbank transactions where these banks, for example, Bank A and Bank B, there are claims pending of Bank A to Bank B and reverse. They have a membership to clearing house. Now what is this clearing house? Where the transactions of Bank A and Bank B are settled with each other. RBI also, scheduled commercial banks or these scheduled banks, they also ensure the public confidence. They ensure trust as the scheduled inclusion. Scheduled bank inclusion means that they are now trustworthy by the public. So therefore, remember this, that scheduled banks and non-scheduled banks, they are listed in second schedule, they are not listed in second schedule. The minimum capital is 5 lakh rupees, no such requirement for these. They are maintained, the CRR is maintained with RBI. They maintain the CRR with themselves. They can borrow from RBI, they borrow from RBI only in emergency purposes. They are automatically members, they are not eligible for automatic clearances. Regulation, they are strictly regulated and they are less regulated. SBI, HDFC and PNB are such examples of scheduled commercial banks, while as local area banks and small UCBs are the example of non-scheduled banks. Understood? Chalo. Now, what are the commercial banks in India? Commercial banks are those which are profit oriented. They are regulated under the Banking Regulation Act of 1949. Banking Regulation Act 1949. All the commercial banks of India are regulated under this. Now, moving further, all these commercial banks, they have some functions like they accept deposits and they provide loans. They accept deposits and provide loans. They facilitate trade and capital formation. Do you remember capital formation? That is the creation of assets. They provide investment, insurance services. They also provide some of the complex, sophisticated instruments for investment. Remember? Chalo. There are different types of scheduled banks or commercial banks in India. First, we have public sector banks. These are those banks which are majorly owned by the government. for example SBI or Bank of Baroda. Then comes the private sector banks. These are those banks which are owned by private entities, for example HDFC, Axis Bank. Further, foreign banks. What are these foreign banks? Branches of the foreign institutions like Citibank, HSBC Bank. These are those banks. They have branches here in India. These banks have branches here in India. Further, there are regional rural banks. They serve as rural credit needs. They serve the rural credit needs. They give the credit to rural areas. They provide loans to rural areas. Understood? Chalo. Next, cooperative banks. What are cooperative banks? Cooperative banks, they operate on the principle of cooperation. What does that mean? These cooperative banks, they function on a principle. That is, we will work on mutual benefits. We will work on self-help on the basis of cooperation. Cooperative banks, they are owned and managed by the members, providing affordable credit to rural and semi-urban population under the Cooperative Societies Act of 1904. Simple. Urban cooperative banks were brought under the RBI regulation under the framework of 2020. These cooperative banks had a deep, I would say, presence in the rural credit, and that is why they were brought under the RBI's guidelines. Understand this? Next, what we need to understand is structure of cooperative banks. First, there is state level cooperative banks, then district level cooperative banks, primary banks, and land development banks. So remember that these cooperative banks, the types of cooperative banks we have. First, we have the urban cooperative banks, and these urban cooperative banks are of two types. These urban cooperative banks can be either state cooperative banks, or that is they are registered under the State Cooperative Societies Act, or they can be also registered under the Multi-State Cooperative Societies Act 2002. Remember this. One more thing which you need to remember is that these banks are regulated under, or they are supervised by, the registrar of cooperative societies of the state or central registrar of cooperative societies if they are multi-state cooperative societies. Further, you also need to remember that all these cooperative banks, they are registered under Cooperative Societies Acts or Multi-State Cooperative Society Act 2002. They work on mutual, I would say, mutual cooperation, and are regulated under Banking Regulation Act 1900 and Banking Regulation Act 1949 plus Banking Laws Act 1965. Chalo, moving further. Now here we have state level, district level, primary banks and land development banks. State cooperative banks, central cooperative banks working at district level, providing funds to primary agricultural credit societies, that is PACs. Primary cooperative banks serve as urban and semi-urban areas. Land development banks cater to farmers' developmental needs. Now remember that out of these urban cooperative banks, remember urban cooperative banks we discussed. Now let's understand what are rural cooperative banks. Rural cooperative banks. The first one is state cooperative banks. These are the apex institutions at the third line, third tier. Credit structure. Every state has a cooperative bank, or I would say state cooperative bank. And then there are cooperative banks at district level, and primary agricultural credit societies are also there. Now, understood? Next is development financial institutions. What are these development financial institutions? These were created for specific development related lending or term lending institutions. That is, these banks will provide, these institutions will provide long term credit. They will provide what? Long term credit. Long term credit for what? For financial needs of development. Like they will project or they will give funds for industries, they will give funds for infrastructural projects, they will fill the gaps which are left by commercial banks. So therefore, IFCI, that is Industrial Finance Corporation of India, Industrial Development Bank of India, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, Export Import Bank of India, they all will help in providing these loans. Now understand that we have All India Financial Development, All India Banks. First is NABARD, and this NABARD was set up on 12th of July 1982. This was formed by an Act of Parliament, Parliamentary Act, and it was recommended by B. Shivaraman Committee. It is mainly purpose is to provide credit for agriculture and rural development. Its headquarters are located in Mumbai. Its headquarters are located in Mumbai, Maharashtra. Further, remember that the aim of RBI is sustainable and equitable agriculture and rural development. Done. Functions are simple. It provides credit and refinance. It supervises the cooperative banks. It supervises cooperative banks. Cooperative banks and regional rural banks. Do remember regional rural banks. Understood? It works under the Banking Regulation Act of 1949. It also helps in providing development infrastructure, and it also gives direct lending to cooperatives and producer organizations. Do remember the facts. It is very important. Then we have Small Industries Development Bank of India, SIDB. The SIDB was established in 1990 by an Act of Parliament, obviously, yes. Its headquarters are located in Lucknow, UP. चलो जल्दी 22 institutions, 22 organizations plus public sector banks plus government, that is central government, have their shares in SIDB. SIDB operates the Credit Guarantee Fund and Small Enterprise Development Fund. You also should remember about SME Fund, Small and Micro Enterprise Fund. This was released or this was announced in Budget 2026. Just refer to it till the time we do budget over here. हाँ, जब तक बजट का एनालिसिस नहीं करेंगे तब तक इसको कर लेना, ठीक है, एक बार इसको देख लेना. Now moving further, we have Exim Bank. This Exim Bank is there. Chalo, we'll discuss it over here. Exim Bank was established in 1981 as a credit, as an export credit agency. It aims to boost the export of India. It is regulated by RBI, and it is regulated by RBI is wholly owned, 100% ownership by Government of India. No other owner. ठीक है, only Government of India. It provides financial assistance to provides financial assistance to exporters and importers. It also provides refinancing facilities. It also provides refinancing facilities to the banks and other financial institutions for their capital requirements. Understood? Exim Bank's headquarters are located in Mumbai. Chalo. Done. Let's move ahead. Now there comes differentiated banks. Now what are these differentiated banks and how do they work? Differentiated banks are like small finance banks, payment bank, urban cooperative bank, PACs, societies, regional, rural and local area banks. Now how do they work? RBI has introduced these differentiated banks based on 2013 report which was given by Nachiket Moore committee. Now Nachiket Moore committee recommended that wherever we have a need of specific finance, for example, say we need only payment organizations or payment banks to facilitate people who are usually every year or every month they pay or they make payments of around 15 to 20,000 rupees. For example, students. All the UPSC students, all the people who receive at least monthly pocket money of 15 to 20,000 rupees. Now you all have to spend it by anything, by any manner. Now for this, we can have a payments bank, which will have only this much amount of gap. They will have a deposit of up to 1 lakh rupee only. They will help to provide payments for this much amount only. So that is why we have what? Small finance banks and payment banks. So therefore, what is the payment bank or what kind of differentiated banks we have? First is payment bank. It focuses on small savings, remittances, payments. It cannot lend. So therefore, Payment Paytm Bank or India Post Payment Bank or Jio Paytm Bank or Airtel Payment Bank, these are such examples of payment banks. These payment banks, they can be started by all the prepaid card issuers. They can be started by telecom companies. They can be started by telecom companies, NBFCs, business correspondents, supermarket chains, or corporate sector. Now, what is the criteria for starting an this payment bank? Criteria is very simple. First, they need a minimum minimum capital of 100 CR. They should maintain at least 75% of their deposits in government securities and 25% of the deposits in other banks. 26% of investors should be Indians. Minimum 26% of investors should be Indians. They should get at least listed. They should get listed if their net worth crosses more than 500 CR. They should have at least 1 lakh rupees of cap on deposits in one account. That is, only 1 lakh rupee can be deposited in one account. Understood? They offer services, all the services they offer, but they do not issue credit cards. लोन नहीं दे पाएंगे, क्रेडिट कार्ड नहीं इशू कर पाएंगे, ठीक है। दे कैन नॉट एक्सेप्ट नो एनआरआई डिपॉजिट्स, अंडरस्टूड। चलो, स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक्स, these are also similar to payment banks, but they do provide loans. For example, AU Small Finance Bank and Ujjivan Small Finance Bank, they provide banking services to small businesses and low income groups. How? They can be established by professionals. Small finance banks can be established by professionals with more than 10 years of experience. NBFCs, microfinance, local area banks, minimum capital should be 100 CR, 75% of loans which they will provide should be in priority sector, that is, it should be in priority sector lending PSL. 25% branches should be in unbanked areas. They should maintain reserves. Reserve requirement means they should at least keep how much? SLR. They should keep SLR. They have to keep SLR. Cap on a loan. Cap on loan should be 15% of net worth. That is, if they are extending loan to a particular person or a particular group, if the net worth of the small finance bank is say 100 CR, they should not allow a loan of more than 15 CR to one single entity. एक loan, one single loan cannot be more than 15 CR. Should have a business correspondent network who can provide services into those areas where there is no banking. 25% branches should be in unbanked areas. They cannot give large loans. Large loans नहीं दे सकते हैं. Are not allowed to set up subsidiaries. No subsidiary. And cannot deal with sophisticated financial products. No sophisticated financial products. Means they cannot allow, I would say, they will not sell. They will not sell. What will they not sell? They will not sell sophisticated financial products like tulips, ULIPs, like schemes which are guaranteed or which have, I would say, linkage to market and term plan also. Some of the sophisticated financial products where everything is involved into one single financial product. Tulip was an example, just an example. Chalo. Next is non-banking financial companies. What are NBFCs? If anyone knows. Non-banking financial company, it is a company which is similar function to banks. It has similar function to banks. It provides loans, advances, investment services, but do not possess a banking license. So it cannot do banking operations. It is regulated under Companies Act of 2013, supervised by RBI, cannot accept demand deposits. Demand deposits. Remember, this is one single exception, that no NBFC accepts demand deposit whatsoever it is. They only accept time deposits, and all NBFCs do not accept time deposits. Only deposit taking NBFC only takes time deposits. There are non-deposit taking NBFCs, they do not take deposits. They cannot create credit. They cannot issue checks. No deposit insurance is available for them. They cannot access RBI's LAF window, which is liquidity adjustment facility window, is not available to them. Remember this. So therefore, banks and NBFCs are different than each other. Banks can accept deposits. They do not accept deposits, demand deposits, not time deposits, demand deposits. Check facility is available, not available. DIGC not covered. CRR, SLR not mandatory. Banking Regulation 1949 but Companies Act 1956. Huh. FDI 74%, FDI 100% is allowed in NBFCs. Now why are NBFCs set up? They are set up to serve a niche sector. Particular sector, if they want to give loans into particular sector like small scale industry, transport operators, self-employed individuals, if they are giving loans into these sectors, then only they are allowed. Then comes the foreign banks and regional rural banks. Now these foreign banks, they are incorporated outside India, operating through branches or wholly owned. That means that a foreign bank means either it can have branches in India or it is operating in India through its branches or by establishing a subsidiary. It has two options. Either it will establish HSBC or HSBCI or HSBCS as a subsidiary of HSBC in India. As a subsidiary in India, and then it will have branches, or it will directly do one thing. It will have directly 3 or 4 or 10 or 20 or 40 or 30 branches in India. Two models. Either it will first set up subsidiary or it will directly do what? Directly operate branches without setting a subsidiary. So therefore, wholly owned subsidiary requires 500 CR of minimum capital with 50% Indian board members. Like Standard Chartered and Citibank are the examples of this kind of banking. Foreign banks can have as many branches as they have. If there are less than 20 branches, the regulations of priority sector lending change. Regional rural banks, they provide credit to rural households. The ownership is 50% central government, 35% sponsor bank, and 15% by state government. The ownership is provided by these three: 50% central government, 35% sponsor bank, and 15% state government. Do you remember this? Done? Sure. Moving to next, that is Nidhi companies and chit funds. Now what are Nidhi companies and chit funds? Nidhi companies, these are included in NBFC. These are included in NBFC definition. They are registered as companies under 1956 Act, but they are regulated by Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Remember this. Nidhi companies receive depositors from and lend these deposits to members. So it means that it is kind of a group. It is a kind of a group. This group brings in deposits, accepts deposits, and then lends this money to the group itself. People give the deposits and people take the loans. It is given to the members only. Do you understand? Members deposit, members take the loan. That is Nidhi company. But what is chit fund? Chit fund is a saving scheme with installment contributions. Everyone will contribute every month. Say 100 rupees contribution. They are covered under concurrent list, and that is why they are not regulated by RBI and SEBI. Rather, they are regulated by state governments. They are regulated under Central Chit Fund Act of 1982. Either central government or the state government do regulate them. Now that is Nidhi company and chit funds. Remember this, that they both are legal only. They are not illegal. Ponzi scheme is, however, illegal. Ponzi scheme is what? It promises higher returns with less risk, generating returns for older investors by acquiring new investors. How does it work? For example, A asked B and C to give me 2000 rupees every month for 10 months, and after that I will pay you back 10,000 each month. till the rest of your life. Every month you will get 10,000 rupees. I will invest these 2,000 rupees per month into something which will generate us profit, and we will have to sit and eat. But the condition is that you also need to bring two more. You need to bring two more. Then B will also set the same thing to his followers, and this chain goes on building. This chain builds upon one to another. And then when this chain reaches a level where highest amount is transferred at once, when for example 10 million people have joined it, these older members are getting benefits because new investments are coming in. And at one point of time, there will be a huge sum coming in 1 month. And then this higher level, they will just vanish from the market. And that is how Sharda scam, Sahara scam, all of these scams actually happened. मनन शर्मा, ये क्लास इकोनॉमी की क्लास है, इकोनॉमी फाउंडेशन, not particularly foundation, it is economy revision class for prelims 2026. Now coming to basal norms. What are basal norms? Now understand, banks will take deposits, they will give loan into the market. Once they give loan into the market, this loan is an asset for the bank. This asset must earn two things. First, it must bring back the principal amount, and second, it must earn interest. That is why every loan given in the market, EMIs must be paid and must be received. For example, a person skipped or missed his EMI or could not pay his EMI for 0 to 31 days. 0 to 31 or 30 days. Then he again skipped these EMIs for 31 to 60 days. Then he again skipped these EMIs for 61 to 90 days. Now here you must remember that this account is known as special mention account 0, SMA 0. Why? Because banks must get now worried that if this account is not paying money, we should think about it. Then for the next 30 days, SMA 1. For the next 30 days, SMA 2. And after 90 days, it turns out into an NPA, non-performing asset. Now it remains in this category, NPA category. Now it is not paying any interest, it is not paying any return for the bank, which means that this asset has now lost its relevance for the bank. Bank must put in efforts to recover this asset. Do you understand this? Bank must put in efforts to recover this asset. So therefore, there are two conditions now. First, that this asset can be now in future a loss asset. Because if banks lost this asset, they have to pay back those who deposited money into their account. They have to pay back these from their own pocket. If they are paying them from their own pocket, for how long will they do that? That is why banks must keep adequate. They must keep adequate capital. Because overall, whenever there is a loss, it is actually a loss of capital. It is actually a loss of capital. And whenever this loss of capital happens, bank actually loses something. So therefore came the Basel norms. Basel norms said what? Basel norms said that whenever there is a risk, credit risk, whenever we know that this asset is not coming back, we should at least have a risk weighted asset. We should at least weight these risky assets beforehand. We should understand that which asset is coming back and which is not. So for all those assets which have higher risk, we should keep at least 8% of capital adequacy ratio. And then again, it increased this in 2004 and said that minimum capital, supervisory review, and market discipline, all the three things must be maintained. And these shall be the three pillars. These shall be the three pillars of Basel norms. What? First, there should be minimum capital of 8%. For India, it is 9%, which RBI has highlighted. Supervisory market review should be there, and market discipline must be maintained by all the banks. In Basel III, that is in 2010, it ensured and said that first, so capital adequacy should be 10%, and there should be additional buffer of 2.5%, which means 12.5% of capital adequacy ratio. Plus, there should be liquidity, stronger risk management, and capital buffers. All of this must be maintained. Understood? That is Basel norms 1, 2, and 3. Priority sector lending. Banks must dedicate specific portions of lending to vital sectors like agriculture, MSME, export credit, education, renewable energy. All of this must be kept. And there are clear guidelines that 40% of ANBC, that is annual net banking credit, must go to priority sector, out of which 18% should go to agriculture. And out of this 18%, 8% should go to small and marginal farmers. Similarly, 7% should go to MSMEs, 10% should go to women. Likewise, priority sector lending. Now, let's understand money creation ratios. First is money multiplier, currency deposit ratio, and reserve deposit ratio. Three things we need to mention, we need to remember. First is money multiplier. Money multiplier is the ability of the banks to create money. Currency deposit ratio means that how much currency is there in circulation and how many demand deposits have been created out of it. And reserve ratio says, reserve deposit ratio, that how many deposits are there, and out of these deposits, what percentage of these deposits is kept as reserve. All of the three actually check the capacity of banks to create money. Understood? So therefore, capital adequacy ratio, risk management ratio is dependent on, according to Basel III, tier 1 plus tier 2 capital should be 10.5%. Along with this, also 2.5% of buffer should be created. India's requirement is 9%. RBI has mandated a capital risk average weighted asset or capital and risk adequacy ratio, capital risk adequacy ratio of 9%, which must be maintained and which is higher than the global Basel requirements of Basel norms 2. Tier 1 capital primary funding, including the shares, stakeholders, and equity and retained earnings. Tier 1 capital means, tier 1 capital, remember what is tier 1 capital of capital adequacy ratio? First, it is primary funding of shareholders, the money which bank have received from shareholders, equity, and retained earnings. Tier 2 capital is revaluation reserves, hybrid instruments, and subordinate debt. So there is difference between the two. Liquidity coverage ratio means that bank must create at least 30 days of liquidity with itself. Therefore, remember, therefore, these money creation ratios and capital adequacy ratio and risk management ratio, these actually define the lending capacities of the bank. These actually define that if we increase the capital adequacy ratio, it means that banks have to create more capital to lend. It means that the operations of the banks are going to be difficult in nature. Now, moving further, we need to understand what are the types of deposits in the banking system. Demand deposit, overdraft, and fixed या term deposit. We all know that demand deposit is saving and current account. Term deposit is fixed deposit or a recurring deposit. Overdraft facility is no. That is withdrawal beyond the account balance. Even if there is no balance in the account, you can still withdraw the money. One more thing which we need to remember is international banking accounts. First is Nostro account, another is Vostro account. Nostro account is maintained by Indian banks in foreign countries to facilitate easy clearing of international transactions. So it is Indian bank. For example, we have Axis Bank. It has account in USA. It is maintained by Indian banks in foreign countries. An account maintained by Indian bank in foreign currency. Foreign country, not currency. Vostro account. It is maintained by foreign bank in India with their corresponding bank of the local operations. Like the bank with which they are operating over here. They will keep an account over here. So that is why that whenever it happens, for example, that someone in USA has to pay someone in India, if he finds that Axis Bank has an account over there in that account, in that bank, it is easy for them to transact money between the two accounts. So they do not have to always transact it and they do not have to always exchange the money. They are not required to buy and sell dollar again and again. Banking instruments, letter of credit and SWIFT system. Remember this. What is letter of credit? It is a guarantee of, for example, Bank A, Bank B. Letter of undertaking, LOU. What is it? X and Y. USA and India. X wants to buy some things from Y. Buy goods from Y. But Y says that I cannot trust you. Once I send my goods over here, you will say that I am not taking them, these goods are expired. So therefore I will not be sending these goods. Now in order to facilitate this trade, A will take money from X and issue a letter of undertaking and give this letter of undertaking to B, LOU, and tell this B that okay, let Y send these goods. We will verify the goods. Once the goods are received over here, once we receive these goods, we will release the payment to B. Even if X does not pay, we will pay you. We give you the guarantee that we will pay you the money. And B says to Y that okay, send your goods, don't worry. I have a letter of undertaking from the Bank of A and that Bank of A will pay me. So therefore, a bank of undertaking allows the customers to raise short-term credit from another Indian bank's foreign branch. This is A and this is B. This is the foreign branch of B. Now next is SWIFT system. SWIFT system is the worldwide international financial telecommunication system. This is a society, a messaging network for banks, through which banks send messages and codes to each other that I have received this much of amount and I have transferred this much of amount. Just like the way we use UTR codes in RTGS payments, similarly SWIFT system is also there for international payments. NRI banking, very simple. People who are outside India, they also do have some of the deposits in India. How do they keep deposits? Three distinct types of deposits are there. First is NRI deposits in FCNR account, that is foreign currency deposits. These deposits are created or the interest and principal is non-taxable, they are freely repatriable and they are only term deposits. There is only term deposit of this account, which means that these are foreign currency deposits. That is, the bank account or the account of FCNR account is kept in foreign currency. NRE account is Indian rupee account. This is an account of a foreign person but in Indian rupees. It is maintained in Indian rupees. Interest and principal is non-taxable. Freely repatriable, that they can take their money. All the deposit types are available. And both demand deposit and term deposit is available. What is NRO? NRO is kept in, this is also non-resident account. It is kept in Indian rupees, interest and principal is taxable, and restricted repatriation, that all the deposits are available but they cannot repatriate the money. They cannot take back the money at any point of time. They have to pay certain charges on this. Do you understand this? So currency which is used for the account is freely convertible foreign currency, Indian rupees and Indian rupees. Now let's understand demand for the money in an economy. The total demand, or I would say the total demand for the money or money supply, is actually defined by two things. One is that we need to transact, I need to pay to someone, I need to purchase something. Or second is total money demand equals to transaction demand plus speculative demand. Speculative demand is that money which is held for future investment, that I am keeping this money aside because I will be investing it tomorrow or day after tomorrow. That is a problem because I am keeping this money idle for some time. Future investment opportunities or to avoid losses, I will keep it here because if I keep it invested in the market, it will lose its money. I will lose my money. So therefore, I will withdraw my money and keep it aside. Therefore, this is inversely related to market interest rates. What does this mean? If the interest rates decrease, the speculative demand of the money will increase. Why? Because all of the people know that if the demand is decreasing, I will take out my money from the market and keep it aside. Do you understand? Chalo. So total demand current combines both current transaction needs and future investments. Bond yield, we will discuss it later in the capital market and money market. Banking sector reforms, it is very easy. We just need to understand Narsimham Committee recommendations. There were two committees, Narsimham Committee 1, 1991 and Narsimham Committee 2, 1992. They actually discussed for reforms in banking sector. And out of these reforms, some of the major reforms, first was Camel parameters. What is Camel parameters? That first we need to maintain capital adequacy, asset quality, management and earnings. All of this must be maintained. That is earnings like profitability of the bank, sustainability of the bank, governance, operations, loans and advances, and capital adequacy ratio of 10.5%. One more thing which we need to understand, that in NBFC sector, non-banking financial companies, these non-banking financial companies have been divided or classified under three different categories: Tier 1, Tier 2 and Tier 3. Tier 1 are systematically important NBFCs and there should be highest regulation in Tier 1 NBFCs. For example, they have to maintain their assets must be more than, if their assets is more than 500 CR, their capital adequacy ratio must be more than 15%, which is 12% for banks or 10% for banks or 9% for banks. Similarly, Tier 2 and Tier 3 are smaller and medium sized. So higher capital adequacy and liquidity ratios for higher entities and lower for lower entities. Lighter requirements for lighter NBFCs. This approach was adopted by RBI so that they can regulate the NBFC sector. This was adopted post 2020 once the NBFC sector went under crisis due to the IL and FS crisis. Mission Indradhanush. Mission Indradhanush was adopted. It is a 7-pronged strategy and there was major challenge in mission because there have been higher NPAs in economy. Due to higher NPAs, we had to recapitalize our public sector banks. The recapitalization challenge was of 70,000 crore rupees and it was very much pertinent to understand that how to get this much of amount. All was to meet, this was infused to meet the Basel III norms. Bank board bureaus were introduced, appointments were made. There was a separate section that, okay, the appointments of the chairmen and the board will be by bank board bureau. Capitalization will be, there will be de-stressing. All the NPAs will be de-stressed. Employment will be increased and all the public sector banks will be provided autonomy to employ their staffs, to do transfers and to do promotions. Governance, there will be less political interference. So Bank Board Bureau, it was suggested by PG Nayak committee. Remember this. It acted as the middleman separating the public sector bank from the government control. So therefore, in order to decrease the government control, Mission Indradhanush was launched. Okay, core banking solutions. UPSC has asked a question on this. What is core banking solutions? In this, first is the centralized platform of CBS, core banking solutions. This is software through which all the branches, it enables actually the branchless functioning or centralized banking with real-time transactions. It enables that all the branches are integrated into one and they are connected with internet. Finacle is the per se, I will say that it is the software which ICICI Bank first time used. eKuber is RBI's core banking solution for central bank functioning. This is also a platform only, a centralized platform only. eKuber. Next, independent regulators under Companies Act 2013. First is NFRA. It has chairperson with 15 members who investigate and audit the misconduct of companies with more than 500 crore rupees of capital or a turnover of 1000 crore. Special officer or special investigating officer, special finance investigation officer. This was established by Naresh Chandra Committee on the recommendations of Naresh Chandra Committee. Now, what is this special finance investigation officer? They investigate the white collar crimes under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and that's it. Nothing more than that. Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. This was based on the T.K. Vishwanathan Bankruptcy Law Reforms 2015 recommendations. It is only because to solve the insolvency and bankruptcy in the banking sector. And why? Because we wanted to decrease the scope of NPAs. The fact which we need to remember is that this code was introduced on the recommendation of T.K. Vishwanathan Bankruptcy Law Reforms. IBC framework or Insolvency and Bankruptcy Framework, it says first thing that there should be a trigger, which means that at least there should be a default of 1 crore rupees, minimum default of 1 crore rupees. Then this default must be resolved within 180 days time period. 180 days time period or maximum of 270 days time period. After this, the company should go for liquidation. If no resolution is achieved, then the company should go for liquidation. It excludes the willful defaulters. It is regulated by IBBI with NCLT as the adjudicating authority. Now, this is okay. Credit rating agencies, we know them. Non-performing assets of RBI. These are those assets where principal or interest is overdue for more than 90 days. We already discussed it. Standard accounts, SMA, 0. And once the account goes without EMIs for these many days, it is called as NPA. And if an NPA stays NPA for more than 12 months, it is called as substandard asset. Or if an NPA is in the NPA category for less than 12 months, it is substandard asset. And more than 12 months, it is called as doubtful asset. After that, it is considered as loss asset, and it is written off. That is, it is removed from the banks of the bank, from the books of the bank, once it is identified by either RBI, internal auditor, or external auditors. One more thing which you need to remember is willful defaulter. Willful defaulters are those who intentionally do not pay money. More than 25 lakh rupees of outstanding money and they are not paying it at all. That is willful defaulter. Large defaulter with more than 1 crore rupees of outstanding. Stressed assets, sum of NPAs, written off loans and structured loans. So stressed assets of a bank include all NPAs, written off loans and restructured loans. As per 29th Financial Stability Report, which was released in 2024, NPA of all the scheduled commercial banks has a ratio of 2.8% with net NPAs of 0.6%. So NPAs have decreased a lot. Public sector banks contribute, yet still till this date they contribute 80% of the total NPAs. Out of this, major NPAs are in power sector, telecom, steel industry because they face a financial stress. Now, twin balance sheet syndrome was once asked by UPSC, but it is not that much important. National Asset Reconstruction Company. This acquires stressed assets worth rupees 5,000 crore and more from public sector banks at a discounted price, and this is actually a joint venture. They purchase this asset which is turned out into an NPA. Once they purchase it, they purchase the NPA, they work on it, they reform it, and then they reutilize it so that it generates profit again. Debt resolution company is an operational arm managing the day-to-day resolution through restructuring and asset sales. So therefore, NARCL is different and IDRCL is different. IDRCL actually works for day-to-day resolutions and asset sales. Now, there are some people who might not be understanding these things, but you must revise your basics. Then only you will understand. Now, additional resolution measures. Huh. Prompt corrective action. It is adopted by RBI. It replaces the supervisory action framework which RBI used to have earlier. And now this prompt corrective action, RBI actually takes or restricts activities of the banks who have less capital, whose asset quality has degraded and whose profitability has degraded. If these three things have degraded, then they will restrict the transactions, restrict the activities of these banks. Debt recovery tribunals. What are these? These are those where the lenders will go to recover their dues from the banks. eBay portal, online portals for transparent auctioning of the attached assets. EASE framework, it was adopted in 2018. It removes the public sector banks financial health. KV Kamath committee actually recommended for loan structuring measures for COVID-19 affected borrowers. Now hereby we will stop for a 10-minute break. We'll resume at 4:40. Welcome back to the session, guys. How are you all? Doing good? I believe सब लोग मजे कर रहे हैं। रिवीजन के साथ साथ ब्रेक्स भी हो रही है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। We will do it. We have taken the pledge, and just like the way, जैसे हमने एक साथ एक बार में एक डिस्कशन किया था और एक डिसीजन लिया था दैट हम लोग कभी भी पीछे नहीं हटेंगे जब तक हम यूपीएससी क्वालिफाई ना करें, वैसे ही हमें आज भी वही प्रण लेना है, वही कमिटमेंट के साथ बैठना है कि हमें कभी भी यूपीएससी में जितनी भी बाधाएं आएंगी, all the problems, all the, I would say, if there is any problem, if there is any difficulty, we will solve it together. So I will be there with you always, as I have promised. Now let's start the discussion again. So we will be starting with the understanding of inflation. What is inflation? Inflation is a general rise in prices of goods and services over the time, reducing the purchasing power of the money. This is the question which UPSC asked, that inflation decreases the purchasing power of money. One more thing, inflation in India is measured by MOSPI. Inflation is tracked along the basket of goods. Currently, after the CPI 2024 base year, we have 358 goods and services which we measure, which we track the prices of. Out of these 358, 308 are goods and 50 are services. There have been new services which have been included. I already have recorded a video on that. You can find that video on our main channel. Now, what are the types of inflation? First, it is demand pull inflation. An inflation which is caused due to expansionary policies when the demand increases. So why did the demand increase? Because people might have increased, or their income has increased, the money supply has increased, the interest rates have decreased. So therefore, it increases the demand in the market. Once the demand in the market increases, it is basically because of inflationary or expansionary monetary policy. It means there is lower interest or currency has depreciated. So there are four reasons to demand pull inflation. First is expansionary policy, low interest rate, currency rates have depreciated, and increase in income. Second, cost push inflation. Cost push inflation is driven by increased production cost, which means either the land, labor, profit and interest has increased, technology has increased, wages have increased, raw material has increased, or the supply chain disruptions may also cause a push in the prices. That is why there are 4 or 5 factors which influence the cost push inflation. One more thing which is very much important, that is monetary inflation. Monetary inflation means when there is excessive money supply in the market. Excessive money supply in the market because there is no increase in the goods. Only money supply is increasing, production is stagnant, production is not increasing. This will lead to monetary inflation. This is usually caused by printing of money by RBI. So that is why our last time UPSC asked the question, this was the main answer of the question, that printing of money will be most inflationary in nature. Imported inflation means that whenever the currency depreciates, it means that imports are now more expensive. Once the imports are more expensive, it means rupee is weaker. When rupee is weaker, it means that we have to pay more rupees to purchase imports, because now the dollar has appreciated. That is what leads to imported inflation. Because of increased import bill, the prices in domestic market in terms of logistics, transport will also increase. Now, coming to supply chain disruptions, this recently happened while there was the COVID-19. In the times of COVID-19, this supply chain disruptions happened. Natural disasters, global crisis disrupt the supply chain, and once the supply chain disrupts, the supply falls. When the supply decreases, the demand remains constant, and when the demand remains constant, the prices increase sharply. India experienced this in terms of food inflation, and that is why the weightage of food inflation has decreased in CPI 2025 from 48% to 35%. This has been decreased. Inflation by speed, the types of inflation. First, it is creeping inflation. Creeping inflation is between 1 to 4% of inflation. It is usually termed as this inflation is manageable. That does not impact the sustainability and stability of the economy. So, which means that the creeping inflation is always okay. Creeping inflation can be done, or creeping inflation can be controlled. Second, walking inflation. Walking inflation is usually 2 to 10%. This is manageable, but if it persists, it will lead to overheating of currency. It will lead to overheating of currency, which means that central banks need to monitor it closely, and then central banks need to put in more efforts to control this inflation. Running inflation, it is between 10 to 20%. This is usually pronounced inflation that hurts the growth. Due to running inflation, the growth stops. It requires urgent policy actions by RBI. For example, open market operations are done to decrease such inflation, to control such inflation. Very good. People are joining back. I want all of you to at least participate in the comment section. Yeah. I want all of you to at least respond to what I'm saying. Then comes the galloping inflation. Although people are responding in the comment section, but yes, I want more such engagements. Galloping inflation is rapid. It is from 20% to 1000%. And this leads to disruptions in economy. This leads to currency confidence loss. And further, then comes the hyperinflation. Now, hyperinflation is uncontrolled inflation. That means you have a lot of money, but this money has lost its relevance. No one is accepting this money. People have lost trust over the money. So therefore, people will shift back to barter system. This often leads to currency collapse and severe economic crisis. This happened in Germany in 1920, happened in Zimbabwe in 2000s, and happened in Venezuela in 2010. And recently also in 2025, this was again influenced or experienced in Venezuela. Further, climate change and food inflation. Climate change can also cause food inflation because Economic Survey 2025 highlighted it and recognized that climate change is the primary driver of endemic food inflation. Rising temperatures now correlate more strongly with the food price spike than rainfall or reservoir levels. So therefore, you need to understand that whenever there is unwanted or unseasonal rain, drought, or hailstorm or snowfall, that will lead to rise in food prices, that will lead to endemic inflation. So remember that there is one more type of inflation, that is endemic inflation, which might be asked in the UPSC. Now there are inflation related terminologies. You must remember these terminologies. First is skewflation. Now what is skewflation? When some of the goods, the price is rising, but in some sectors and other sectors remain stable. For example, seasonal onion price rise. This usually happens when the onion prices and onion supply decreases and the price of onion increases sufficiently. Stagflation. This is when there is inflation and economy is stagnant. That means with high unemployment, slow growth, inflation also occurs. So three things are working in parallel in stagflation, and this stagflation or stagnation was recently witnessed in USA. Disinflation, it is reduction in inflation rate. That is last time, or I would say last quarter, the inflation rate was 3%. Next quarter, the inflation rate is 2%. This is disinflation. This is not deflation. Deflation is general decline in price levels. That is last time we witnessed that the price was 10 rupees. Now the price is 9 rupees. Now the price is 8 rupees. Huh. This is often associated when money supply has decreased in the economy. And this is continuously for the 40 months. China has been witnessing a deflation from past 40 months, consistent deflation in China. Reflation means once a deflation has happened, after that, after the contraction, after the recession, increased spendings by government or decreased taxes by government, increase the inflation rate back again. So therefore, once there was inflation, then there was deflation, and now there is a reflation. Do you understand? That's it. Bottleneck inflation means when the sharp supply falls, when the supply sharply falls, when there is significant decline in supply, at that time the demand stays constant, which will lead to higher prices. Which means that till yesterday there was 10 quintals of onion which was supplied in the market, and demand was also of 10 quintals. But currently, after 1 month or 2 months, this supply will decrease to 1 quintal only, and demand will remain the same. This will lead to what? Bottleneck inflation. Remember these terms are very much important for your economy, for your exam. One more thing which you need to remember. These are such facts, these are such concepts which I believe that they are very much pertinent for your exam. First is inflationary gap. Inflationary gap is when there is more demand, when there is more demand in the market and production capacity is low. Therefore, actual GDP minus potential GDP. Actual GDP is less than potential GDP. So therefore, understand this, that demand, which is their aggregate demand in the market, is actually more than aggregate supply in the market. So that means it will lead to inflation, and there happens an inflationary gap. Inflationary gap always leads to that this GDP should increase more than that the potential, we are not yet reaching the potential of our economy. Deflationary gap means when there is supply, aggregate supply in the market is more than aggregate demand in the market. This means the prices will decrease because there is excess supply in the market, and when the prices will decrease, and there is stagnation also in the market. Therefore, prices decrease and activity decrease, production decrease, which means it will lead to stagnation in the market. That is why it is known as recessionary or deflationary gap. Remember it. Overheating of the economy. Overheating means when the aggregate demand is increasing, but is increasing more than the productive capacity of the economy. For example, last year we had 10 quintals of demand of onion. This year we have 12 quintals of demand of the onion. It means 20% increase in the demand. But last year our production was 10 quintal only. This year our production is only 11 quintal. So demand has increased by 20%, but supply has increased by 10% only. This is overheating of the economy. This causes high inflation. This causes asset bubble and resource pressure. Understood? Inflation spiral. It means wage price spiral, where wages which are increasing, the salaries of the people are increasing. So therefore, it is increasing in the income of the people. If income is increasing, it means the demand is increasing. When the demand is increasing, the inflation is increasing. Therefore, it creates a cycle. Do you understand? Due to salary increase, due to wages increase, this whole cycle, this whole spiral goes on. That is known as inflation spiral. Cobweb phenomena means that due to price fluctuation in agriculture, there are high price rise or higher prices cause overproduction. Then the prices drop suddenly. Why? First, we had agricultural production, as I said, 10 quintals. Now, because there is price fluctuation in agriculture, sudden price rise means agricultural production will increase. And once the agricultural production increase to a level, now there is not that much demand, and again the prices will drop. So there is a cobweb phenomena, a phenomena where there is a trap that whenever you exceed the supply, the prices will drop. Whenever you decrease the supply, the prices will increase. That is a cobweb phenomena. Remembering this, remember core and headline inflation. Core inflation is there in a particular sector. Particularly when we see headline inflation, for example, if I tell you last or economic survey mentioned that we had an inflation of 1.73%, which means that our inflation was less than 2%. This is the headline inflation. This is the headline inflation. But it is the overall inflation. It means it includes all the goods. All the goods means it includes food and energy prices also. It includes all the services also. But when we refine it and go to core inflation excludes the volatile food and energy items. Because food is volatile, prices increase and decrease dependent on season. Energy increase and decrease in prices because of OPEC policies, because of oil sector, because it is dependent on dollar, exchange rates. When we remove these two sectors, then we can derive the core inflation. Refined core is when you exclude fuel, food and other essential items. This was mentioned by Economic Survey 2022. Then the core inflation, when you remove food, energy, transport and communication. The rest of it is used for policy analysis, and that is the core inflation. Remember these things. Now what is Phillips curve? Phillips curve mentions the relationship between unemployment and inflation. It says that whenever inflation increases, whenever as the unemployment decreases, the inflation increases. Why? When the unemployment decreases, that means when the employment increases. When the employment increases, inflation will also increase. Or when the unemployment decreases, the inflation will increase. What does this mean? Because more people are getting job, therefore they will be getting income. When they get income, when they get salaries, they will use these salaries, they will create demand in the market. Once they create demand in the market, the prices will rise. So low unemployment creates upward pressure on the wages, resulting in higher inflation due to increased demand for goods and services. So should we then create employment or not? Because with employment it comes inflation. Because whenever you employ a person, he gets money. He gets money, he creates demand. He creates demand and prices rise. That is why growth and inflation are usually accompany each other. They run parallel. Growth is what? Employing the factors of production in production. Growth is what? Increasing production. And production increase means inflation is also increasing. Growth and inflation, they are usually parallel to each other. They run parallel to each other. They are accompanied by each other. Now inflation is measured by, first, consumer price index. Consumer price index, it is the inflation which is experienced by consumers through change in prices of a fixed basket of goods. Now the CPI base year was 2012, now it is 2024. The first estimate of it was released in January 2026. This month only. Last month only. It was released in February, but it takes care of January 2026 inflation. It is released by monthly, like last month. In the month of January, it was released by MOSPI, NSO. It reflects retail inflation. Remember, it reflects retail inflation of both urban and rural areas. It has food and beverages, which used to be highest. Housing, clothing, miscellaneous, fuel and light. These are multiple sectors which encompass the basket of goods which is tracked by the CPI. So consumer price index, it takes care of retail inflation. It takes care of retail prices. 4 types of CPI are published in India. CPI industrial worker, agricultural labor, rural labor and urban non-manual employees. This is also published. But remember, what we need to remember is that CPI combined is published by MOSPI. All the other three are published by Ministry of Labor. Their base year is different, 2016, 1986, 1986. The base year of this was 2012, which has been changed to 2024. We need to remember this. Understood? Chalo. CPI versus GDP deflator. GDP deflator we already discussed. Nominal versus real into 100. This takes care of all the production, while as CPI covers only consumer goods. GDP includes all the goods and services produced domestically. Import treatment. CPI includes imported goods, while as GDP deflator does not include imported goods. It excludes them. It focuses on domestic production only. Do you understand that? So therefore, CPI uses constant weights. CPI uses the method of base year pricing. But GDP does not do that. GDP deflator varies with production levels. That what kind of production has been there in particular sector. GDP deflator works as per production levels, while as CPI uses constant weights of the base year over a particular basket of goods. Fixed basket of goods, 358 goods only. So therefore, whenever there is a change in GDP deflator, if it is more than 1, it is inflation. If it is less than 1, it is deflation. Remember it, UPSC can directly ask you that more than 1 deflator is inflation. Less than 1 GDP deflator is deflation. Then comes the wholesale price index. What is wholesale price index? It tracks price change at wholesale level. Wholesale level means that it checks that production and distribution stage. As I can tell you, simple example, in China, the production prices have decreased by 0.3%. It means that directly the effect is on wages, the effect is on factors of production. The factors of production are decreasing. The income earned by factors of production is decreasing. Do you understand this? It is released by Office of Economic Advisor, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. One more thing which you need to remember, that the base year of wholesale price index is 2011-12. It is released monthly. It too has multiple basket of goods, like it has manufacturing products, primary articles and fuel and power. It does not include services. It covers goods only, not the services. Office of Economic Advisor, Ministry of Commerce and Industries. Then comes producer price index. It measures the prices at the producer level itself, as I give you the example of China. So therefore, producer price index, it was Ramesh Chand led working group which was consulted in 2022-23 economic survey, which said that we should create a roadmap for full transition to purchasing power, this producer price index, because we can directly correct the inflation from producer level itself. So remember this, that why are we not shifting to producer price index? Why are we still stuck with CPI only? Because that is easy to calculate, that is easy to compare with global data. One more thing which you need to remember about inflation is index of industrial production. This index of industrial production, it is actually measuring the industrial production in short-term growth, that how much production has increased. It acts as a barometer of industrial activity. Isko release karne wala, like the organization which releases it is National Statistical Office, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. The frequency is that it is released monthly, base year 2011-12. It is heavily dominated by manufacturing sector and India's industrial production, followed by extractive industries and power generation. 8 core industries of index of industrial production are refinery products, electricity, steel, coal, crude oil and natural gas. The weightage is more to refinery products and then to other sectors. Now what is base year? Base year we already discussed. It is the year in the past where the price levels have been normal. Inflation was low in the base year. Even the smaller price increase can show a higher inflation rate for the current year if we change the base year prices. Understood? If we change the base year. So therefore, RBI usually uses or tracks this inflation. RBI has this, I would say, prerogative to control inflation under the inflation targeting framework. RBI has this authority to control inflation, and if the RBI cannot control the inflation, it has to submit a report to the government mentioning that what steps did we recommend, what steps were not taken, and how will we control the inflation and how much time will it take to control the inflation. So therefore, RBI uses some of the tools to control inflation. First, it can use bank rate. Bank rate is the rate at which RBI lends money to banks. If it increases the RBI, if it increases the bank rate, it will make the borrowings costlier. It will reduce the credit. It will reduce the credit creation capacity in the banking sector. If it raises the interest rates or policy rates, it means the loans will be more expensive now. Loans will be expensive now. Therefore, interest rate increase means reduced spendings, decreased money supply, and increased savings. Open market operations means that RBI controls the liquidity by buying or selling government securities. Increasing the repo rate, CRR, SLR. Whenever RBI increases CRR, SLR, or repo rates, it reduces the inflationary pressures by tightening the money supply. What are CRR and SLR? These are those ratios or reserve requirements that whenever a bank gets a deposit, it has to maintain CRR, that is cash reserve ratio, with RBI, and SLR with itself. And SLR can be deposited or can be kept in terms of cash, gold, or government securities. Do you understand this? Very simple. Other measures which RBI usually takes or government takes to address the inflation, they can raise taxes. Increase in taxes means decrease in money supply or disposable income. Price control. Temporary, they can cap the prices at floor price or price ceiling. They can cut the spendings, that is public expenditure can be decreased. They can limit the wages, they can restrict the wages growth to ease the inflation. Therefore, fiscal policy actions which can be taken is increasing the tax, reducing government spendings, broadening the tax coverage for increased control. Additional controls which government can do is controlling the price, controlling the imports, and restricting the wages. Wage price spiral, we already have discussed it. Monetary policy framework of RBI. According to monetary policy, the RBI is actually the authority which governs the monetary policy. So therefore, the monetary policy is governed by RBI. RBI regulates the monetary policy and interest rates to control the inflation and stabilize the economy. Further, RBI does this monetary policy or use this monetary policy tool to control inflation. The target of inflation with RBI is 4% plus minus 2%. Simple. And by here, RBI actually controls what? RBI actually controls the money supply in the market. Done. Fiscal policy. Government uses tax policies and spendings to influence economy. It actually supplies or controls inflation and fosters growth by this fiscal policy. Why does RBI still allow MCLR? Because what is MCLR? MCLR is the marginal cost of lending rate. Marginal cost lending rate means what? The rate or defined as per the marginal cost of banks. Now, what is the marginal cost of banks? Marginal cost of banks is simple. It basically talks about that how much cost is incurred by a bank of managing all the funds. How much interest is it paying to the depositors? How much interest is it paying to those from whom it has lent money, from whom it has borrowed money? Then it will calculate all of it, its own expenses. Then it will see that what is the cost of my funds. And on that basis, it will decide a profit and then it will lend to a particular sector. That is the rate at which banks give loans to the people. So MCLR, banks have long-term deposits at fixed rates, high rates. Moving every loan to external benchmark lending rate instantly during sharp repo cuts could make interest income lower than deposit expenses, causing the financial crisis. Now hereby, you must understand one particular thing. RBI actually wanted faster monetary policy transmission. Now what is monetary policy transmission? That if RBI is changing repo rate, bank should also change its interest rate, which is quite logical also. But banks say that we cannot do this. Why cannot banks do this? Because banks say that we have other costs also. We do not have only one cost. And when you change the repo rate, it does not mean that we will directly change the repo rate. We will directly change the interest rate. We already have borrowed money from somewhere else. So we should prefer, or banks always prefer, that we will define our interest rate based on MCLR. But RBI is saying that you should define your bank rate as per, or MCLR rate, or your lending rate should be as per the external benchmark lending rate. That is, at the rate you are lending money to someone, it should be defined by some other rate, like repo rate, like interbank call money rate, like other rates which you are not deciding. Because if you are deciding, it means that you are limiting the RBI's capacity to influence the money supply in the market. Chalo, understood? Now what are the inflation effects? RBI asked, this UPSC asked a question on this, that what will happen to the debtors. First of all, when inflation hits, consumers lose purchasing power, because higher cost of the living leads to negative impact on consumers. Second, it reduces the real burden of debt due to inflation, and debtors usually benefit from inflation. That is, if I took 100 rupees loan last year and this year I have to pay it back, this year I am about to pay it back. Last year the prices of goods were that I could have purchased one cycle or bicycle by 100 rupees. This year I cannot even purchase one bicycle with 200 rupees. So which means that the value of rupee has decreased. So the money which I borrowed was of more value, was of more purchasing power than the money which I am paying back. Therefore, today the interest rates have decreased because there is inflation, there is too much money supply. So now I am paying back the money and I am actually benefiting by the inflation. Creditors, loss of purchasing power on the lent money. Creditors who gave me money, the money which I borrowed last year, he gave me money which was of more value, and that is why he is losing on that, on the money. Do you understand? Last year when he lent me money, that time he got that money with high interest rates. Currently I am getting money and paying him back, I am getting this at low interest rates. That is why he will lose and I will earn. Savers, all the people who will save due to inflation, all the people who have saved, and now they will face a problem because they saved and the value of these savings have reduced because of inflation. Negative impact on savings. Exchange rate, it will lead to depreciation of domestic currency, or it may sometimes lead to appreciation of domestic currency. Wage earners, all those who are on fixed wages, or particularly on unorganized sector, they will have negative impact. Why? Because their wages will not increase as in proportion to the inflation. The amount of inflation, the percentage of inflation which is there in the market will not directly lead to the increase in the prices or increase in the wages also. Now there are some concepts like trickle down, Phillips curve, Laffer's curve, We will discuss them later, Lorentz curve, in the upcoming discussion. Right now, we will be starting with government budget and fiscal policy. Now see, we discussed monetary policy. Now we need to discuss government budget and fiscal policy. What is government budget and what is fiscal policy? Fiscal policy is a tool used by government, and budget is something which government prepares. It is a statement of government's revenue and expenditure, a government's receipts and expenditure. Simple. Fiscal policy is the policy of government and financial framework or the framework of economic management of the country for a year. So what is budget? Budget is not mentioned in the constitution. It is mentioned in Article 112 that President has this power to lay down the budget before Parliament, and on behalf of President, it is the finance minister who does this work. This year also budget speech, and this budget is usually encompasses the receipts and expenditure from 1st April to 31st March. Budget is prepared by Department of Economic Affairs. Union budget for the Parliament presentation is done by the finance minister. Budget has two parts. One is revenue budget, another is capital budget. Revenue budget has two parts. One is revenue receipts and revenue expenditure. Capital budget has two parts, capital receipts and capital expenditure. Very simple. Now remember always, receipts must be equal to expenditure. Whenever the receipts are less than expenditure, we will have a deficit. Revenue receipts and revenue expenditure. If revenue receipts are less than revenue expenditure, we have a revenue deficit. If capital receipts are less than capital expenditure, we have a capital deficit. Or if the revenue budget and capital budget, if all the receipts, total receipts are less than the total expenditure, we have a budget deficit. Understood? Remember this thing once and for all. So therefore, budget has revenue receipts. Revenue receipts include tax and non-tax incomes. Capital receipts include loans and assets which we sold. So therefore, all the capital receipts will either increase liability, that is the loans, or it will decrease the assets, all those assets which were sold. Revenue expenditure is the day-to-day expenses like salaries, subsidies and interest payments. Revenue expenditure means all the day-to-day subsidies, day-to-day expenses like salaries, subsidies and interest payments. While as capital expenditure is when we create assets. For example, infrastructure, long-term investments. When they are created, it is known as capital expenditure. The two main budget accounts are revenue account and capital account, which we discussed earlier, a revenue budget and capital budget. So therefore, in a revenue budget, we have day-to-day expenses, taxes, fees and fines, salaries, subsidies and social programs. We have fiscal stability because of revenue budget, and short-term economic activity is hampered because of revenue budget if there is revenue deficit. While as capital budget means long-term investments, where we create assets, where we borrow loans, where we create surplus and specific levies which are imposed. Infrastructure, capital projects, economic growth, all of this or long-term development is part of capital budget. Do you understand? There are three key budget objectives. First is allocation of the budget. That is, it provides public goods like defense, roads, private markets. However, it cannot effectively supply. Those goods which markets cannot effectively supply are to be allocated by budget. Redistribution function means the budget redistributes income through taxes and transfers. to promote fair income distribution. Stabilization function of the budget says that in the economy, it influences the economy by stabilizing the aggregate demand during the economic fluctuations. Whenever economy goes up and down, budget is the document in which schemes are introduced so that it stabilizes the economy. So therefore, the fiscal policy can be expansionary, contractionary. Expansionary fiscal policy will be adopted when there is a recession. Contractionary monetary policy will be adopted when there is too much inflation. So in order to have a balance between boom and recession, cyclical and counter cyclical fiscal policies are adopted. Understood? What is inside the budget? Budget includes revenue and capital receipts, ways and means advances, expenditure estimates of the government, economic policy of the government, and actual performance over the years. Last year, how much government has actually performed? What was the receipts? What was the expenditure by the government in the last year? Revenue receipts include tax revenues and non-tax revenues. What are these tax revenues and non-tax revenues? Tax revenue can be direct tax paid by individuals to the government or organizations. For example, personal income tax or corporation tax. These are direct taxes. Indirect taxes are levied on consumption of goods. For example, GST, custom duty, excise duty. These are indirect taxes. What are the non-tax sources of government? Interest and dividend which government has received on the loans and investments which government made. Fines and penalties, like if you legally violate some traffic laws, that is non-tax revenue for government. Fees and charges, for example, all the licenses, passports, education fees, PSU profits, the state-owned companies, whatever profit they earned, grants, the funds from the foreign countries, international organizations, royalties, the payment for resources like minerals and broadcasting. All of this is termed as non-tax revenue of government. What are capital receipts for the government? Capital receipts are monetary gains. Monetary gains from loans or assets. Loans which government received, assets which government sold. These are known as, or these increase the liabilities of the government or reduce the financial assets of the government. The key components are loans which government borrows. The sale of government shares in PSUs is managed by DPAM. Now, there are debt and non-debt receipts by the government. What are debt receipts? Debt receipts are those who pay this debt back. So therefore, they do not create financial liability, but reduce the government's asset base. This may diminish the future earnings of the government as the asset sales have decreased. Was minor glitch, and we are back. Revenue expenditure of the government. We discussed debt and non-debt receipts of the government. What is revenue expenditure of the government? Revenue expenditure is the spendings for the purpose other than creating fiscal or financial assets. Like whenever government does a spending so that government is actually using the spending for what? To run the government, to run the daily revenue expenditure. It is revenue expenditure to run the day-to-day services, to run the day-to-day expenditure. They are not creating any asset. They are not creating road, no schools, no healthcare, nothing. Rather, they are using this for salaries, for, I would say, transport of government, running mess or midday meal schemes, such kind of, or pensions. No financial asset or physical asset is created. So main revenue expenditure items of the government are, first, it is interest payments. This is the largest component. Interest payments is the largest component of the government budget on market loans and external loans and reserve funds. Whenever government has increased or took a liability, it has to pay interest on that, and that interest is the revenue expenditure. Whenever you pay interest, it is revenue expenditure. Defense services. These are committed expenditure for national security with limited reduction scope. Subsidies are the welfare tools. Implicit education like education, health, explicit like food, export, fertilizers. These are subsidies which you might have seen. Food subsidy, fertilizer subsidy, midday meal scheme, urea bags provided on subsidies. These all are revenue expenditures. Grants to the states and local bodies, salaries and pensions to government employees. These are all revenue expenditures. Capital expenditure, very simple, it is normal only. It creates physical or financial assets to reduce financial liabilities. So either we create physical assets like this bridge, like this highway, like airports, whatever we are creating. Effective capital expenditure, effective capex. Remember that I told you we will discuss it later before national income accounting. It is here. Effective capex was introduced by Union Budget 22-23. What does this include? This includes first the capital expenditure plus the grants. Grants can be of three types. Balanced budget where expenditure and revenue is equal. Surplus budget where the expenditure is less than the receipts. Deficit budget where the revenue is less than the expenditure. We already discussed it. Government deficit. If you see a revenue deficit, I told you when the revenue expenditure is less than the revenue receipts. Fiscal deficit is total expenditure, that is total expenditure minus revenue receipts. Revenue receipts plus non-debt capital receipts. Non-debt capital receipts minus means the total borrowing requirement of Government of India. It is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The fiscal budget for government, which was planned or target was 4.9% of GDP last year, 24-25. Now understand this thing, that what is the difference between revenue deficit and fiscal deficit? Revenue deficit has revenue receipts, expenditure minus revenue receipts, but it is only of revenue expenditure. So here we have total expenditure. Total expenditure means revenue expenditure plus capital expenditure. So fiscal deficit is actually what? Revenue receipts, total expenditure minus revenue receipts plus non-debt capital receipts. All those loans, all that money which was received but is not to be paid back. It is not to be paid back. It is actually an investment. It is actually an investment into the economy. Primary deficit is fiscal deficit minus the interest payments. That is the money which we have to pay. Interest payments is the money which we have to pay, the interest which we have to pay, the revenue expenditure which we have to incur only because we borrowed money in the past. A loan which was generated, I guess, around 10 years, 20 years, 30 years back, still we have to pay interest of that loan. And that is why interest payments are removed from fiscal deficit to derive at the primary deficit. That is, what are the current borrowings of this government. Effective revenue deficit is, we discussed it, revenue deficit minus the grants for capital creation. Do you understand? Let's move forward. Now, how to calculate deficit? It is very easy. Because last year UPSC asked a question on numericals. Calculating deficit is easy. For example, a government has 80,000 crores in terms of revenue expenditure. Revenue receipts were 60,000 crores. It means the revenue deficit is 20,000 crores. Borrowings are 10,000 crores. Because fiscal deficit equals to borrowings. Fiscal deficit equals to what? Borrowings. That is 10,000 crores. Interest payment is 6,000 crores. And primary deficit will be 10,000 minus 6,000. That is 4,000 crore is the primary deficit. Because primary deficit is what? Primary deficit equals to fiscal deficit minus interest payments. That is 10,000 minus 6,000 equals to 4,000. That was the question which UPSC asked last year. All the statements given were true. Similarly, UPSC asked another question about gross primary deficit. Gross primary deficit, again, fiscal deficit was given, non-debt capital receipts were given, although we have nothing to do with this. Interest payments were given. So fiscal deficit minus interest payments equals to gross primary deficit. Understood? Now, fiscal policy means that the government's adjustment in expenditure and taxation to stabilize economic output, employment, and managing the cycles through surplus, deficit, and balanced budget. Now, once we understand this, I already discussed that fiscal policy has taxation, investment, expenditure, and debt management. So therefore, expansionary fiscal policy will stimulate economic growth. Whenever there is recession in the economy, we will adopt a expansionary fiscal policy. Government will increase its spendings, tax cut will be provided so that disposable income is increased, and this will boost the demand, create the jobs, and counter the recession. This was used in 2008 financial crisis. Contractionary monetary policy is used to control inflation, to decrease the government spendings on public projects and reduce disposable income. Pro-cyclical and counter-cyclical fiscal policies. Now, pro-cyclical fiscal policy aligns with the economic cycle, that whenever there is boom, there is recession, there is boom, there is recession. Now, in this era, in this time, government uses pro-cyclical fiscal policy. But whenever an economy goes beyond this, either it goes to recession or it goes beyond boom, the inflation is at peak or the recession is at peak, we use counter-cyclical policies. This is to stabilize the economy. These are contractionary measures which are used for excessive growth. When there is excessive growth, we will use contractionary measures. When there is excessive recession, we will use what? Expansionary measures to stimulate growth. Therefore, we balance demand, limit the inflation, and promote recovery through counter-cyclical policies. Now comes the taxation system of the government. We'll take a 5-minute break and then we will resume the taxation system. Now we are left with external sector only and the international institutions. So therefore there will be a 10-minute break. We'll resume the session at 5:45. Welcome back, guys. How are you all? Everyone doing great? Chalo, let's start it again. We have to finish the economy as soon as possible. How is the Josh? Come on, get up. Yes, I need all of you to be in the list of mains. The only thing I wish from the deepest of my desires is that all of the students whom I know should at least at, at least get the interview call this year. That is the minimum I require, and that is the minimum I want from every student. So therefore, it's going to be a hard battle. It won't be just one day. Every day will be like this. Every day will be sitting and doing such marathons. The next marathon would be of economy current affairs for 1 year. And then we will proceed with that. It will encompass every magazine, every monthly current affairs, every yearly current affairs, everything will be compiled in one single marathon. And that I have a promise on you. Okay. I know that everyone will watch that. I know everyone will like that. And that is what I am going to deliver for you. So, if you show me the positive energy here, then only I will be able to last longer. Otherwise, we still have around 300 slides left. So, let's start with the session. Taxation can be based on nature, like direct tax, indirect tax. Based on entities, it is personal or corporate tax. Purpose, now understand this. It can be either revenue tax or regulatory tax. Do you remember production taxes? These are such regulatory taxes where we actually need what? We want certain sectors to be to be disincentivized. We want to incentivize certain sectors, so we will give them production subsidies. That is where the regulatory taxes come in place. Progressivity, taxes can be proportional, progressive, and regressive. Taxes can be central tax, state tax, permanent tax, or temporary tax. So there are different types of taxes. Now let's understand major types of taxes which UPSC can ask also. First is progressive taxation. Higher income tax attracts higher tax rate. So therefore, progressive tax is such a tax where if there is increase in income, there is increase in tax rate. Increase in income means increased tax rate. Proportional tax means that a tax rate is fixed, a proportion of the profit regardless of the income levels, maintaining the consistency all along. So therefore, there is one single tax rate. Whatever the income is, whatever the profit is, you have to pay that much tax rates. Even if it is 1 lakh, even if it is 10 lakh, even if it is 20 lakh, everyone has to pay just 10% of the tax rate. But it actually hampers those who are earning less. But what is regressive tax? It is the tax rate which decreases as the income increase. Thereby, the regressive tax is the lower income individuals pay a higher percentage relative to their income. So therefore, if a person is having only 10,000 rupees of income and has to pay 10% interest rate, it means he has to pay 1,000 rupees. On the other side of it, if a person has 20 lakhs of income, and he also has to pay tax, his tax will be just say 1% or 2%, which means he is paying at least out of 20 lakhs, if it is I would say 20%, so it is 2 lakhs. If it is 1% or 2%, it is very less than that. But still, it is more than the actual amount paid by a person who has income less than him, who has a tax rate more than him. So therefore, this tax actually calculates or collects more tax revenue from those who have higher tax income or who have higher taxable income and pays less tax rate, or I would say imposes more tax rate on those who have lesser income, but lesser interest rate on those who have higher income. This is simpler to administer with a flat or fixed rate. Like sales tax, excise duty, they are regressive in nature, or regressive payroll taxes are also regressive in nature. Understand this? What are direct taxes? Direct taxes, these are taxes which are levied directly on the income. These are taxes which are levied directly on the income, wealth or property of individuals or organizations. These are paid directly to government. Key exemptions of direct tax are, for example, allied agricultural activities like poultry, farming in rural areas. These are such exemptions from direct tax. Direct tax exemptions are applied over there. One more thing which you need to remember, that rural agricultural land is not considered as capital asset in, I would say, is not considered as capital asset in India. Rural agricultural land is not a capital asset to incur capital gains tax. It is not, it does not incur, it does not attract capital gains tax. So that is why it is exempted. Understood? Types of direct tax: income tax, wealth tax, property tax, capital gains tax, inheritance tax, and corporate tax. Now, what is capital gains tax per se? We just need to understand capital gains tax. For example, last year I purchased a land. I purchased a land in Delhi, and after I made this purchase, after 1 or 2 years, I sold this land. And once I sold this land earned me a profit. Last year I purchased this land of 10 lakh rupees, and this year I am selling this land worth 15 lakhs. Simple. After 2 or 3 years I sold this land in 15 lakhs. So I have earned, or my profit is 5 lakhs. This is the capital gain which I have received, and this attracts a capital gains tax, and it is a tax on the profits from asset sales. Remember it. Inheritance tax is not applicable in India. In India, direct taxes are administered by Income Tax Department, Tax Administration, Compliance, Enforcement and Services, and also there is Central Board of Direct Taxes, which actually take care of direct taxes in India. Central Board of Direct Taxes operates under the Central Board of Revenue Act 1963. It has its powers from this 1963 Act. It provides the policy inputs and administers the direct laws in India. Understood? So what are main direct taxes in India? First of all, we have minimum alternate tax. This is imposed on those companies which are zero tax companies. Now, how is a company zero tax company? Because these companies claim exemptions. By applying such methods, or by applying such I would say tactics which are loopholes in the law, and they say that we have not earned net profit. Although we have book profit, we do not have net profit. Why? Because we had to pay a lot of exemptions, lot of deductions apply over there. We have paid, or we have given charity. We have given charity to, say, for example, political parties. We have given charity to, say, some of the orphanages. That is why this profit got decreased. We had to pay, I would say, we had to pay the compensation to employees. We had to pay for employees' residentials, or we had to pay for other things. So that is why our profit decreased. And from here onwards, from there, it turns out that their profit is decreased. Their profit gets decreased to a level where they are not now in the tax bracket where they had to pay tax. So therefore, in order to address these companies, government brought in the minimum alternate tax, which was introduced in 1987. This ensures that companies at least pay 15 to 18% of the tax of their book profit, not of their net profit, but whatever they have booked as profit, that profit will be taxed. Do you understand this? Let's move forward. In taxation itself, capital gains tax, we discussed it. It is from the selling of assets like stocks, bonds, real estate. Dividend distribution tax, it is applicable on the dividend of shareholders, which they have received out of profit which the company has generated. Any profit which the company has generated attracts dividend distribution tax, but it was stopped and eliminated in 2021. It was stopped and eliminated in 2021 and is now taxable. Now it is taxable in the hands of shareholders. Security transaction tax, this was increased in budget 2026-27. It was increased from 0.01% to 0.05%. Securities transaction tax applies to all those transactions which happen in the securities market. Do you understand this? Clear? Global digital tax or global digital comparison or digital tax comparison, or I would say it is GAFA or Google tax, or also it was known as equalization levy. Equalization levy means what? That all those companies who are tech companies like Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, they do provide their digital services in India. They earn their revenue from India but are not paying tax in India. That is why countries across the world apply on them equalization levy. It was first applied to be 6%, but it was to be withdrawn from April 2025. Earlier it was reduced to 2% also, because France has 3% only. So therefore it was to be withdrawn from April 2025 last year. If you see direct tax performance in India, tax to GDP ratio has reached a 24-year high in India. Last year it was around 6.64%. So therefore our tax base is increasing and our tax revenue is increasing. Tax buoyancy for financial year 24-25 was estimated to be 1.4, which was directly driven by direct taxes. That is, that all the people, all the tax reforms which we are bringing are actually increasing the tax revenue of the government. Tax buoyancy is what? That whenever there is a change in tax revenue, it changes tax reforms, it changes the rate of taxation. It changes the volume of tax revenue received. Tax buoyancy is what? Tax buoyancy is that the tax revenues are growing faster than economy, growing faster than GDP. So therefore GDP growth rate is to tax revenue. Tax revenue is increasing more than the GDP growth rate. So if tax buoyancy is less than 1, it means the tax revenues are slower than the GDP. When it is equal to 1, it means that GDP growth rate is to, or I would say tax buoyancy equals to the percentage change in tax revenue divided by the percentage change in GDP. Clear? Now coming to indirect taxes. Indirect taxes are levied on goods and services paid indirectly by the consumers. Previously included excise duty, custom duty, service tax, VAT, and all of these were earlier included as indirect taxes. Then they all were subsumed under GST. GST provided us a unified taxation system. It was recommended first by the Kelkar Task Force of 2003 recommendations for GST. Then the Constitutional Amendment 2016 Constitutional Amendment Act was brought in. It was the 101 Constitutional Amendment Act which enforced the GST in India, and GST was officially launched on 1st July 2017. The key features of this GST are: first, it is a destination based tax, which is collected. Tax is collected where the product is consumed. It means that it applies on the supply. It applies on the supply. So therefore, input tax credit is given to evade, to remove the cascading effect of the tax, which means what? That if I supply goods being manufacturer to wholesaler, to distributor, to retailer, and to consumer, the input tax credit of all of these people, from manufacturer to distributor to wholesaler to produce this retailer to consumer, tax will be collected from consumer, and these people will provide input tax credit to each other on their GST portal. Center and state levy the tax on same base. That is, same good, center and state both levy the tax on the same good. Financial year 24-25, GST receipts estimated at around 10 lakh CR. 11% growth of GST revenues. But what you need to do, remember, is in September 2025, there was massive reforms in GST. GST 2.0 was rolled out. Only 3 tax rates are currently applicable. First is 5% merit rate, 18% standard rate, and 40% demerit rate. This is on essential and mass consumption items, most goods and services, and 40% on sin goods, luxury goods, high-end vehicles, and aerated drinks. Now, why so? Because we want to disincentivize these. These are luxury goods, so therefore Veblen effect will apply, which means that due to more tax rate, their price will increase. And if their price increases, it means their demand will also increase. But here, these are essential and consumption goods, which means if their price decreases, people may switch to these most goods and services. And if their price decreases, it means people may also save money. And once they save money, they will either invest it somewhere or keep it with the banks, or else shift to higher standards of, I would say, living. Simple. Taxes which have been subsumed under GST, which earlier were subsumed under GST: SENVAT, additional duties tax and additional excise duties tax, additional duties of customs, service tax, state VAT, central sales tax, luxury tax, entry tax, and entertainment tax. Understood? Now, there is one more thing which we need to remember, that is GST Appellate Tribunal. GST Appellate Tribunal actually structure and the functions of this tribunal were established under the Central GST Act 2017. This is an independent appellate authority. Now, if it is an independent appellate authority, it means that it will listen to the appeals which come from GST tribunals. Now, this appellate tribunal will have people, for example, president, 1 judicial member, and 2 technical members from center and state will hear the complaints over here. They hear the appeals against the orders passed by GST authorities and appellate authorities. Understood? Now remember that people not only pay tax, but they also evade tax and they avoid tax. There is a clear distinction between tax evasion and tax avoidance. Tax evasion means it is an illegal practice. Tax avoidance means that it is a legal practice but using loopholes and exemptions to reduce the tax liability. So they exploit deductions, they exploit exemptions, and this is considered as unethical as per the business ethics. This carries no penalty, while as tax evasion carries penalty. They use misreporting, they underreport the income, they inflate their expenses, they hide their assets, and these are legally penalized. They can be legally penalized who do the tax evasion. Now, in this tax evasion, there is one particular practice known as base erosion and profit shifting. What is this base erosion and profit shifting? For example, company A, which is in India, is selling goods in India at rupees 1000 per good, whatever goods they are selling. They establish a subsidiary company B in Mauritius, and now A is selling the same good to B in rupees 100. So from 1000 it is selling to 100, and thereby A is incurring a loss of say 900 rupees on each good, due to which its profit is not accounted in India, its profit will be accounted in Mauritius. Why? Because the company here in Mauritius is purchasing goods worth 100 rupees and is selling them worth 1200 rupees. It is earning profit. Now what is the benefit of this? In Mauritius it has to pay only 5% tax, while as in India it has to pay around 25% tax. That is why it will shift its profit, it will erode its base and shift its profit to Mauritius. These are the strategies which are used by multinational companies to shift profits from high tax jurisdictions to low tax ones. What they do is they minimize their overall tax burden and erode their tax base of higher tax countries. So therefore OECD provides a framework of norms, guidelines, so that companies adopt transparent policies, country by country reporting, and tighten the transfer pricing. This is transfer pricing. This is transfer pricing, what we learned over here. Understood? What is transfer pricing? Pricing transaction between two related parties. Authority of the advance ruling, that is, these transfer pricings can be arrested. That this transfer pricing can be controlled. This transfer pricing can be arrested. How? By involving pricing transactions between related entities. So how will this happen, or how will this be arrested? Because the parent company will come into agreement with the taxing authority of this nation, that is India. And these authorities for advance ruling, they provide for binding advice on the complex tax matters. They help these multinational enterprises to plan by reducing their tax related uncertainties. So therefore this framework ensures fair pricing between related entities while providing certainty to the multinational enterprises. Anti-avoidance mechanisms. There are three anti-avoidance mechanisms. First is GAR, DTAA and GMCT. Now what are these? General anti-avoidance rules. They counter the aggressive tax avoidance, that is, that technically complies with law but undermines the intent. So what does this mean? That technically the company is doing everything as per the law. It is doing everything as per the law. For example, I will give you a simple example like impact washing. It is saying that I am creating social impact. I have made an impact that we trained around 1 lakh girls, rural girls. We trained them with skill certification. But what it actually is doing, that it is not actually training them. It is just giving them certificates. That is impact washing. Similarly, GAR is general anti-avoidance rules. They counter the aggressive tax avoidance twice. Either you tax it or I tax it. Global minimum corporation tax, 15% of minimum corporation tax. It applies to all the MNCs. So therefore, it prevents the profit shifting to low tax jurisdictions. That at least every country should at least have 15% of corporate tax. Every country should at least impose 15% of corporate tax. So therefore, it allocates tax rights to the countries and sets minimum corporate tax levels at 15%, so that the base erosion gets arrested. Now, India's enforcement tools. First, India applies equalization levy, which earlier I said was 6%, then it was decreased to 2% and was about to be taken away, withdrawn to 0% from April 2025. Poem, place of effective management. India uses that whenever an enterprise, or say for example, whenever an MNC takes any decision or has maximum decision making at one particular place, it's all the decisions are taken from India. despite of the fact that its economic activities and its majority of the profit is taken from Mauritius, we will tax it because its majority of the decisions are taken in India. Because all of its directors, all of its promoters, they are living in India for more than 182 days. They are staying here, there, everything is here. It is just a shell company over there in Mauritius. So that is why we will tax it here. Project Insight, RBI and Income Tax Department uses artificial intelligence to track all the beneficial ownership, flagging PAN and passports and FDI links automatically so that we can address all those people who actually try to evade tax. Remember three committees, Kelkar Committee, Parthasarthi Shom and Akhilesh Ranjan Committee. They recommended for direct tax reforms like simplification of tax, GAR and modernization of tax rules. While as Chelia, Rustagi and Arvind Subramaniam, these were three committees which recommended for indirect taxation. Particularly remember that Arvind Subramaniam was for GST revenue neutral rate. It recommended GST revenue neutral rate. It proposed lower taxation for metals, simplification of tax structures and VAT. So tax to GDP ratio of India, it indicates slow economic growth rate as the tax revenues correlate with economic activity. So therefore, if the tax revenue is not increasing with increase in GDP, it means that there is tax evasion in the economy. So therefore, it suggests that there should be equitable distribution of national income. Concentration of income in under-taxed sectors or tax evading individuals should be arrested. Do you understand this? Further, FRBMA Act 2003 ensures fiscal responsibility in India. It says that government has three main, I would say, responsibilities. What are these? First, to reduce their fiscal deficit to around 3% of GDP. Control the government's debt of central and state governments both. Promote the stability by preventing excessive borrowings and preventing inflation and adopting fiscal discipline in the fiscal policy. 3-4 things which this FRBM Act actually recognizes and suggests governments to do. First, it was FRBMA's key target that the fiscal deficit in financial year 2025 was 4.8% and the target was to bring it down to 4.4% by financial year 26. Central debt to GDP ratio was estimated to be, central debt to GDP ratio has been declining from 57% to 56.1%. So therefore, central debt to GDP ratio should also decrease. So therefore, this FRBMA Act mandates that government should at least have 3-year target, that is the rolling target, of decreasing or having a medium-term fiscal policy statement which should be released with the budget. Fiscal policy strategy statement should also be delivered by the government in which it will prioritize and deviation justifications that why has it not achieved the targets of fiscal deficit. It will clearly mention them. Government will also say or will publish macroeconomic framework statement in which it will see that GDP and fiscal balance is or GDP and fiscal balance outlook is mandated, that GDP and fiscal balance are both in tandem with each other. Understood? The only escape clause in FRBMA Act is that it allows for temporary deviation only during emergencies like national disasters or economic crisis. At that point of time, government can deviate from the fiscal deficit targets. Do you understand? And fiscal discipline of the country. Is it clear? Now, the next thing is ways and means advances. These are short-term liquidity facility which RBI provides to state government fiscal conditions in terms of what? Ways and means advances. Government debt and finances, government debt and deficits. Government debt arises from budgetary deficits. Whenever there is a deficit, government will borrow this money or government will print this money, but printing money is inflationary in nature, so therefore government will borrow this money. Either through taxation, borrow, or printing money. Printing money is not a good thing. Taxation will work up till a certain level, because after a certain level, once you reach this level of taxation, the tax revenues will fall. That is what the Laffer's curve says. So therefore, government debt, it can be internal debt or external debt. Internal debt includes what? Government securities. For example, long-term government securities which government issues, treasury bills of 91 days, 182 days, 364 days. Ways and means advances, that is temporary RBI loans for cash flow management. Market borrowings, government can issue dated securities at market determined rates. External debt includes the multilateral debt from World Bank, IMF, Asian Development Bank. Bilateral debt, that is debt from foreign governments, loans we can generate from foreign governments. Commercial borrowings, like the loans from international banks, financial institutions. Export credits, financing from foreign exporters or the banks for imports. External, India's external debt. India's external debt, if you see, India's external debt has key metrics, like external debt stood at $747.2 billion at the end of June 2025. Further, you must also remember that debt to GDP ratio, external debt to GDP ratio has moderated. That India's external debt to GDP ratio has moderated from 19% to 18%. India's largest debt is in US denominated dollars, US denominated currency, dollar, that is 53%. We have debt of 30% in terms of Indian rupee, 6.6% in terms of yen, 4.6% in terms of SDR. Do you understand? One more thing which you need to remember, India's debt position globally. India's debt to GDP ratio, India is ranked at 31 globally, because India has been targeting 50+1 strategy, and we have to reach this by March 2031. That is, we have to achieve this debt strategy, that is our debt to GDP should be just 51%. China's public debt in spite of this is 96%, which is ranked 21 comparatively, lower than the developed nations. So therefore, RBI projects that India's general government debt to GDP ratio should decrease from 82.5% to 73.4% in financial year 31, while other major economies are projected to see increase. But India wants its debt, which currently, as per our forex reserves, we have a capability to pay off 94% of our debt by our forex reserves itself. Understood? Then comes the Public Debt Management Agency, or PDMA, that who manages the debt of the government. First, it is RBI. RBI manages all the internal debt of government. That is, whatever internal debt government has to raise, RBI will raise it for the government. RBI publishes government securities, oversees monetary policy affecting the interest rates. Ministry of Finance sets the fiscal policy, debt strategy, oversees external borrowings, maintains international relations. SEBI regulates the securities markets, including government securities, ensures transparency and investor confidence. While as Public Debt Management Cell, which was set up in 2016, it develops the debt strategies, manages cash balances, and advises on capital markets for the government. Do you understand this all? Now, how can government actually finance its debt? So, financing of the debt is very simple. Either government monetizes its deficit, or government does what? Deficit financing. So, monetization of deficit means that the central bank buys government securities, creates new money. That is, it prints new money. This is most inflationary in nature. Debt financing is by issuing bonds and treasury bills. But there is a problem with this financing. That is, this will lead to inflation due to increased money supply. Do you understand? However, after this, we need to understand that government transfers the tax revenue, or the net revenue of the government is transferred between states and union as per the recommendations of Finance Commission Article 280. Recent most recommendations are from 15th Finance Commission, and it gave us the framework for fiscal federalism from 2021 to 2026. 15th Finance Commission considered vertical devolution of finances, horizontal distribution, and grants in aid. It recommended three things. First was that states should receive a share of 41% of the total revenues. And this horizontal distribution should be based on criteria of income distance, population, demographic performance, area of the state, forest and ecology of the state, tax efforts taken by the state. Understood? Finance Commission also that 41% of total divisible pool should go to what? Should go to states. So how the funds are distributed between the states? It is distributed on the basis of the criteria which Finance Commission sets. And this is the criteria. These are the conditions on the basis of which the Finance Commission actually recommends the distribution of or devolution of funds. Particularly, it also recommends grants under Article 275. Grants for the states in need. It allocates funds from Consolidated Fund of India to assist states requiring financial assistance, particularly tribal welfare. Assam, a special grant is given for Assam support, Assam's developmental support, administrative costs and developmental schemes. And presidential role in this is that President determines the grants via orders considering the Finance Commission's recommendations. Understood? Now, one more thing which we need to remember. Revenue deficit grants. 17 states received the grants in 2021-2022, which is projected to reduce to 6 states by 25-26. So local body grants, which allocated over 5 years, 60% of the drinking water and sanitation and 40% are untied grants. So revenue deficit, disaster management, all of these grants were given or recommended by what? By Finance Commission. So we must remember it. One more thing, sector specific grants were given. Sector specific grants for health, education, agriculture and state specific needs. We already discussed it. So beyond the regular transfers, it also mentions that special assistance grant can be given to states. Additional assistance grant can be given to states. National Disaster Response Fund, emergency financial aid can be given to states from center to address extraordinary needs and emergencies. So therefore, in the fund transfer from center to states, either center can give grants or grants on the basis of recommendation of Finance Commission, or the devolution on the basis of recommendation of Finance Commission will also be there. Do you understand? So that was all about budget and fiscal policy of the government. Now the last topic which we will be taking is balance of payment, foreign exchange and financial institutions. We'll be resuming back at 6:40. No motivation is needed for those people who are still there in the session. कोई भी motivation, nothing in this world can motivate them better than their own self. Why am I saying this? Because all those people who have been there consistently watching since morning till now, I genuinely feel that they are totally humbled by the thing that they themselves are the biggest motivating factors for themselves. Uh, Not even me, not even the biggest motivators of this world can motivate you better than what you can do for yourself. And for all those who are watching this session, any part of the session, now comes the most crucial topic, that is the balance of payment, the external sector, from where UPSC has asked around 42 questions in the past 10 years. So therefore, I'll request all of you that if you know anyone who has problems in economy, call him and tell him to join the session now. Share him the link and tell them, share him, her, whatsoever who is, tell them that join the session faster, and we will be starting for next 1 hour. We will be completing this balance of payment within no time. I'll be going very fast in this, and I want all of you to participate with me. चलो शुरू करते हैं. Let us start. Come on. So what is balance of payment? Yes. Come on, tell me what is balance of payment. It is the account. It is the account of transactions between a country A and the rest of the world. Between the country and the rest of the world. All the transactions which happen between one country and the rest of the world are calculated under one single hand, that is balance of payment. Now, what kind of transactions would be there? These transactions are of current nature and capital nature. That is why we create two different accounts. One is current account and capital account. But remember, only some countries have this balance of payment. Some countries do not have this balance of payment. Why? Because there is no linkage of that country with the rest of the world. Do you remember the circular flow? Households, firms, government, financial institutions, export and import. Now this export and import is only in those countries which are actually doing what? It is only in those countries who have open economy, who interact with other nations, who have privatization, who attract the foreign direct investment from other countries, who attract and do trade with other countries. There is one simple announcement that if you want notes of this or I would say simplified economy, the notes which I have created where I have integrated all the NCERTs and UPSC PYQs, you just need to comment UPSC Prelims and you will receive the notes. The notes will be sent to you. You will be getting that link, and for that, once you get the link, you can download the notes. So let's move forward. So examples of open economy are Singapore, and closed economy are North Korea, and a limited open economy. Our rest of the world countries are somehow open economies. Say for example, India, we support in some sectors we support that okay, people can invest up to 74%, up to 100% in some sectors. They can invest, FDI can be allowed through automatic route up to 100% sometimes, but in some sectors we allow only 24%, in some sectors we allow only 49%, in some we allow only 74%. Three linkages can be there between a country and the rest of the world. First is the output market, that is trade in goods and services. Second is the financial market, that is ability to buy financial assets from other country. Now understand this. and the labor market, that is to choose the locations to work, where to work. This basically talks about the service market. This basically is about the services of the labor. This is basically about the services of the labor. But in India, the financial market or the financial account, the financial account is merged with capital account. So therefore, first output, that is trade, we can produce goods, export them to other countries. Yes, sir. Second is financial market. They can invest in our stocks. We can invest in the stocks of Japan's index, US index, or anywhere, any company. Third is our people can go and work in USA, can go and work in Russia, can go and work in any part of the country, any part of the world. People from other parts of the world can come and work here. Trade impact on aggregate demand. Remember that there are leakages and injections. Circular flow, do you remember? Exports will lead to injections into the economy and imports will lead to leakages into the economy. When Indians buy foreign goods, it happens or it leads to leakages in the economy. When Indians sell or export to foreigners, therefore the foreigners enter the circular flow of economy, increasing the aggregate demand of the domestic goods. That is, it leads to injections in the domestic economy. Next is, why do we need an international monetary system? Because we need an international monetary system for this thing only, so that the transactions can happen everywhere. This international monetary system can bring in the stability in transactions, the convertibility of rupees, the convertibility of currencies, and this will also prevent the imbalance which is there in the exchange rates. The dollar can go at any maximum rates and the rupee can depreciate at any minimum rates if we do not have this international monetary system. So therefore, what are the functions of this monetary system? It establishes the currency exchange, the rate stability, facilitates the stable currency exchanges and protects extreme volatility in the currency exchange. It prevents crisis management. It resolves the balance of payment issues, liquidity support for credit facilities, and reserves economic integration into the global economy. So therefore, balance of payment has three accounts: current account, capital account, and financial account. In India, we maintain only two accounts, that is current account and capital account. Financial account in India is maintained as a part of capital account itself. So balance of payment is simply like this ledger, in which on one side we write down that what have we purchased, imported, or what is the investment which is in our country, how much investment did we actually did in the other countries of the world, what is the trade between other countries and us. So this is basically the ledger, the old ledger which we used to maintain in accounts. That ledger is being maintained for all the countries of the world. Understood? So therefore, balance of payment has two accounts. One is the current account, another is the capital account. In current account, we have merchandise, that is export and import of goods, invisibles, that is export and import of services. Goods as in like goods, for example, if we are exporting this glass to other country, this is a good. But what if I am delivering this lecture to some other country's institution? Say for example, some coaching academy is there in USA and they want people to be trained by Indian teachers who will work from home from India itself. Now I will be delivering a lecture for US students. Understand that this will represent a situation where I am selling or invisibles. It is an export of services. It is an export of services. Further, in this invisible, there are services like banking, telecom, and teaching also. Just now I gave you the example. Further, this earns the factor income. For example, I will earn the income if I export the services, plus the employees compensation, the investment income For example, the profit which my company earned if I invested money in USA, and there my company is earning some income. My company is earning profit. That profit will be calculated in current account. That profit will be calculated in current account. Remember this. Investment, interest, dividend on the assets abroad. Interest which I have earned on the assets abroad. If I gave loan, if I invested in the bonds of US market, the interest which I will receive, that will be calculated in current account. Understood? Gifts, grants and remittances. Do you remember I told you that we do not calculate remittances in GDP? That is why, because we calculate remittances over here. Otherwise, it will lead to double counting. Now, what is there in capital account? Capital account, we have foreign investments, foreign loans and banking capital, like all those deposits which foreigners or Indians living abroad, Indians who are non-resident Indians and their deposits. Understood? Chalo. That is calculated in capital account. The table which is given in NCERT mentions some of the specific examples, and these examples must be remembered. 3 to 4 questions could have been answered directly from these two tables. Government aid, this is current account, huh? Ye capital account. This is capital account. It includes investment, external borrowings, external assistance. Direct investment, portfolio investment. Remember the words as it is. Portfolio investment, FDI, equity capital, reinvested earnings and direct capital flows. Foreign institutional investment, offshore funds. External borrowings include external commercial borrowings and short-term debt. As it is, it was asked by UPSC. External assistance includes government aid, the aid which is received by our government, intergovernmental loans and bilateral loans. These are also part of external assistance. In current account, what we have is trade in goods, that is the export of goods, import of goods, and this defines our trade balance. And if the export is less than imports, which means trade deficit, and if exports is more than imports, it means trade surplus. Simple. Trade in services, net factor income from abroad, net non-factor income from abroad. Now factor income is what? Factor income is which is earned by the factors of production. What are the factors of production over here? It is net income from compensation, like wages given to employees, and net investment income given to employees. Simple. Next, what is net non-factor income from abroad? Shipping, the charges incurred by shipping industry, banking, insurance, tourism, software services, all the services of tertiary sector. Tertiary sector services provided over here. Do you understand? Next, transfer payments. What are transfer payments? These are gifts, remittances and grants, which we already discussed. So these minute points must be remembered and you will never get a question wrong. Therefore, current account has 3 parts: visibles, invisibles and transfers. We discussed all of them. India's trade landscape. If you see, India's total export share in the global merchandise is 1.8%. And India's total share in global export of services is 4.3%. So therefore, we export more services than goods. Understood? Second, our top export destinations are USA, UAE, Netherlands, UK and China. And our top import destinations, that import things which we import, that is crude oil, gold and electronic goods. The top import sources of India are that from where India imports the most. China, we have $100 billion of trade deficit. with China. We had $45 billion of trade surplus with USA. Then USA, we are dependent on imports, UAE and Saudi Arabia. We import oil from here. UAE and Saudi Arabia is about oil. China is about everything. It's about electronics, it's about medicine, it's about textiles, it's about components like silver wafers, silicon plates, silver plates, aluminum plates, everything. It's not just about conductors, metals, corridors. No, it's about everything. We are importing a lot of goods from China. Moving further, if you see India's rising share in global goods and service exports, India has increasing its global merchandise exports. India's share in global merchandise trade exports is increasing. How? See, if you see from financial year 006 2006 till 23, our share in services has increased by 4.3% and in goods it has increased to 1.8%. Do you understand this? Service exports have been increasing, merchandise export has been increasing. Do you understand this? From just 1% or 2% to 4.3% and 1.8%. And when you talk about the merchandise exports across various classifications, composition, just a moment. If you see about exports of India, the capital goods, export of capital goods is currently around 18%. Consumer goods are the most which we export, 47%. Intermediate goods, 28%. Raw material, 5.1%. But this dynamics is going to change once the India has signed trade deal with USA. However, it will take time to change this dynamics. It will take time. Understood? Trade performance. If you see about trade performance, India's exports, India's merchandise trade balance and imports, exports and imports. Exports have been $437 billion and imports have been around $675 billion. So therefore, India is in a net, I would say, trade deficit. Over the last 10 years, we do not need to remember these numbers, but yes, we do need to remember one thing. Who gives us this data? This graph is given by UNCTAD. Share of global goods and services exports. It is by UNCTAD. India's remittances. India has been a powerhouse of remittances. Why so? Because if you see, India has been increasing in terms of remittances and has remained. RBI's 6th round of India remittance survey says that India's total remittances stood at around $118 billion. The remittances which we received were $118 billion. Total remittances. This has doubled from just 2010 till now. In last 15 years, our remittances has doubled. While as these remittances, the largest share of it comes from USA, 27%, and advanced economies, 50%. UK, Singapore, Canada, Australia, they contribute 50% of the remittances to India. Top 10 remittance sources for India are United States, at the second number it is UAE, UK, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, Qatar, Kuwait and Canada. So therefore, the Gulf countries, their share of remittances has declined from 47% to 38%, which means now our people are less inclined to work over there. They are working towards working in new destinations like USA, UK. Understood? When we talk about current account balance, the deficit means when the exports are less than the imports. So therefore, India's current account deficit has decreased from $12.3 billion, that is 1.3% of GDP, to $20 billion. Earlier it was $20 billion and now it is $12.3 billion. Currently it is $12.3 billion in the quarter second of financial year 26. So therefore, the current account deficit equals to what? Current account deficit equals to trade gap, that is the gap between exports and imports, plus net current transfers plus net factor income. Remember the formula. This formula can be asked by UPSC directly. Surplus. This occurs when the exports are exceeding the imports, whereas the deficit includes or indicates borrowings, that whenever we incur a deficit, we need to borrow from outside. Whenever we incur a surplus, we will do what? Whenever there is a surplus, we will do what? Simple. We will lend this money, or we will use this money to raise our exports, to raise our, I would say, surplus, to raise our forex. But whenever there is a deficit, we must raise borrowings. We must borrow from the outside market. We must borrow from the international market, because if we do not do that, then the current account and capital account, or I would say the accommodating transactions and the autonomous transactions in these two accounts will not be equal to each other. And that is why we must remember that always the current account and capital account, the sum of two should be 0. Always the sum of two should be 0. So write down or remember this, that the policy interventions to reduce the current account deficit. How can an economy reduce its current account deficit? By increasing exports through production linked incentive schemes, by devaluing its currency, because devaluation of currency means simple: 80 rupees for $1, and now we have set it 85 rupees for $1. Now this didn't happen because of demand and supply in the market. This happened because of the intentional decisions of central bank or the government of India. Attracting the foreign direct investment, attracting the foreign policy, this foreign portfolio investment will help us in decreasing the current account deficit. Expanding the renewable energy initiatives to reduce crude oil imports. Capital account. Capital account includes foreign direct investment, foreign portfolio investment, external assistance, and NRI deposits. This we already discussed. This we already know. So therefore, in India, the net foreign portfolio investments which flow into India, they were around $44.1 billion. However, the net equity inflows among the emerging market peers, if you see, India stands at the top. That net equity inflows into India have been better than Thailand, Philippines, Brazil, Indonesia, Malaysia. This was reported by Bloomberg. What is the main difference between FDI and FPI? Very simple. The 10% rule, that if the investment is more than 10%, it is classified as FPI by RBI and SEBI. Beyond that threshold, it is classified as FDI. The recent trends say that the decline in foreign direct investment inflows in the recent year is attributed to higher interest rates in developed countries. So therefore, if there is increase in interest rate in developed countries, that is, if USA tomorrow increases its interest rate, it means the FDI in India will decrease. Do you understand? Therefore, due to increased interest rates in USA, there will be exit from India. There will be exit from India. People will take their money from India and invest it in USA. This will lead to capital flight. And this will also lead to decrease in the forex reserves of India. Do you understand this? Capital account balance. Capital account is an balance when all when it indicates that there is higher outflow for acquiring foreign assets, which means that our people are investing more into, when there is deficit in this capital account. Deficit in capital account means that there is higher outflow of foreign assets, which means that people are taking money out of India and investing it somewhere else. Second, surplus is when there more income is coming into India. It reflects that inflow due to sales or borrowings, which means either people are lending money into India, they are lending money to us, or they are investing into India. So it means that it is more injections and less leakages. Stable capital inflow continue to finance the current account deficit, which means that if we are incurring a current account deficit, it is being stabilized by capital account surplus. So India has a stable capital account. That is why during financial year 24, net capital flow stood at $86.3 billion against a $58.9 billion of previous year. So it increased, and the net inflow of banking capital also increased, including NRI deposits. Therefore, we also understand that current account is about export and import, it's about long-term investment, external commercial borrowings, interest, dividends, and the payments which are given abroad, all of this. But remember one thing, that capital account has an impact on reserves and liabilities. The transactions affect the reserve assets of the central bank, that is the forex of the central bank. Capital account affects the forex of the central bank. Remember this. Now remember that there is difference between loan interest, gift grant, and remittance. These are three different things. Loan is recorded in capital account. Gift and grant, despite of the fact that all the three payments are coming from outside, all the three payments are coming from outside into India. Loan and interest is recorded in capital account. Gift and grant is recorded in current account. Remittances are recorded in current account. Because these are transfers, both of them are transfers only. Loans and interests, these are payments. These are payments. Loan will be recorded in capital, while as interest will be recorded in current account. So which means that loan is increase in borrowings, therefore it will be recorded in capital, and interest is revenue. It is earning, that is why it will be recorded in current account. Understand it properly. So therefore, capital and current account convertibility matters. Convertibility means what? That how much easy is it for me to convert my assets which I have in India and convert them back into the foreign currency. That is convertibility. Currency convertibility is the degree that domestic currency or country's domestic money can be converted into another currency or gold. India initially allowed partial convertibility of capital account, and current account is fully convertible since 1994. Liberalizing the current capital account totally is still debated, and because it will impose or it will come along with a lot of risks. Therefore, the capital account convertibility was recommended first by Sukhamoy Chakrabarti committee. It advocated that we should in phased manner allow for current account convertibility. Narsimham committee also proposed that we should lead to more open exchange rate system and eventually give convertibility on current account. But capital account is still partially convertible. Remember this fact. On capital account, the first committee which recommended Tarapur Committee 1, 1997, it proposed that we should approach a phased full convertibility over 3 years, not yet allowed, recommended achieving macroeconomic stability benchmarks. That is, if we have a fiscal deficit of less than 3.5%, inflation of less than 5%, and NPAs of less than 5%, then only we should allow what? Capital account convertibility. Do you understand this? Tarapur Committee emphasized on Tarapur Committee 2, which was established in 2006, that established on strengthening the institutions and risk management, and also said that further reforms in banking are needed. Last, in this balance of payment, we have one more account that is known as errors and omission account. Now, errors and omission account is maintained just to ensure that there are multiple errors, because every country, every trade cannot be calculated right at the same moment. There might be some errors and omissions which are corrected over the period of time. That is why we have a third element in BOP, that is errors and omissions account. Understood? This is part apart from current account and capital account, and this reflects, or this is the balancing item or a balancing statistical tool which actually balances the current and capital account. Understood? Annual increase was $68 billion in financial year 26, but if I tell you that it was $706 billion in the first Jan, and from 1st to 16th Jan it increased massively. There has been a huge gain in forex reserves because of gold valuations. I have already recorded a video on gold valuations and forex reserves recently on the main channel. You can watch that video. This provided 12 months cover. Currently we have a cover of 11 months imports with this, and we have a cover of 94% of debt of India. So therefore, this forex provides us import cover, that is forex divided by the monthly import expenditure. Do remember this. The composition of forex reserves. Forex reserves include foreign currency assets, gold reserves, reserve tranche position of IMF, that is how much quota we have at IMF, and SDRs, that is special drawing rights, which we have at IMF. IMF created these reserve assets. The value of these reserve assets is based on the basket of international currencies. Basket of international currencies determines the value of SDRs. It is tranche. Tranche is the position, the quota portion, which is available immediately for the members, which they can withdraw at any point of time. Understood? India's external debt position. If you look at India's external debt, it stands at around, debt to GDP ratio is 18.7%, which is quite sustainable. Debt service ratio of India is 5.5%, which however is manageable, but still I would say costing too much on our pocket. Types of external debt. First, the largest component of our external debt is commercial borrowings, external commercial borrowings. That is India's external debt portfolio. And the largest denominations, or the largest denomination based debt, the debt with denomination of USD dollar is largest in India. Second comes Indian rupee, third SDR, yen and euro. India has diversified approach and tried to assess the global market effectively to raise debt. Debt can be of four types. Two types. First is the sovereign debt. Another is the commercial borrowings. Commercial borrowings are largest. Sovereign debt is the debt in terms of foreign currency, and this is raised by the government. Short term is less than 1 year, long term is more than 1 year debt. Sure. Understanding the crisis in currency sector in the international economy, and understanding how depreciation and devaluation actually happen in international markets. Before that, we need to understand that there are two types of transactions in balance of payment. First is autonomous transaction, second is accommodating transaction. Autonomous transactions include all the export, import and foreign direct investment inflows. This is independent of balance of payment balancing requirements. But accommodating transactions, these are those transactions which address the gaps in BOP through RBI's reserve transactions and policy interventions. These are those transactions which RBI actually does. Those transactions which RBI does to balance the this balance of payment. Understood? So therefore they are used. Autonomous and accommodating transactions. Accommodating transactions are used to balance the BOP. Remember this. Now, there are four types of exchange rates in international market. First is fixed rate, flexible managed rate, floating rate and pegged rate. Fixed rate means when the government sets the currency value, that our government will decide that we will provide or we set dollar is to rupee at 50 rupees. Now in the international market, even if the dollar touches 100, it has to provide dollar in 50 rupees only. This is fixed. They will not let the dollar increase more than 50. Now this seems good, okay, but the problem is in the international market, you will not get dollar at this price because you set it. You have to purchase it at more price and then provide it at lesser price. Flexible managed rate, it is very simple. It is also known as dirty floating. Floating rate or dirty floating, it is when the central bank intervenes. Flexible managed rate is when it is left open for market. Whatever happens to rupee, let it depreciate, let it appreciate on its own. We will not intervene. But when the central bank intervenes, it is known as floating rate, or it is also known as dirty floating. Understood? Last thing is pegged, that our currency will be pegged to a limited fluctuations, to a basket of currencies which have limited fluctuations. That is pegged floating rate. Understood? So therefore, what are the key determinants of exchange rate? Particularly of any foreign currency, it is demand and supply of that currency. It is interest rates which attract the foreign currency. For example, interest rates in USA, if they increase, it means people will invest dollar there. They will not invest here. If they decrease the interest rates, it means the loans in USA are cheaper. They will take the loan and invest it in India. Do you understand that? Inflation per se. If there is more inflation in our economy, it means it has degraded the value of currency. It has degraded the value of rupee. It means now the exporters will not come. Maybe. Low inflation actually stabilizes the currency, while as high inflation weakens the purchasing power. Understood? Now there is one more concept of NEAR and REAR. NEAR is nominal effective exchange rate. It is the weighted average of currency relative to the trading partners. For example, India trades with USA, UK, UAE, Saudi Arabia. Now see, they all have dollar, euro, say riyal, say dinar. For example, Saudi riyal is there, Saudi riyal. Saudi riyal. Now understand this. If India is trading its goods in these four currencies, now India needs to check that how much weighted average, how much goods are we taking from them, which one is my largest trading partner, which one is my lowest trading partner. All of their currencies will be taken and a weighted average of these currencies based on the weight of trade, based on the amount of trade we are doing with that country. We will give it an average. A weighted average will be given to it, and then we will derive. For example, it will be sum of exchange rate of domestic currency divided by exchange rate of foreign currency into the trade weight. Do you understand this? That at what position does this country come to me when it comes to that how much am I trading with that country? REAR, real effective exchange rate. REAR adjusts for inflation differences with trading partners. That is, REAR equals to NEAR into domestic price index and foreign price index. Which means what? For example, if I am telling you that there is currency exchange rate with Saudi and USA. USA, there is domestic inflation more than the domestic inflation of India. Domestic inflation of UK is more than the domestic inflation of Saudi Arabia. So when I take care of, or when I calculate the domestic inflation of that foreign country, plus already I have calculated that how much trade I am doing with that country, how much weightage am I assigning to that country based on the trade which I am doing with that country, that belongs to, that gives me NEAR. After NEAR is adjusted with the domestic inflation of that country, it becomes REAR. Understood? Remember the two terms, always, once and for all. So therefore, if the NEAR was 100 US dollars, 100 INR per US dollar, current NEAR is 105 INR per US dollar. This was in the base year, this is in the current year, and indicates the nominal appreciation trade weight basket. Nominal appreciation has happened. So inflation differential tells us that domestic economy had 6% inflation and foreign economy had 2% inflation. Now, this is something which is to be discussed, that how does this actually happen? Rising rear, just remember this thing, it will take time otherwise to explain it. Rising rear means that 100 to 109 USD per dollar, it enhances the competitiveness of Indian exports as the rupee becomes cheaper relative to dollar. This allows the consumers to buy more goods with same amount of dollar. Very simple example of it. A person named John, he came last year, he brought $1, 2024, he got only 80 rupees, he purchased 8 pens. Next year, John came in 2025, he got 90 rupees of $1 and he purchased 9 pens. That is real. If the real is rising, it enhances the competitiveness India's exports. Understood? Purchasing power parity, we have already discussed it thoroughly. Now there are 3 swap instruments which we usually use in foreign exchange. First is currency swap, that is when the dollar is exchanged with rupee. For example, I told John that give me $1,000. I told John that give me $1,000 and I will give you 10,000 rupees. And this happened just 1 year back. Last year in 2024, we did this transaction. But this year, we did a reversal of it. I paid John $1,000 and he gave me back 10,000 rupees without going to the exchange market. That is currency swap. Forex swap is short-term exchange single currency. Interest is in single currencies. Here the interest is in different currencies. Interest rate swap is when we exchange the loans, the loan interest rates. That is, this is the medium to long-term swap. Like for example, I will exchange a loan which has short-term interest rate to hi Chinmaya, how are you? Long-term interest rate to short-term interest rate, because I need money in that. The principal is not exchanged, but only the interest rates are exchanged. Principal amount is not exchanged. Only the interest rates are exchanged in terms of currency. That is a loan in dollars versus a loan in rupees. This loan has 4% interest rate. This loan has 3% interest rate. We will exchange these two loans. That is the loan interest or interest rate swap. There are 3 instruments of swap agreements in international market. First is currency swap, forex swap, and interest rate swap. Now understand currency swap. How does it happen? Say for example, 10,000 CR of INR and 100 billion yen of Japan. I exchanged 1:1 because next year I will re-exchange it. Initial exchange, interest payment, and final exchange. First, second, and third. It comes with an interest rate. Forex, that is Indian exporters receives, say an Indian exporter receives $10 million of exchange for 800 crores at 80 rupees per dollar. The bank will give him in return $10 million after 3 months. They will give him $10 million and the exporter will return his 8,000 crores. This provides the INR liquidity for short term without going into the exchange market. Do you understand? Interest rate swap. It is a scenario. Interest rate swap is a scenario where the company with 1,000 crore floating loan at 8% MCLR switches it with 8.5%. It switches it with 8.5% MCLR or fixed interest rate. Earlier it was floating exchange rate, now it is fixed exchange rate. Understood? Because if the MCLR rises to 9%, the interest rate will also rise to 9%. So the company still pays only 8.5% by exchanging it to fixed interest rate. Understood? The currency swaps are now primarily tools of geopolitical hedging. India is building a rupee zone in South Asia by doing these rupee swap lines and also to counter Chinese yuan influence. Do you understand this? So what are the foreign investment methods? We already discussed it. First is FDI, FII, FPI. But whenever a person comes to invest in India, whenever an FPI or FII comes to invest in India, what we do is every investment is given a receipt or investment instrument. Now, what is this investment instrument or investment receipt? First is American Depository Receipt. This is traded on US exchanges like NYSE. For example, say a person in India wants to invest in US market. So he will go to a foreign portfolio investor. He will purchase this American Depository Receipt and then he will trade this receipt in US exchange rates, US exchange market. Then comes the Global Depository Receipt. This is traded on international exchanges which are outside USA. For example, a Reliance Industry. Reliance Industry issues a GDR so that it can access the capital from European capital market. So that this GDR once issued in the European market, any person in the Europe can buy it and the money will be sent to Reliance Industries. P notes, these are participatory notes. They allow foreign investors to invest in Indian securities without being registered with the SEBI. So these participatory notes are given by foreign portfolio investors to the these foreign institutional investors to the foreign portfolio investors. That okay, we have received your money, we will invest it over there in the Indian market. You do not need to register in the Indian securities market through the SEBI. Do you understand? Masala bonds. These are rupee denominated bonds. That is, I am issuing a bond in rupees, but in the foreign market. Now this will help me to generate funding. That too, this funding is already saved from the market exchange rate fluctuations. That is why we publish masala bonds. External commercial borrowings, these are normal borrowings from non-resident lenders, that I borrow money from those who are not residing in India. That is why it is known as external commercial borrowing. Understood? Now the last thing would be the trade agreements. Understanding the trade agreements. First is preferential trade agreement. It is where we provide tariff concessions only on select goods. Some select goods are provided with tariff concessions. That is, the tariff will not apply on some specific goods. While as free trade agreement, this means that we will provide duty-free access. That is, there will be no tariff on some goods. Reduced tariffs or enhance the economic ties. For example, India has signed FTAs with Sri Lanka, SAFTA, ASEAN, and Australia. Then comes a broader partnership, that is comprehensive partnership. This comprehensive partnership, it covers trade, services, investments, and intellectual property also. Now, what does that mean? India, Singapore, that means that it is not just about tariffs. It is not just about duty concessions. It is about trade, services, investments, intellectual property. Everything is combined in this comprehensive partnership. So therefore, it is wider than free trade agreement. India, Singapore, India, UAE, India, Japan have signed such comprehensive economic partnerships. Understood? India is not part of any customs union. Remember this. Neither are we part of any common market nor of any economic union. So therefore, what is difference between SEPA? SEPA is the broader, I would say, broader holistic agreement. Customs union is what? Where we have one single unified tariff policy for all the rest of the world. For example, there are 10 countries, say Germany, France, Britain, not Britain, Germany, France, Luxembourg, or some other countries which are there, and they all impose 10% tariff on all the rest of the countries of the world because they are in one single custom union. Then comes the common market. Common market is there is free movement of labor and capital across the members. This is the most integrated market, the most integrated economic integration, the most, I would say, concise integrated economic integration. Huh. India has entered various trade agreements to enhance its economic cooperation from basic preferential access to comprehensive partnership covering goods, services, and investments. Economic union. An economic union is that which combines all the things: market, harmonized economic policies, common currency, common fiscal policy, and usually common monetary policy. Eurozone is such an example of this. The recent most member to join Eurozone is Bulgaria. We will stop over here and we will end our marathon over here. After this, if there is anything which is left, and if I feel that there is something more which is left to be discussed with all of you, I will come up with another, I would say, marathon for all the current affairs of Indian economy. And in that marathon, we will discuss everything if there is anything left. Till now, we have discussed all the things which are important in terms of static. Now I will take a leave from all of you. I thank you all for being into this discussion, for so long being patient, listening to me, learning everything about economy, learning economy for your prelims. Now, if you want to connect, if you want to ask me anything, you can connect. I have given my contact details multiple times in this marathon. And if you want to connect, you can connect through the initial, in the first slide itself, first two, three slides. I have given my contact details also. I have given the contact details of the institution also. Everywhere, we all at SRIRAM's IAS are welcoming you to come and learn with us. We will provide you the best guidance, best teachers, and best mentors. I wish you all the best for your prelims. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.